$200 sign-up bonus. Use promo code STAKES200 and start wagering today. Anthony, we kick things off here as horses are circling in the paddock with the maiden 40 going the mile. But first, let's take a look at race number 7. As we were saying, electability, he was game in victory, winning the battle over the favorite that day, long term. And I thought this was a very good effort considering he was coming in off the layoff and only his second start.
You got 890 on this day, Maggie. You're not going to get 890 if electability gets the job done today. He's 8-5 on the morning line, probably be closer to even money, if not shorter than that. Long term's going to come back in Outwood Memorial tomorrow as a maiden, and he's not without at least a puncher's chance. This is a good effort from both of these, well, electability at Gelding. Long term, the colt to his inside, and we'll see. Now that he has the dirt start, this was his first race in a little over 6 months. I think that's impressive as well, as he beat a horse who had some recency on him. We'll see how he responds second time out. That Beyer speed figure of 87 puts him right there with some of the other horses in this crop right now. So a step forward, and I think you have to start thinking, you know, a little bit long term, no pun intended, if that's who he's beating along the inside. Maybe a race like the Peter Pan.
Of course you meant pun intended. As
you know me well.
You go with your quips. He didn't switch leads that day. Could have been still a little bit of greenness, as he is pretty light on experience. And two, that figure and that race flattered by the fact that the fourth place, well-beaten finisher Cathedral Beach came back on relatively short rest to win, posting an 81 Beyer speed figure. He'll have to take on a few from the Rudy Rodriguez barn, as well as a Steve Caceres runner, Rebel Empire, today.
This is a fun feature here at the Big A today, because with electability, you kind of see that blue sky a little bit. And then after him, and again, just assuming he's going to be a little shorter than his morning line, there are a lot of horses that could get a piece of the pie, if not upset electability. There's 4 or 5 of them that you feel like can step up or maybe hold their form a little bit, right? You mentioned the 2 Rudy horses. Hagler's a fast horse. Good Skate is in career form since adding the Lasix. Eagle in Love was good on his debut, and then he went to Maryland, and something inexplicably went wrong in the private turns, but he's coming back in less than 3 weeks, so you got to think trainer Rob Actress is confident that whatever happened that day is in the past. And then you have a horse like Unbridled Bomber, who tried the Derby Trail through South Ozone Park, Queens, and the Jerome and the Withers, and now gets some class relief in Lasix. It's a fantastic feature today. And
I thought a long shot Rebel Empire attracts, you know, last meet's leading rider Dylan Davis for Steve Caceres, and this is a horse that in his last 2 ran a 73 and a 68, and that was as a relatively early 2-year-old. So with routine improvement as a newly turned 3-year-old, that guy could step up, though he is stretching out off the bench.
Our morning line odds maker made the number 6, Rebel Empire, who just spoke about, who I don't think is without chance either, the 10-1 longest shot on the board. And it's that kind of race, from 8-5 to 10-1. Even if you think electability is going to be a shorter price, this is still a real fun feature on this card today.
It really is. But first, we kick off the action with a pretty short price favorite. Down on the rail for this opener is number 1, Bold Victory. He was entered a few weeks back in a maiden claiming 20. He was a scratch, vet scratch, on March 19th, as Linda Rice will look to send this one out and finally get the win as a 5-year-old. But Mo Donegal, he will give trainer Todd Pletcher one of 3 chances to take down his 7th Wood Memorial. More on him and the rest of the Wood Memorial contenders after this break.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
there in the stretch. Eternal Prince still leads by 3. Roman Rule is second by a length and a half. Pancho Villa back into third. Here comes Proud Truth on the outside. They're at the 8th pole now. The mile and 36 flat. Eternal Prince still leads. Looks great. Roman Rule on the inside. Proud Truth closing ground, but it's Eternal Prince in front.
The 1985 Wood Memorial with Eternal Prince victorious 37 years ago. Marshall Cassidy with the call there. This one trained by John Lenzini, and in the saddle, our very own Richard Migliori, as he was just a few years into his riding career, Anthony. And for someone where this is kind of considered your home track, what's it like to kind of win a race of that magnitude?
Can you do me a favor and not say 37 years ago
Sorry.
as authoritatively as you just did? I feel as old as I possibly could right now. What's it like? I was trying to think when we were talking about the memorial earlier. I don't know how many of those I've missed. But for a guy like Richie, who grew up in Gravesend, Brooklyn, which is about 9.5 miles from here, I would have to imagine, you know, Mike Rapoli has always said he wants to win the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah.
Native New Yorker, Queens guy like me. Yeah, it's got to mean a lot. I mean, it's got to mean, you know, and you always dream about winning the Triple Crown races, right? Guys and gals who start their riding careers a little bit later on, even trainers, you start to think of Breeders' Cup races. I don't think it ever has the same esteem as the Triple Crown, but you start to think of those Breeders' Cup races. For a guy like Richie, I don't know if you're going to think past a race like the Wood Memorial.
Right, and Meg, as we welcome you in, you still have the title of the winningest jockey in Aqueduct history, but this was actually your lone Wood Memorial win. Obviously, several graded stakes winners on the Naira circuit, but for someone who, as Anthony said, grew up on the just 9.5 miles away from here, to win the Wood Memorial after just riding a few years, it had to feel momentous that day.
Maggie, Anthony, it was momentous. I was a kid that came around here and studied the Wood Memorial wind picture wall up on the 3rd floor. I could tell you every jockey, trainer, owner, horse, and it really dawned on me as I was coming into the winner's circle for that Wood Memorial, 20 years old, that I was going to join all those, legendary riders that were up on that wall. It meant a great deal. Aqueduct was so important to me. And Anthony, you make a great point. You were always aware of the Kentucky Derby race like this, but this was my backyard. The Wood Memorial was huge, and it wasn't that long before. As a kid, I got Eddie Maple's goggles after he won the Wood Memorial on Believe It, and then there I was in the room with Eddie Maple and those guys, Angel Cordero, George Vasquez, and winning a race like the Wood Memorial. So huge memories of coming out here with my father as a kid, and Aqueduct will always be extremely special to me, and that Wood Memorial obviously strong in my memory.
And Meg, as you were saying, Eternal Prince was a horse that really got brave and comfortable when you put him on the front end, and you kind of stole the show in that 85 edition.
Yeah, he loved to control things on the lead. He was coming out of a very fast-paced Gotham where he went wire to wire, 44 and change to the half. Butch Lenzini, his trainer, had me come work him from the wire back to the 5/8 pole to just see how he would negotiate the first turn, because he could be keen. And he bounced out to the lead. His ears went up. He went a half at 48, and school was out. And he beat an eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Proud Truth. So that was a really good day. Eternal Prince, his last win, unfortunately, didn't have a great trip in the Derby, but I think he was basically over the top by then. But he gave me a Wood Memorial and a Gotham Stakes. I always have fond memories of him.
I'm sure etched into your memory bank for sure, as we'll have more on this year's edition of the Wood Memorial coming up as we kick off a post parade here for the opener at the Big A. Here's your even money favorite, Bold Victory.
We haven't seen this one in right around 8 months. Even money is a huge price on this horse right now, Maggie.
You would have to think number 2, Raising Sand, would have to run a bit faster than he has.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve a little bit. His 2 races on the fast track surrounding that sloppy track race are pretty good.
Taking a lot of money, though, early as 7-2 is number 3, Cash Kid, another one coming in off a bench.
Yeah, second longest price on the board right now. Haven't seen him since Halloween. We'll see how he recovers from that layoff.
Stretch out, drop down on number 4, Be On Board.
I think he's one of the more logical alternatives to the favorite in here. 2 sprints to the route, dropping down. We'll see if Manny Franco can get him in front today.
Another drop down, but this one going from...
Stables owns this one. First horses my father ever trained were for Galliano Stable, for Jay Galliano's uncle Charlie. When I was a kid. So you would say, so for those of you who don't know, cousine, the literal translation is cousin.
Right.
You would say that Jay Galliano, even though we're not related, is my cousine.
That's
the best way to put it.
I love it. It's a fun name. As always, if you want to play along with today's show and follow the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys, make sure you do so with your free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download them today. Number 4, Be On Board, Anthony. There he is. Nice warm-up beneath Manny Franco. We will take a look at his last start, which was on March 5th here, going the 6.5 furlongs. Just didn't get away that cleanly.
No, he didn't. Hey, a stutter step start is probably the best way to put it.
Yep.
Andy and certainly and I were talking on Talking Horses today. Probably the best way to put it. And that stutter step start you're going to see here put him in a vulnerable spot so he doesn't break well. You'll see this right here. He's highlighted the number 2. Now, not only does he not break well, but inside, outside, come in, come out, like perfectly. So it could not have went worse for Be On Board last time. And the hopes is, you know, he recovered a bit. I don't think he was ever going to win after that start, but he recovered enough and was forward enough after that to give me some confidence that he'll be forward and probably in front today.
Exactly. That's kind of how I saw it, because after breaking that touch slow and then having the trouble, Manny had to hustle him up. Then he got a bit headstrong, and it just feels like with the extension and distance today that he bounces out, gets a little bit more comfortable. He's not rushed off his feet. Furthermore, he's a son of street sense, out of a Bernardini mare, and you look at him on screen there, you can tell he's kind of a long, rangy horse that should really physically appreciate the stretch out to this one-turn mile.
You just saw it on your screen. I just opened my NairaBets account, and I'm going to tell you what.
You're going all in here.
This was the kind of race where I think you wanted to watch the board. You always want to watch the board if you can. But I'm a pick 4 and a pick 5 kind of guy. I am surprised at a few things in here. Number 1, I thought Bold Victory would be 2-5. And we got 3.5 minutes to post, so that could still be his destiny. That's 1. 2, I don't know where all this Raising Sand money is coming from, because you put it best. He needs to improve. And this is a horse who, he doesn't lose contact, but he has 0 speed.
Behind slow paces.
Behind slow paces. In a race that you would imagine is going to have at least 1 in Be On Board, perhaps 2 in the 5, Once a Giant, be forward in here. You would imagine they're going to have a decided advantage over him, yet they're both bigger prices than Raising Sand. I kind of don't get it.
A little bit of a head scratcher with the money Raising Sand is taking. As we check back in with the MIG standing trackside, Richie, what are your thoughts on the current 4-5 favorite who, based solely upon his dirt races, it makes him a bit of a standout in this field?
I tell you, he's a standout on paper from his dirt races. Yeah, yes, he is coming off a layoff, but Maggie, he looked so good galloping off. I really didn't get a very good look at him in the paddock because they kept his fly net on, his blanket on for a while. When he galloped off, though, God, he framed up so beautifully, got over the ground so nicely. I mean, it's a very short price. I couldn't get past him. He absolutely won me over in the warm-up and could not look any better. A couple of horses, though, that I'm interested in. The 3-horse Cash Kid at a huge price. This is another horse coming off a layup. He looks very fit, kind of a lighter framed horse, so probably not too hard to get him to optimum fitness. He's a huge price, and he kept on coming back to me. I like the way he looked on the racetrack, bounced over the surface really nicely, and at a big price. He's a horse I'm going to use underneath the favorite. And the 5, Once a Giant, definitely has a look more of a turfy type with the kind of wider, flatter foot. But from a physical perspective, he could not look any better. He gets Jose Gomez has been riding in such good form, and he gets a 5-pound break in the weight. So he gets in with 113 pounds as compared to, let's say, the 3 Cash Kid, who had a big price, like I said, I am going to use, who gets in with 126. That's significant. I'm not a huge weight guy except when it comes to spreads, meaning the amount of weight more that a horse has to carry. So 13 pounds to me is significant. And Once a Giant, his 1 dirt race leaves a lot to be desired, but from a physical perspective, could not look any better. He's certainly sporting his Florida tan. And I tell you what, this track dried out amazingly well for the amount of rain we've got. I would be surprised if it's not labeled fast within a race or two. Beautiful, brilliant, sunshiny day. Nice breeze off of Jamaica Bay. Track's in great shape. Hats off to Glenn Kozak and the maintenance crew. Really got this Aqueduct strip in perfect. And Maggie, I want to apologize to you. You were stuck out here yesterday with the wind-driven rain, and I'm out here on this beautiful, sunshiny day. It seems like I've been getting lucky that way, so I am sorry in advance.
Not your fault, Mig. I am the bearer of a lot of bad luck when it comes to the weather. But I will be out there a little later. And with that being said, look for the rain to move in for the last two. No, I'm kidding. But it is remarkable that this track has been upgraded to good, considering all the rain that we got even last night.
You get to spend 2.5 hours with me, Maggie.
Oh, I mean, this is sensational.
There's no bigger sunshine than that.
No.
Took a lot of crabs and fish in my life out of that bay, by the way.
How are the crabs out of there?
They were good before they did some construction on the Cross Bay Bridge a bunch of years back. The crabbing was great.
What, did it extinguish them, or did
it kind of disrupted the ecosystem?
Yeah.
Turning into a marine biology edition of America's Day at the Races.
I love crabs, so I miss having crabs all the time.
You're a
Maryland,
girl, of course.
Yeah. But horses making their way back to the gate.
Now things look a little more normal. 3-5 on Bold Victory.
That's a big bounce up to 7-1 on Raising Sand. But Once a Giant, as far as pedigree is concerned, by street sense, the dam, although she was modest in the company that she kept, she did win on the dirt sprinting, though this one has sister to a multiple greatest stakes placed runner on synthetic, obviously being an Ontario bred. A lot of the family stays at Woodbine, where it's only turf and Tapeta.
Yes. And I think that goes along with what Richie was saying about how Once a Giant looks a little turf meant, right? Wouldn't be surprised if this was a little bit of a jumping off point, 2-month break.
How many horses has George Weaver had for the coach?
I was thinking about that today because it didn't dawn on me, no pun intended, that August Dawn had horses with Weaver. There may have been one or two in the past,
I think you're right.
if I'm not mistaken. A couple of 2-year-olds, perhaps.
All right.
Coach likes to spread them out. Coach went through a phase where he liked to spread them out a little bit.
That's all right. I like it. Spreading the wealth. It keeps, horses in for the conditions to fill races with more contenders. That's how it should be. But very interested in this horse, as you were saying. And Bold Victory, I mean, he has a handful of dirt races, some on wet tracks. But look, going back to 2020 in his dry track races, 82 and a 78. One of them in stakes races at Fort Erie, and one of them in an A other than.
Yeah, this is a horse I'm never going to pick. Never going to pick a horse like this.
All right. Like I said, Linda had him in for $20,000 a couple weeks ago as they are heading in line. I will say, though, that Linda, 180 layoff in dirt routes, 8 for 31. 26%, so not bad numbers coming in off the bench. We'll see what Bold Victory can do if he can finally break his maiden and start number 11 as a 5-year-old, or one of the up-and-comers, one of the 3-year-olds be on board, or Once a Giant take him down as we throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of the opener at the Big A.
Set for the start of the Friday opener. And they're off. Once a Giant out for the early lead. Kujine and Be On Board. They are heads apart, second and third. And then it's Raising Sand next in fourth. On the outside is Cash Kid. And it's been a troubling beginning for the favorite Bold Victory, who is at the back of the pack right now in sixth and about 8 lengths from the lead. Once a Giant takes the field up the backstretch. Once a Giant by 3/4 of a length. Kujine in second, and on the outside is Cash Kid, and alongside is Be On Board. And then a break of 4 lengths to Bold Victory, who is now settling down and moving up on the outside. Raising Sand is the trailer. Once a Giant takes the field to the half-mile pole. It's Once a Giant in front by a length and a half. Kujine next in second, followed by Be On Board down at the rail in third. Cash Kid is in fourth. Bold Victory is fifth, still 6 or 7 from the front as they race midway around the turn. Once a Giant in front right from the start, continues to lead here. Once a Giant kicks clear now to lead by 3. Kujine and Be On Board, they are second and third with Bold Victory now up into fourth. The field comes into the stretch. Once a Giant has built a 6-length lead. Then it's Be On Board, Kujine, Bold Victory out in the middle of the track. Once a Giant maintaining the lead, extending the lead. Oh, the coach would like this effort. Once a Giant breaks his maiden here decisively. Bold Victory, the favorite, does come on for second. Be On Board was third.
Once a Giant, Jose Gomez had a plan, put him on the lead, and nobody was catching him today. And Anthony, a bit of an untidy beginning for the favorite Bold Victory, put him way behind the 8 ball.
I can't imagine it would have made a difference today, Maggie. This horse, Once a Giant, came to play this afternoon, right to the top. I'm going to tell you what, if he is not a household name already after the winter he's had, you will hear from Jose Gomez in his career. I think he has a ton of ability and a bright, bright future. Put this horse on a lead today. They went the final time for the mile in 1:36.2. That's a fast time for a racetrack that got all of this rain that we've gotten for the last 36 to 40 hours. And you see right here at the break, he wins it. He pops out of the gate, and he's a length in front of the field at Once a Giant. And you see along the inside, Bold Victory. He kind of just gets away from there. It wasn't even flat-footed. He was just a little lethargic, like he hadn't done this for a while. And he hadn't. And here, he's just a little discouraged. You see maybe the kick back a little from the 2 Raising Sand, because it was hard to imagine that he'd be behind Raising Sand early in here.
Yep.
He just didn't have any real interest in the first half mile or so, and then he settled down and got some minor awards, but there was no doubt about this winner this afternoon.
All about Once a Giant, owned by Bill Parcells' August Dawn Farm, trained by George Weaver, who, after having a slow winter, has really started to heat up here at the Big A for this spring meet, picking up the 3rd victory in just a few short days of racing. Well, coming up next, we'll take another look at this year's Wood Memorial as 2 undefeated 3-year-olds early voting, and Morello look to keep their perfect records intact, but only one can remain perfect, as there's a lot more to come here on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Mild upset in today's opener as Once a Giant graduates in his 4th career victory, carrying actually 13 pounds less than the 1-2 beaten favorite Bold Victory, as Jose Gomez continues his hot hand, riding out his 5-pound apprenticeship here in New York. And our very own Richard Migliori is standing by with him now in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Maggie. And I always get a kick out of watching young guys that have ability. The thing that's impressed me so much, Jose, is you've just shown such steady improvement. Every day it seems like you're picking up more experience and you're looking good. How different is it from when you started, and how much better do you see a race now?
Well, it all starts, on paper, in the room. You start studying a bit more. You start getting, like you said, to see a race more from, just reading the program. And then you come out here and you just see where everybody's at once the gates open, and you just try to go from there.
It seems like those things slow down as you get more experience. Are you seeing things almost in slow motion at this point?
Not quite yet in slow motion, but, getting there, little by little. Yes, sir.
The other thing that impresses me, it seems like horses run into your hands so well. Like, you're on the lead here with Once a Giant, and he's just so comfortable. That's not something you could learn. It's something, it's a feel that you have, and it seems to me like you just have tremendous hands.
Well, honestly, thank you. And I just try to break them the best I can. You just try to get them going and just take a little hold once to get them going, running into the bit, and see how they feel, really.
Well, your agent's Angel Cordero Jr., Hall of Famer, legendary, one of the greatest riders in the history of thoroughbred racing. Are these things you guys discuss about getting position going forward and strategy?
Oh, yeah. Just coming out the gate is a real big thing. That's where it's make it or break it, really. There, you try to get the best position you can coming right out. Try to go with the horse, try to let him take you where he wants to be.
Well, guys, a young apprentice has got so much talent. I'm having fun watching him ride, develop, and Angel Cordero, maybe the greatest gate rider of all time as well. Certainly he's got a good kid here.
Angel's ways rubbing off on his Jose Gomez as they team up for yet another winner. Once a Giant for George Weaver returns $870 for the coach, Bill Parcells.
Yeah, I think the one thing a lot of people are waiting and reserving judgment on Jose Gomez, and you'll hear this a lot now, Maggie, and this is something you wouldn't have heard 25, 30 years ago. A lot of people are reserving judgment until they see this young man ride on the turf. Right, it's become such a huge part of our game that they want to see how he handles turf courses. I have very little doubt that he will ride the turf courses fantastically, for the simple fact that, and you heard Richie talk to him about it, he holds and maintains his position like he's a 10-year journeyman. Mm-hmm. He has a knack for saving ground. He has a knack for holding his position, and he's aggressive. Those are things that, even though turf racing is normally about patience, you need those 3 factors. You need to be able to exhibit those 3 things to then show the patience by getting yourself in that position early and holding it. And he does a great job at all 3.
Yeah, one of those things, too, is saving ground, which you always see Jose taking the shortest way around there, as hopefully tomorrow we will kick off turf racing here in New York. Also on the card is the Grade 2 Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World Casino, as Todd Pletcher, he has won 6 of the last 11 Wood Memorials, Anthony, and he will look to grab another one here. As you were saying, he has 3 horses in here. His best shot, though, coming with number 1, Mo Donegal. Yeah,
Mo Donegal returns to the scene of his biggest victory, having won a stretch battle in our Grade 2 Remsen back in December. We'll see him in his 2nd start of the year. Gulfstream Park, not really kind to his running style, and I think he is going to find the home cooking here in the Big Apple to his delight.
Speaking of home cooking, Golden Code, he's a New York bred.
Yep, New York bred, so he is used to being here in the Big Apple. You see those 2 names there, Kendrick Carmouche and Todd Pletcher? They have a little familiarity with the Wood Memorial. They won it last year at 75-1 with Bourbonnais.
Bourbonic.
Oh, yeah. I
You know,
always say
get
it
it right
wrong,
finally,
but
buddy.
I still think it's
He's a
right.
graded stakes winner now. No, I'm kidding. Number 3 for the Chad Brown barn, the son of Gunrunner, early voting.
He has been impressive to me because he went from the 6 furlongs to the 9 furlongs on a track here at Aqueduct that was kind of hard to really decode this winter. And he handled 2 different surfaces, 2 different distances, 2 different race dynamics with a plum. The horses that have come out of the withers have all pretty much run well. I'm looking forward to seeing early voting tomorrow in this Wood Memorial.
Blinkers coming off as a maiden. He has 4 runner-up finishes in 4 starts. That's long-term.
And let's see the Friday card, how much influence it has. Let's see how electability runs later on today to see if this guy gets upgraded or downgraded. He's 20-1. He's a maiden, but he is certainly not without chance from those Hall of Fame connections of Castellano and Fletcher.
Winning the Grade 3 Gotham last time and remaining undefeated, the son of Classic Empire, Morello.
Yeah, one of 3 undefeated runners in here. He has taken the incremental stretches out in distances very nicely. The Gotham is coming out party, sitting just off a horse that's going to be a shortish price in the Bayshore later on the Saturday card. He's your 8-5 morning line favorite. Let's see if the son of Classic Empire can take the 2 turns in the extra 1/8 of a mile.
Shipping up from South Florida is number 6, Skippy Longstocking.
Yeah, Skippy Longstocking. You're going to see Safi Joseph Jr., of course, White Barrio got the job done in the Florida Derby last weekend. Junior Alvarado going to keep them out. This horse, the son of Exaggerator, who won the 2016 Preakness. He might have appreciated a little more moisture being in this track than he's probably going to get now.
And Safi, giving credit to Junior Alvarado, said, this horse will love 2 turns, and he answered that question quite nicely with the win in A Other Than Company. Another gray horse for Safi Joseph is number 7, AP Secret.
Yeah, you kind of feel like maybe he just put him on the plane with Skippy Longstocking. They're going to be a couple of long prices for a trainer who's left his mark in South Florida and now has really burst onto the national scene with White Barrio, who's punched his ticket to the Kentucky Derby.
The 3rd undefeated horse is the 2nd New York bred, and that is number 8, Parise, who is stretching out from the mile to the 2-turn, 9 furlongs for the first time.
And he's kind of like a little bit like Morello. The only thing that's going to be different is one's 8-5 on the one line, the other one's 8-1. He has handled the stretch out in distance nicely. He's by the late Lauban, who could certainly get a horse to go 2 turns. We'll see what our winter meet leading rider Dylan Davis can do from the outside post 8. It's only post 8, but it's still the outside draw with that short run to the first turn.
That is your field for this year's Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World Casino, as it is also the no, it's not the ABR Race of the Week. That is the Carter, which we will preview in just a bit. But as we were saying, Anthony, Mo Donegal, he looks to be the one that could get things done for Todd Pletcher. Now, he has some trouble getting away from the gate. How much hindrance does that give him in this 2-turn, 9 furlongs tomorrow?
Maggie, at some point, this is going to have to stop because the water gets deeper every time he faces the starter, right? Tomorrow, it's important because he's coming into this having to run 1-2 if they want to get to Louisville on the first Saturday in May. He doesn't have the luxury of having one of those 50-point prep wins under his belt. So he's going to have to, and now he has a couple of horses in early voting and Morello who have a ton more early speed than he does. And they're going to be in much better position, especially if he breaks poorly. At some point, it has to stop. It's happened in 3 or 4 of his starts. The time he actually got away from there fairly decently, he found himself in a little trouble anyway because he's just not fleet-footed out of the gate. But, and this is a big but, if he breaks out of there, I think that race at Gulfstream is going to be a useful prep for him. I think he's getting to a place that not only has he had success at, but is far more kind to his running style. And there's going to be a little bit more forgiving of his bad habit. I think he's a dangerous player tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, he only has the 1 start as a 3-year-old this year. He, as we saw that footage from his win in the Grade 2 Remsen. A bit of a controversial win, but nonetheless a victory as Todd Pletcher. Here are his last 6 Wood Memorial winners. It feels like he's won one like every other year, basically.
And what's amazing about this list is there's a little something for everyone on here. Escondrea could have been anything. Jamalogist probably should have got beat to Alpha. Verrazano was 4-5. Bourbonic Everybody happy now? With 75 to 1.
And then you have an eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Vino Rosso in 2018.
It's as eclectic a list of horses you're going to get in the last 12 years of this race. It's a remarkable job, and you don't. It's not unexpected from a Hall of Famer now, right? It's still a little strange to call Todd a Hall of Famer because he's so young and we've grown so familiar with him around here. But it's amazing how he keeps horses here all year long. And Bourbonic was a great example. Bourbonic broke his maiden, I want to say, in December of last year.
In a maiden 50.
In a maiden 50. I called the race. I was filling
in
for
for
Johnny I that day. Yeah, when he was Bourbonic. The announcer called him Bourbonic that day. I'm sticking to that, by the way. But yeah, it just goes to show you how he can do it with all types of horses, right? Verrazano wintered down in South Florida. He broke his maiden on New Year's Day. He won the Tampa Bay Derby, and he was able to ship him up here. Or he takes a horse like Bourbonic and he keeps him here all winter long. It's the group of horses he's won this race with, and he's going to. I think he took 3 shots at it last year. He's going to take 3 more shots at it this year. Can you blame him?
No. We'll see if he can do it with the big upset, which would be with the maiden long term. But there's also several other graded stakes. One of the 5 is the Bayshore, where Witt, last year's Grade 3 Sanford winner, is looking to jumpstart his 3-year-old campaign in the 7 furlong staple here at the Big A.
Bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, and Richard Migliori in with you as of now, as tomorrow, the Grade 3 Bayshore for the 3-year-olds going the 7 furlongs. It's the jumping off point for last year's Sanford winner. That's Witt, and he is looking to give Todd Fletcher his 3rd win in this race. Anthony, this is another horse that has a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate at times.
The sprinting version of Mo Donegal. Silks are a little different, and the name's a little shorter, but yes. Another one who, I think he proved this later on in the year, and the hopeful in the Champagne, he's going to need to break better. And in a race like this tomorrow, where his biggest rival may be coming right down the Shedrow, and in Dean's list, who has a gigantic tactical advantage with his speed over a horse that, and these horses, Maggie, when they break poorly, I don't have to tell you, when they break poorly, they not only cost themselves early on, but they leave themselves vulnerable and susceptible to getting bumped at the start and to getting into trouble early and losing that coveted position we talked about when talking about Jose Gomez earlier. So he has a ton of talent, this horse, and it certainly looks like the shorter distances will be better for him. Maybe he's not a horse that wants to go along the Triple Crown Trail, but he's talented, and like I said, he may find his biggest rival right down the Shedrow in Dean's List.
He's the son of Practical Joke. You also have to maybe be a little bit concerned the long layoff, as he is the 2-1 morning line favorite, and he was a horse that was very good as a 2-year-old. Will he go on from there? But the Distaff kicks off the graded stakes action. Hopefully Danger's Hour we will see on the turf tomorrow, and then the Wood Memorial, and then bringing up the back end, the Carter Grade 1 Gazelle Stakes, and the Bayshore to round things out, going as race number 11 just before 6:30. Back here today at the Big A, race number 2 making their way onto the track. It's an off-the-turf A other than. We kick off this post-parade with Civil War. He's coming back off of a long layoff now as a 4-year-old.
Ships up for Tommy Albatrani from his now Tampa Bay base. He tried the Grade 3 Dwyer when last seen back in July.
Here is your MTO favorite, King Kumbale.
Yep, comes in off a third-place finish behind Winterpool in an A other than here. If he faces just 3 rivals in here, and if he can find that Parks form, he'll win this race easily.
Returning as a new gelding, a Shoddy, who's shown an ability to at least be competitive on the dirt.
Yeah, just 2 dirt races on his card, a third in the off-the-turf Pennine Ridge, and a fourth in an off-the-turf entry-level allowance race, another one returning from a layoff.
Complete unknown, will Gussie Mack handle the dirt?
Yeah, we'll find out. Entire European pedigree here. 3 dirt works, I should say, down at Fair Hill. And, yeah, as big a question mark as you're going to see. This horse is actually not the longest shot on the board. I'm a little surprised by that.
Strange.
Really strange. Civil War is the longest shot on this tote board, and you could knock me over with a feather, because I never thought that would happen in here.
And I know he hasn't run particularly fast, but he's faced some serious fields, albeit on the main track, and he definitely has the most, other than King Kumbale, the most accomplished dirt form.
And save his maiden win, his 2 best results, and 2 of his 3 best figures have come with lacings.
This is King Kumbale, who is a PA bred, who has run far and away better against PA bred restricted competition in 2 of his last 4 starts, but at least his last start here, 9 furlongs at the Big A, maybe it was a little bit of a glorified starter allowance, but still, he ran okay as far as a buyer speed figure.
And I think the blinkers that went on 2 starts back helped him, right? Now we'll cut back to the mile. He ran well enough last time. I mean, that 74 buyer speed figure he ran last time without any improvement with the cutback in distance puts him in the winner's circle in here. Mm-hmm. So if you would imagine that the cutback in distance is going to help, and the fact that he's facing, 2 horses that have never won on, one horse has never run on the dirt, another horse has never won on the dirt, and the other horse has won a maiden claimer and an optional starter allowance claiming race, you have to think his chances are pretty good.
For more on the odds-on favorite, King Kumbale, we check back in with the MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. I listen, King Kumbale looks terrific. Everybody knows I'm a big Dave Duggan fan. I think he does a terrific job. Horses always well turned out, and his last race really points him out. He's the only one of this group that was actually hopeful the race would come off the turf, entered for main track only. Looks fantastic, 4 to 5, a bit too short for me, but he's going to be a handful to beat. The 2-horse Civil War really stood out also. He's ultimately going to be my top selection. He's coming off a layoff for trainer Tom Albatrani, who's a trainer that, admittedly, I think races his horses into condition, but he's been training at Tampa Bay Downs. I love that surface. I think horses get a lot out of that surface training there, and he's definitely sporting a Florida tan. Came up really healthy. Coat looks great, and he is a horse that won first time out. That's the ultimate layoff. So at 7-2 with the hot bug boy Jose Gomez aboard, I'm going to take a stand with the 2 Civil War over King Kumbale, your favorite.
Richie, we see number 8 in here, Gussie Mack, taking some money. Why? Do you see any reason why this horse would be effective on the main track?
Honestly, he looks a lot more turfy to me. He got a big, aggressive warm-up, but even in his gallop, the way he was breaking over the ground in the dirt still kind of said turf to me more. I mean, he's in a good spot to try it, obviously 4-horse field, and a lot of times when horses that maybe are more turf meant can get in the bridle and stay balanced and not be kind of hustled off their feet, maybe it'll carry a little bit further. I'm just really seeing much more turf.
Meg, you are riding King Kumbale here. What do you do if you're Luis Rodriguez Castro?
Well, I'm coming out forward. It's a small field. I don't want to be victimized. I want to make sure I create the trip I want. If a rider's going to make a mistake, better to make an aggressive mistake than a passive one. I never wanted to be victimized in a small field. Everybody's aware of where everybody else is. Also, King Kumbale, and talking with Dave Duggan, his conditioner, he feels like he's a horse that just is a little bit one pace. So if you're on a horse that's a bit one pace, put him up in the game and rely on your stamina, not looking for a turn of foot. Just keep grinding away at them, particularly in a small field, Maggie.
Meg, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Anthony. I mean, if you're Luis, you are, and this horse isn't devoid of early speed, you're bouncing out and just seizing the bull by the horns.
No question about it. And Luis Rodriguez Castro does not get a lot of opportunity here on this circuit. But he's an aggressive rider. And you would imagine that in a short field, on a prohibitive favorite, you're going to you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable. It's the harness racing mentality, right? And especially with and that's great insight. Your trainer is admitting that you're one-paced, right? That is as off the trainer's out of the handbook. That's not in the handbook, one-paced. You never admit that your horse is one-paced. But if you're going to be one-paced, you might as well be on the front end. I
got to say, Dave Duggan is one of the most insightful and brutally honest trainers that we have on the
That's
backside.
refreshing.
I love, I always, if I see something maybe just that he's doing a little bit differently with the horse, I go and ask him, and I get a direct and detailed answer, which is always appreciated.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. You like to know that about horsemen and horsewomen, that sometimes you do something a little unconventional. A lot of them will play it close to the vest. Mm-hmm. There were guys like, I spent a lot of time with Alan Jerkins. If you could have asked Alan, you literally could have asked Alan anything. Alan diagnosed other trainers' horses' problems over the phone. I mean, he was that good.
Yeah.
But some guys and gals want to keep it a little more close to the vest. Listen, they're all trying to win races out there, but it's great to know a guy like Dave Duggan, who's not one of our bigger trainers on the circuit, who doesn't have a barn full of horses, is willing to share his secrets.
This race, and obviously he has drafted too, who's a nice horse, undrafted rather. But is playing in the claiming ranks. So a lot of times you see the trainers that are playing in the claiming ranks hold things close to the vest and won't be quite as divulgent with information. But good to know about King Kumbale. We'll see if Luis is aggressive from the gate. Shoddy, off the layoff, heading into line as we head upstairs to John Gabriel for the call of race 2 from Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Gussie Mack going out for the early lead. King Kumbale came away running in second. Then it's Shoddy, and Civil War, who's down at the rail as they race up the chute. King Kumbale now to take a narrow lead. The big favorite is in front. Gussie Mack on the outside runs in second. Civil War is third. Shoddy is now the trailer in fourth. As they move up the backstretch, and the quarter over the good going was 23 4/5 seconds. King Kumbale is the leader here by a length. Down at the rail, Civil War alongside Gussie Mack. Civil War is second by a half length now. Gussie Mack next in third, length and a half to Shoddy. King Kumbale has the lead here. King Kumbale now getting away to lead by a little more than a length as Gussie Mack now moves up on the outside to get closer. The half one in 47 4. They're going around the far turn. It is King Kumbale in front here with Gussie Mack next in second. Shoddy moves up on the outside to grab third. Civil War is now in fourth. It is King Kumbale with the lead. Civil War now slips on through now and has moved up into second. They are at the top of the stretch. It is King Kumbale with the lead. Civil War on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:12-1. It is King Kumbale who's being urged on now, and King Kumbale has a 2.5 length lead. Civil War is next in second, and it will be King Kumbale at 2-5. Civil War completes the exacta.
The two confirmed dirt horses in this field run 1-2, Anthony. It was pretty easy as far as handicapping this one, I'd say.
It was fun to watch that race, the chess match going on behind the favorite. And again, you know, you would think this is a paid advertisement for Jose Gomez. He did such a great job trying to like pop the upset on the favorite. He was kind of all coy, saving ground, just sitting there patient, right? You saw the rider on the number 7, Shorty, Dylan Davis, demonstrative, trying to hustle his horse into contention. Jorge Vargas kept after Gussie Mack, and Jose was just sitting there like a church mouse, not doing anything, and then he just sprung the latch and tried to run by the favorite, who was just too much for the second choice to handle today.
Yeah, and, you know, getting away with tepid fractions as well. King Kumbale able to power home and get the win with Luis Rodriguez Castro in the irons for Dave Duggan.
Now, Mags, we see 136-2 for the first race. These horses just 1/5 of a second faster.
Yeah.
Right? Older horses, 3-year-old last race, right? That horse was a 3-year-old?
Yes.
3-year-old, right? So this racetrack, and it's good to see that this racetrack trying to kind of quickening up a little bit as it dries out, as you would imagine. I mean, this track, Richie mentioned this earlier. If you look, when you're looking at racetracks, right, sloppy track, you see the standing water, muddy track, you see the moisture in the track. Is this good? Right. This horse,
they're not going in.
No.
You would have to think, because it was rolled so tight throughout yesterday and then rolled after the races when we got more rain, and then just squeegeed, I'm sure, back rake. So it is, I'm sure there's a good firm base to it. And as you were alluding to, this racetrack has to be upgraded at some point.
Glenn and Brian and the rest of the crew do such an amazing job here. It's almost like we're spoiled. Right? We expect nothing less at this point. This track is in fantastic shape for the weekend.
Well done, guys. But over at Oaklawn, we kick off with the first race. It is a claiming 8 for the older fillies and mares, going to mount a 16th and 8-5 on the horse going from turf to dirt. That's Swanage.
Let's see what Swanage does from the rail draw. Francisco Arrieta for this horse's local return debut. See how aggressive he is from the iron.
Road test, second off a little bit of a layoff. Didn't do much running last time.
No, just 2 races in a year and a half. The horse will have to improve. He's a big price, though, at 11-1.
Deigel? I'm going to go with?
Yeah, we'll go with Deigel.
Okay.
0 for 9 at Oaklawn. Gets the 7-pound bug. Chelsea Bailey back aboard to see how aggressive she is early.
Has not done much recently as number 4. Mostly Awesome. I thought was supposed to win last time at Sam Houston.
I could not agree with you more. Now comes in from Sam Houston, Delta, Prairie Meadow, so a little bit of a raise in class. This was a short price at 2-1.
First off the claim and getting a big price, Close to Me, number 5.
Broberg has the 4. He lost Close to Me last time for a barn that's 0 for 22. 5-1 because of that trainer change. This horse is a little live.
6-year-old mare is number 6, Daring.
Yeah, she's going to need a little bit of a form reversal. Her last 2 races were not very good.
Caught very wide, and her last was number 7, Persisto.
And is that her destiny again, Maggie, from post 7, right? Doesn't have really a lot of early speed. Maybe can save a little ground under the bug rider. We'll see. 7-2 is a little bit short on this one as well, I thought.
Well, our eyes and ears on the scene is only our current resident Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, as we check in with Gary for the first time today. Gary, David Cabrera seems as though he is well on his way to capturing his first Oaklawn Park meet title.
Yes, he is, Maggie, and he's really asserted himself. 13 in front in the rider standings right now. Francisco Arrieta, 13 behind with 49 wins, and then right behind that with 47 is Ricardo Santana. Listen, Francisco Arrieta did not ride yesterday, and he's not going to be riding today. Picking up the one horse, Swanage, will be John Geraldo. And the reason for him not riding, I spoke with his agent earlier this morning. Listen, riding racehorses is a dangerous way to make a living, but one thing a jockey should never do, and that is home repairs. Evidently, he was doing some repair work at his house, and he sliced his index finger on the outside of it, lengthwise along the outside of the finger, and he tried to super glue it. Super glue it closed. It didn't work out well. He plans to possibly ride tomorrow, but that lead looks to extend. He was on some extremely live horses throughout today, so going to be rider changes throughout the day for Francisco Arrieta. He's not the first jockey to want to do home repairs. Hall of Famer Jerry Bailey, years ago, there was a hurricane coming into Florida, South Florida. He decided he was going to put the plywood up on the windows. He fell off the ladder, injured a lower extremity. Gabriel Saez coming back off of a layoff right now where he broke his ankle. He was doing home repairs too. So guys, if you're listening out there, don't be like me, don't be like them, and hire somebody to do the home repairs. Stay away from that stuff, guys.
Great advice for Ryder Gary. I love it. But feeling bad for Francisco Arrieta, I'm sure it is frustrating. But again, you know, your job's pretty dangerous enough.
Super glue. It's a new one. That's the jockey handbook. Can't ride today. I super glued my hand. That's fantastic. By the way, Sparty Sense, the number 2 in the next race, will be Gabe Saez, and Martin Garcia will ride the 1 Centurion in race 3 for our portion of the program.
Good stuff, Anthony. Thank you. As Gary said, John Geraldo on the 1 Swanage here.
I like the 5 a little bit here, close to me. Hopefully Swanage and Mostly Awesome can duke it out on the front end, and maybe Albert Lopez. We kept saying bug, bug, bug. He's a 7-pound bug as well. He's got a couple of wins at the meet. Let's see if he can work out some position here. He's just juicy price, too, at 5-1.
Yeah, horse doing really well, closing from well off the pace last time out. But to get the action underway, we head out to Vic Stauffer. He has your call of race 1 from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Mostly Awesome and Daigle show speed. Swanage is also fast at the rail. These 3 are quickest. Swanage puts her head in front. Road Test and Persisto is next, then Close to Me, and the early trailer is Daring. It is Swanage to ride the rail for John Geraldo, and she leads by a half length from Daigle in second. Then Mostly Awesome, 3 deep in third and 2 from the front, with Road Test the gray, 4th at the rail, 2.5 off the lead. 2.5 more back to Close to Me and Persisto. Daring is the trailer, but now it's much closer order. 5 lengths first to last as Swanage leads. It is Swanage just ahead in front of Daigle. Mostly Awesome going to turn up the heat, and here comes Mostly Awesome. David Cabrera puts her in gear, and she goes all the way up to put her head in front. Persisto races in 4th, and now 2 from the lead with Road Test and Close to Me. Daring is between horses. She's last, but only 3 off the lead, and the 2 favorites hook up, passing the half-mile pole. It is Swanage at the rail and Mostly Awesome outside, and they are level, leaving the backstretch with 3 furlongs left to race. Swanage and Mostly Awesome. They are joined by Close to Me and Persisto, and those 2 also move up, and we're about to have 4 across the racetrack rounding the far turn, and there goes Close to Me and Persisto. Those 2 are now 1-2 as Mostly Awesome and Swanage are back to 3rd and 4th. 3 back to Road Test, top of the stretch, and Swanage at the rail. Persisto in the center. Mostly Awesome got squeezed between horses. So they come to the final furlong, and now the leader is Close to Me. Close to Me is in front. Swanage battles on in second, and then to the outside, and Persisto in third, but it's Close to Me clear. Swanage holding second. Road Test might get third. Close to Me in front. Close to Me won by 2. Swanage was second. Road Test third, and Persisto finished 4th.
We'll have and keep you updated on the condition of the riders at Oaklawn Park. Scary Fall in the stretch. Unofficially, number 5, Close to Me. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy was at number 1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy. the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Back here at Aqueduct, race number 2, won by your heavy favorite, King Kumbale for Dave Duggan, Luis Rodriguez Castro in the irons. And Dave Duggan just doing a fantastic job for the limited number of horses, entering them well, and he's hitting at near 30% for this current year.
Yeah, you see him in his customary vest in the winner's circle there. Luis Rodriguez Castro did a good job getting this horse in front, in the clear, and when Civil War came calling, had plenty of horse left underneath him to just kind of edge away and maintain a 2-3 length lead through the lane.
Those are not the right prices.
And I wish I could have got $8 on King Kumbale today. I'd have ran off this set quicker than you've ever seen a fat guy run before in your life.
King Kumbale, a son of Shanghai Bobby, out of the Flower Alley mare, Lovely Stay, bred by Hall of Famer Jonathan Shepard.
The one and only.
Yeah, King Kumbale does return $290. Only exacta wagering available in the 4-horse race for the second, as race number 3 coming up, also off the turf, but this one's staying a little bit more intact. It's a New York bred maiden special weight. They will contest the 6 furlongs on the main track here, as Trevor McCarthy, he is on second-time starter Oregano here, but Trevor is coming off the back of a second-place finish in the Aqueduct Winter Meet. And currently, he's third. We'll see if he can capture a New York riding title after many in the Mid-Atlantic, but more to come on Trevor here on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, live racing from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, Queens, as well as out in Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park. Race 3 in the paddock as of now, and we see 3-1, a tepid favorite in the third time starting, but second time on the dirt, Christophe Clement trainee hereby.
Actually, just switched. The one Salt Key.
First time
is
starter.
5-2. And it all always ties together. Salt Key is a half to Bayshore winner, Long Haul Bay.
And
full
K.
to Silly Key, yeah.
See, the debate continues.
I was told Key.
By?
Linda Rice, who trained Silly Key.
She told me K.
She told me Key.
When Silly K was running.
That was her, she told me Key. And I'm going to tell you why she told me Key.
But she also said, I'm not really sure.
With the risk of our illustrious producer, Miss Levites, making fun of me, it was her 2000th win. Silly Key was her 2000th win.
Yeah, I remember.
And I called her 2000th win.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to get cute with Silly K is 2K. But I was told that it is Silly Key. So I did not embarrass myself and say Silly K is 2K.
Well, let me tell you, I've embarrassed myself plenty of times with these K
I have as well.
Names. Again, it makes sense to send in, when you name a horse, how you want it pronounced.
The phonetics. I don't disagree. Like even Johnny I was like Cugini.
Right, and he's Italian.
Well,
but
that's
what's
because
his excuse?
the Italian people will use. So Cugini is like a slang.
Ah.
So his slang pronunciation is different than my slang pronunciation. He's still my Cugine. He's still my paisan. But I mean, we just talk a little.
I have to admit, I did it once with a horse we named Enosoit, and if you read it verbatim, it looked like Enosoit.
Okay.
But Enosoit, I should have.
YT would have been the way to spell it phonetically.
Anyway, as we check in with our very own Richard Migliore standing by in the paddock for more on this field of New York bred maidens.
Yeah, really interesting group of horses, and just interesting from a physical perspective. The 3 and the 4, the 3 Uragano and the 4 hereby, very similar type of horses, shorter coupled, very squat, blocky kind of horses, thick, making a nice impression. If I had to critique one thing, I just think that the 3 Uragano has more of that typical dirt type of angle to his pastern, and the smaller hoofs. He's a small son of Laoban. Usually Laobans are rangier, but he looks like he should be quick. He didn't break particularly well first time, but I would think if he gets away cleanly, he'll show more speed today, just being more tuned in. The 4 hereby looks great, son of hard spun. And again, just very muscular, very thick through the hindquarters, very powerful looking horse, making his third start for Christophe Clement. The 8 horse I have to mention, media sensation from the Tom Morley barn, more because he nearly jumped on me, almost landed on me over here by the clock here at Aqueduct. I was having flashbacks, a little post-traumatic stress for a moment, but Groom did a good job. You can avoid me getting stepped on. And the 10 horse, Patrick the Great, I tell you, he caught my eye. Went over, talked to Jorge Abreu, his conditioner, because the horse has got a nice steady work tab. I like the works. He says he's been very happy with the horse, and that he was actually happy it came off the grass, and that he's been very quick away from the gate. He has an outside post, so even if he is, first-time starter, step slow, he should be able to get into a good rhythm. But talking with Jorge Abreu, certainly seems like he's very happy with the way this horse has been training, and looking at him from a physical perspective, certainly made a nice impression here in the paddock, guys.
Meg, thank you. Not much pedigree to go on, though, with Patrick the Great, son of Bellamy Road. Obviously, that's good for the dirt. The Dam one going long on both turf and dirt. But the Dam is 21, and this is only her 3rd foal to make it to the races.
Yes.
Take that as a negative?
Yeah, of course. You almost have to, right?
Yeah.
But again, it all comes full circle. Bellamy Road.
You know what I just saw going by?
I believe that was Christophe Clement.
No, Andy Serling. Isn't it like an unwritten rule that we shouldn't be on camera if we're not working?
I mean, the guy's a glory hound.
Correct. Sorry, what were you going to say? It's the first time starter from the Chad Brown barn, so of course going to take attention here.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of not a lot of form to go on, right? He's one of 4 firsters in this 7-horse field, so kind of makes sense.
Positive or negative that he keeps him in off the turf when intended to run on the turf?
I think with his pedigree, it's a positive.
Absolutely. He's a chestnut, though. His 2 brothers, they were bay. This is Salt Key.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. Again, half to Long Haul Bay, a Bayshore winner, full to Silly Key, a multiple New York Bred Stakes winner. Taking all the action, 2 to 1.
Does look very fit on the track as well. Second-time starter Uragano for Kelly Breen.
He took some money in his debut with 3 to 1. Did not have a good start. Had a little bit of a learning experience. I think we're going to see a much improved effort second time.
Hereby has run on both surfaces, though Crystal Camont entered him as an MTO, stepping back up into maiden special weight company.
He was in a loaded dirt race where he was really wide throughout back in May of last year. We haven't seen him now in 9 months.
Box of Joe has never stepped foot on the dirt or against New York Bred Company.
Mike Maker ships this one up from Turfway
Oh.
Park.
This horse is so frustrating.
That was Maggie getting a little
angry with our horse here.
Yes.
Media sensation.
Yep, Dam was 3 for 9. Sire won the 2016 Preakness.
Javier's not going to like that. Thomas.
I don't think any of them like it.
Number 9, Goldquist. This one sold for a lot of money at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Worked 10 flat, which is a very fast work at that sale. And it's really annoying, Anthony, because this horse does go with the pony. So
First full Goldquist out of a Speightstown mare who was 1 for 7, paid a lot of money, like you said, Maggie. I don't know if this horse was supposed to be turf meant, but they're going to leave this horse in on the dirt.
No, it actually he has more of a dirt pedigree, to be fair. He didn't move like a turf horse, though. But then again, you couple that with working fast over a dirt surface. I don't really know what to make of that horse. And then number 10, Patrick the Great.
Yeah, you mentioned the Dam is in her 20s now, just 3 foals. Bellamy Road, of course, a sensational Wood Memorial winner back in 2005.
9 looked great warming up, didn't he? A first-time starter, Goldquist.
Yeah, pardon my back. I wanted to see how some of these firsters broke off from the pony and to see what kind of a warm-up they were getting. They all looked really good on the racetrack. Goldquist
by far the best.
By far the best. And, you know, I am someone who will absolutely, positively ride the wave of a hot barn. And it seems like the flip just switched on in the George Weaver barn down in South Florida and up here. Everything's running.
You mean the switch just flipped on?
What did I say?
The flip just switched on.
I said the flip
so
just switched.
That's like a Maggieism. I mean,
it's been a long week. The switch flipped. Thank you, Khaleesi. And this horse is, you know, Chad Brown is coming off of a meet in the winter here that he won at almost 50%. And his firster's 5 to 2 with a ton of pedigree. And then we look at Goldquist. We don't really have any kind of pedigree at all as the first foal from the Dam who raced just 7 times. And this was only a point lower. A point higher on the tote board, I should say. That's very interesting to me.
You know, maybe I was wrong in saying he does have more of a dirt pedigree. It's just Nyquist on the top is very good with dirt sprinters. The Dam won a turf sprint. This is her first foal going back a generation. The second Dam, all due respect, was graded stakes placed on the turf, but also a stakes winner going long. So it's kind of a, you know, dually talented pedigree as far as surface is concerned. And I just thought, as you mentioned, a high purchase price for a horse that doesn't have that much immediate pedigree to go on is wanting to be a little bit green with.
And if you're watching, the outrider just had to go and kind of help Eric Cancel out a little bit, give this horse back to the pony. So, you know, feeling really good on the racetrack. And that's something I think, you know, you and Richie could speak more to this, but this horse looks like he is ready to rumble this afternoon.
I couldn't agree with you more. He looks quick. He's acting quick. And as you and I both said, I thought he looked best out on the racetrack. But somebody that has a much closer vantage point than us up here on the 3rd floor is Mig, who's trackside.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. Well, first, we'll start with the 3, Uragano. I liked him in the paddock, and he continued to elevate in my eyes on the racetrack, and ultimately he's going to be my top selection. I just think the experience of the one race has really moved him forward. I think he understands why he's here. He's much more clued in, and I do think he'll show improved speed today. The 9, Goldquist, who I did not really in the paddock, didn't really stand out to me, kind of didn't catch my attention. Definitely liked his warm-up, looked much better galloping away and over towards the starting gate, made a nice impression. Good mover, really nice mechanics to his stride. And when he got to the point where he caught sight of the gate in front of him, that's when he kind of put his toes in and he wanted company. That's when the outrider went to the rescue, if you will, brought him back to his pony. You know, some horses are herd animals. Sometimes they don't want to go certain places without some company to kind of let them know it's okay. But Goldquist certainly elevated, in my eyes, on the racetrack. And the 10, Patrick the Great, continued to impress me. I wonder if 6 furlongs is not going to be a bit short for him. I do think the outside post will aid him, although Jorge Abreu did say he's been very quick away from the gate in the morning. But he just seems like a horse that maybe he'll need a little bit of time to kind of unravel his legs a little, if you will. But certainly a very interesting group. I'm going to go with the 3, hoping that the second start will kind of put him where he needs to be to show his best.
He did come back after that first start and breaking slowly with a quick 3 furlong gate drill. And John Atfield, assistant to Kelly Breen, I'm sure just saying, "Oi, buddy, you got to wake up a little bit here."
You think you hit him with the oi?
Oi. It's an English thing.
That's true. It's also a Jewish thing. Oi.
Oi. Yeah. But, yeah. Never mind.
Oy vey. That's where I would go with it. I like Uragano too. I got to tell you though, Mick, Goldquist is frightening me right now. I am absolutely in love with everything I've seen from this horse on the racetrack. See that patch of grass right there?
Yeah.
They can't see that. That's where I grew up.
Yeah. About the only grass you can get around here other than the turf course.
And the turf, I got to tell you, I'm really looking forward to hopefully, I would imagine with the weather day we're having, that we're going to be able to get on the turf tomorrow.
Hopefully no more rain. There is some chance of showers throughout the day tomorrow, but I do think, given, as you said, the weather today, that we should be making our turf debut for 2022.
How about these 2 firsts being the same price?
I think it's very significant with regards to the 9 in here, Goldquist.
No question about it. No question about it. I mean, just taking every dollar right into the Chad Brown firster. Look at those 2 turf horses.
Looks ready, yeah?
Whew.
Can't wait.
Amazing.
And turf racing is just so beautiful at the end of the day with the colors and the green, and really looking forward to it. You get deep, contentious fields as well. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be on it, especially for the featured turf stake, the Danger's Hour.
Yes, looking forward to.
Have any thoughts about that race?
I think I'll be on for that race tomorrow. You're gonna have to tune in. I'm not giving anything away.
All right. Now we will see Rinaldi returning for his 6-year-old Bow, the New York bred. He's back on the turf after a brief dirt experiment. We'll also see the venerable 7-year-old Therapist, a fellow New York bred, but 2-1 on the morning line value proposition for Chad Brown. Last seen running second in the Tropical Turf Cup at Gulfstream Park. Danger's Hour, it's race number 7 tomorrow, going a mile on the inner turf course. As horses are heading in line, Chad Brown holding strong with the favorite, a first-time starter from the rail, Salt Key.
Uragano's second choice in both the double and the pick 3. Not far behind at all in the double, by the way. So I'll stick with my guns with Uragano in here, the number 3.
All right, and 3-1 still on Goldquist. We'll see what he brings to the table. First time out here. That's the 3 Diamonds farm horse, number 5 Box of Joe, heading into line, facing New York breds for the first time. I'm sure they probably wanted to run him on turf, considering he ran well sprinting on the Tapeta first time out. As we do have a rider off Uragano in here, number 3, but I just heard the 1 out shout, and that means throw it on up to John Embriel as he has the call of race 3 from Aqueduct.
And they're all in line. And they're off. There's Goldquist, sent out for the early lead. Box of Joe is there, along with a Hereby. Moving up on the inside is Salt Key, along with Uragano. Advancing on the extreme outside is Patrick the Great. It is Goldquist who has a narrow lead here, challenged by Hereby. And on the outside is Patrick the Great, a close-up third. Salt Key down at the rail runs in fourth. Box of Joe is now back running in fifth. It's almost 4 lengths to Oregano in sixth. And way back is Media Sensation. Up front, Goldquist on the inside and Hereby on the outside. They ran the opening quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Patrick the Great is next in third. Almost 3 lengths to Salt Key in fourth. The field heads for home. It's Goldquist closest to the rail. Hereby on the outside. Goldquist narrowly. Hereby is all out in second. Then Patrick the Great, followed by Salt Key as they come down for the 16th pole. And it is Goldquist who now opens up here. Goldquist in front. Patrick the Great moves to second. So the firsters will be 1-2 here. Goldquist, the winner under Eric Consell.
Sharp on track in the preliminary, sharp out of the gate as Goldquist took them gate to wire, Anthony.
Ran to his looks.
Yep.
Everything about this horse from the time he left the paddock until the time he walked into the starting gate screamed, bet on me today. And if you listen to him, straight from the horse's mouth, would you get yourself 7-2 when all was said and done? Yeah, 7-2. 7-2.
Yep. Not much noise from the well-back firster who was down on the rail. Not ever an easy place to be for your debut in Salt Key. And then the other first-time starter from the Jorge Abreu barn, owned and trained, Patrick the Great, rounds out the exacta.
Yeah, came from off the pace, was on the outside, and was able to get past Hereby, who gave the firster, the winning firster, all he could handle for about 5/8 of a mile.
George Weaver picks up his second win on the card, this time around with Goldquist for Pick 6 Racing. Son of Nyquist took a little while to get to the races after being purchased for $310,000 as a 2-year-old, but immediately rewards his connections with the win first time out here in the third at Aqueduct.
Yeah, big effort. Big effort from the source. They won, and again, we're seeing a pretty fast time here, right around 1:11 for the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, nice surface for today's racing as he will get his picture taken. Good-looking son of Nyquist. As we see assistant trainer to George Weaver, Blair Golan, heading into the winner's circle, race number 2 coming up as we have Allowance Company, Non-2 Life, 5.5 furlongs. Some quick horses in here as we see 8-5 on number 4. Now 3-2. Strato Fortress, 4-year-old son of the Factor.
Yes, behind repeat winner Ernie Banker last time out, 3-2. I didn't think anybody should be that short in here, but I guess if somebody was going to be, 7-5 now, it would be this one.
Yeah, as we will have more, though, from the incident going back to today's first race when we catch up with Gary with regards to David Cabrera and Chelsea Bailey. Number 1 kicks off the post parade, though. First off the claim, Be Easy.
Yeah, Be Easy has some speed from the rail. Tiago Pereira going to climb aboard for the first time, 5th different rider in 5 starts.
Gabe Saez picks up the mount on number 2, Sparty Sense.
Broke the maiden going 5.5 furlongs. This distance last time, finished behind the favorite in his first start off a melee off 2 back.
Runoff speed is provided by number 3, Lockup.
Yeah, the coach, Dwayne Lucas, has this horse. Not good efforts in his last 2, but this is a fantastic Stallone movie, Lockup. Look it up if you haven't seen it.
Definitely haven't. Will do. Gray, son of the Factor, Strato Fortress for Jerry Hollendorfer. As you said, Ernie Baker's, he just rattled off 3 in a row.
Streaking down in Oaklawn Park. Yeah, this horse ran well 2 starts back when he broke his maiden in start number 7. I don't know about that price, though.
David Cohen picks up the mount on number 5, stayed him for half, and I think he's faced the best field.
He has. He ran against Zozos on the first start of 20-1, ran a good second, and the blinkers went on, and he galloped in his maiden race in his local debut.
Ricardo Santana back aboard Pressure, who does apply blinkers for this start.
Pair of blinkers, an outside draw. You got an aggressive ride to Ricardo Santana Jr., who hasn't seen this horse since his debut. he's the long shot looking here, right, Maggie? It's 6-1 because from that draw, Santana can see how it all unfolds inside of him, and maybe he's the horse you want to get into your exotics, if not get him into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I think the blinkers going on should help him quite a bit as we do check in with Gary Stevens. Gary, going back to the first race, we saw scary moments with regards to number 4, Mostly Awesome, and David Cabrera. Do you have an update on them?
Yes, I do, Maggie, and some good news. He is being Cabrera is being transported to Chive St. Vincent Hospital right now. He's conscious, he's moving. We'll give you a further update later on in the show as soon as I get more news. And then the news, there was actually 2 other riders that went down. Chelsea Bailey went down. She walked back to the jocks room under her own power. And then another truck pulled up, and Kelsey Haar was there, and she also was involved in the accident, but she walked back under her own power. They're both going to continue to ride today. So good news there. A couple of rider changes in here right now. Sparty Sense, who was originally Francisco Arrieta, that's being ridden by Gabriel Saez, and then stayed in for half the 5-horse David Cabrera. Now is David Cohen aboard. Getting to this race, Stratus Fortress 7-5 right now on the board. It looks like a one-horse race on paper, but it really isn't, guys. This horse is tricky to ride. Giovanni Franco was very upset with himself the last time that he rode him. He said, I made the lead way too early, Gary, and he said, I got to wait on this horse, because once he gets there, he waits for the competition. So look for a patient ride on him and wait as long as he can in this spot today. And then the 5-horse, he just broke his maiden his last out. He's run 2 times. He was a good second first time out at the fairgrounds, shipped over here, won a maiden special. He's only a 3-year-old, and you look for Asmussen's horses to improve with every start. And then the 2-horse, another fresh off a maiden win, 4-year-old for Mike Maker, broke his maiden in good fashion, and he should improve once again here today for Mike Maker. And he broke his maiden at this 5.5 furlong distance. So those are my 3 that I'm going to talk about. Back to you guys.
Gary, thank you. And obviously our thoughts with David Cabrera, and hopefully he is okay.
Yes.
I mean, scary situation there. And I think one of the surprising side effects of that race is that the 5 actually stayed up, looked to be the one to make it tight on the fallen horse in Awesome, Mostly Awesome.
Awake and moving. After the, and the horses are okay.
Yeah.
After
Very
that,
important.
you kind of feel like it's all gravy, right? Awake and moving, you can figure it out. You can hopefully figure it out from there.
Yeah. As if we learn anything else, we will be sure to let everyone know. As number 5 in here stayed in for half. Kind of like that. I like that.
Stone Street
bread,
bread.
But they stayed in for half. Quite literal naming going on for the son of McLean's Music. And just a truly kind of more sprint pedigree being out of a Yes It's True dam, and watching him on track, he looks just quick, Anthony. He looks fast. I don't know if he's quite as fast as Lockup, who just seems to be a bit of a runoff, but at least he's posted outwardly.
Sparty Sense is pretty fast, too.
Also him.
So if you put the proverbial gun to my head and said you have to take one of the 2 favorites in here, I am taking stayed in for half 95% of the time. And I'm not the biggest fan of the 3-year-olds against the older, but he just looks a little faster. He hasn't had as many chances as Strato Fortress. And he's a slightly better price. I just, like you, Maggie, I don't know if he's fast enough, but maybe that's good. Maybe it's good if Sparty Sense and Lockup kind of hook up a little bit, and he's just...
Right, he's not the one forced from the start.
Right.
So he can just kind of bide his time. David Cohen picking up the ride here. As you said, faced Zozos, and then the 3rd place finisher in that debut, Strong Quality, came back to win and then run second in a other than running a 91 buyer. Zozos got a 98 for his runner-up performance in the Louisiana Derby. And he's on his way to the Kentucky Derby, you would have to think. So stayed in for half just dominated the field last time, and I like the fact that they're not trying to be cute and stretch him out or anything. He's just a fast horse. Keep him sprinting, actually cutting him back to the 5.5 today.
Could not agree with you more. You got to like everything about that, and you got to like the fact, I think, that he did what he was supposed to do last time. Had the good debut at a big price. They equipped him with blinkers. He came back to the racetrack, and he put up. Right? You put up or shut up? He put up, and he won pretty easily.
We'll see what the other Steve Asmussen runner does from the start. Pressure with the blinkers on has run his better races when he can lay close as we head up to Vic Stauffer with the call of race 2 from Oaklawn.
They're off. Lockup immediately to the front, and he opens up a 2-length lead on Stayed In for Half, Strato Fortress, Pressure, and Sparty Sense. Beezy is 6th and last at the rail. Lockup aggressive into the far turn. He's a 2-length leader over Stayed In for Half in 2nd. Then it's a lineup of 3. Sparty Sense at the rail, Strato Fortress between horses, and Pressure 3 deep. 3.5 back to Beezy as they round the far turn, and Lockup is the leader, but now it's just a length, and he's getting out. Lockup getting out way to the center of the racetrack, and that leaves the inside open for 2 horses. So we have a new leader, Stayed In for Half, and David Cohen now lead by a length over Sparty Sense in 2nd. Lockup's gone. Strato Fortress is 3rd, and he's only 2 from the front and on the move. Stayed In for Half. A final furlong. He'll have to hold off Strato Fortress, who's right alongside. And here comes the matchup. Stayed In for Half and Strato Fortress, and they absolutely bounced off each other. Strato Fortress outside. Stayed In for Half inside. Strato Fortress inching to the front. Stayed In for Half is 2nd. Strato Fortress. Strato Fortress beats Stayed In for Half. Sparty Sense was 3rd, and Pressure finished 4th.
Well, Gary told us that Giovanni Franco was going to be a little bit more patient, and he had the opportunity to do so, and he was able to pounce and secure the win over the horse who assumed that lead, Stayed In for Half.
Well, you weren't wrong about Lockup being a little bit of a runoff, a little bit of a head case too, because it kind of forced David Cohen's hand with Stayed In for Half a little sooner, because he had to make a little bit of a decisive move by going inside of him and committing and not putting himself in any kind of peril. You see, he's going to try and show his mount, the horse, to his outside, Strato Fortress, and they make a little bit of contact there. I think bounced off each other is a little bit of an exaggeration, but they kind of made some contact there. It's not going to matter because Strato Fortress was able to grind by and get the win.
Yeah, as we see the favorite staying on his inside left lead, able to wear down Stayed In for Half, the 4-year-old son of the Factor for Jerry Hollendorfer, Giovanni Franco in the irons. Mind Control, he's back at the races, sidelined with a fever, missing the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year. He'll be taking on Grade 1 company, taking on the Carter for the 3rd time in his career.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This year's edition features a very talented field led by Speaker's Corner. Trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, the son of Street Sense is owned by Godolphin and enters this contest off 2 triumphs in graded stakes company at Gulfstream Park. In his only appearance at Aqueduct, Speaker's Corner was second in the 2-term mile and an eighth Discovery Handicap last November. He has wins at Saratoga and Belmont and should relish the 7-furlong distance.
Speaker's Corner, won by 6 lengths.
Green Light Go will attempt to beat Speaker's Corner to the finish line. Trained by Jimmy Jerkins and owned by Stronach Stables, Green Light Go is returning to sprinting after winning the 1-mile Stymie Stakes in February. The 5-year-old was also second in the 6-furlong Grade 3 Fall High Weight in November. Grade 3 winner First Captain seeks to add a Grade 1 to his resume. The 4-year-old is trained by Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, who won the Carter in 1990 with Dancing Spree. Owned by West Point, Sienna Farm, Bobby Flay, and Woodford Racing, the son of Curlin captured his stakes debut in the Dwyer last July at Belmont Park. He followed that effort with a 3rd-place finish in the Curlin Stakes at Saratoga. First Captain enters this event off an allowance victory at Gulfstream Park in February after a lengthy layoff.
It's First Captain in front, and he will remain undefeated.
Mind Control comes into this race with a win in his last start, but that was at Parks in the Parks Dirt Mile last September. A fever kept him on the sidelines for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and he was given an extended winter vacation. Trained by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Mind Control will appear in the Carter for the 3rd time in his career. He was 6th in 2020 and 2nd last year. He is a multiple graded stakes winner and captured his first Grade 1 win in the 2018 Hopeful at Saratoga. He also won the Grade 3 Bayshore in 2019 and the Grade 3 Toboggan Handicap in 2020 over this surface. This year's Grade 1 Carter Handicap should not disappoint, Anthony, as we have some serious racehorses in here. Cool to have Mind Control back for a 3rd crack at the Carter, but he's going to take on some new guns, and one of them is the very talented number 8, Speaker's Corner in here, son of Street Sense. 2nd Dam Round Pond Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, including the Acorn and Fantasy and Azeri, but Speaker's Corner has rattled off 2 consecutive wins, but 4 consecutive triple-digit buyer speed figures.
Yeah, he's been in fantastic form for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Like Green Light Go, they're going to have to cut back from a pair of sensational mile efforts, but the 7/8 shouldn't be a problem. You pointed out earlier today, 5 for 6 around 1 turn in his career. The 1 loss came in his debut, and he has been really good. He's taken the step forward from 3 to 4 that we don't always see, Maggie. And if he continues to improve, as good as Green Light Go was up here this winter, he brings this South Florida form with him. He's the kind of horse that's going to rattle some serious cages tomorrow. And I would think going forward in the Met Mile, you got to think, you know, I think you're looking at a big picture here, and I think this horse right now, his eyes are set on the Carter and then on the Met Mile.
I like the way that they have taken a step back and campaigned this horse at what he's proven to be best at, and that is around 1 turn. And I think, as you said, this race sets him up beautifully for the Grade 1 Met Mile, a horse that has always been long on talent, and connections held him in high regard from the get-go, as the Carter, presented by Naira Betts, is the America's Best Racing race of the week. But for a guy who has been on some Carter winners, Richard Migliore, Mig, if you're riding one horse in this year's edition of the Carter, who's it going to be and why?
Well, it's a great question and a tough question. And for me, it boiled down to 2 horses. Obviously, Speaker's Corner on the outside. I love how he's posted. I love the form he's been in South Florida. And he's going to be very tough to beat. And the other option for me was Green Light Go. I wound up on Green Light Go for a few reasons. One, his success at Aqueduct. I like the fact that he has races over the Strip, and he's shown an affinity for it. I love the form that he's gotten back into since re-entering Jimmy Jerkins' barn, and the Jimmy Jerkins factor. I had a lot of success riding for Jimmy Jerkins. We have similar philosophies, similar approaches. We really understood each other, had a lot of confidence in each other, and he's a good friend, and there's nothing like winning for a good friend. And I just think the form he's in, he projects to get kind of that sitting the pocket trip where Speaker's Corner might be engaged and maybe somebody keeps him honest on the front end. So I'm going to hitch my wagon to Green Light Go and my man, James Jerkins.
Mig, do you think, though, that Green Light Go heads into a little bit of a conundrum tomorrow for the fact that he's gotten to pretty much control in his last 2 starts, where there's some faster horses, at least from the start, than him, and he's posted down towards the inside?
Oh, absolutely, and he's going to have to work out a trip. But he has shown, particularly as a 2-year-old in his second start, that he could sit in behind horses. He can take kickback. I don't expect him to show in front tomorrow. I think he'll be 3-4 lengths off the pace and have to follow the live cover, if you will. But if you go back to, I believe it was the Sanford as a 2-year-old or the Saratoga Special, I'm sorry, forgetting which one it was, he was kind of in trouble, steadying on heels, and then he exploded when the gap presented itself. So I don't see a problem. He's not going to get the trip. He's got to win the last 2 starts, but again, Jimmy Jerkins, he's a guy who knows how to get him ready. And a horse like Green Light Go, I think, really responds to Jimmy. Jimmy will let a horse work, and I think he's kind of a big, stuffy horse that needs that kind of work. So again, I'm going with the trainer factor, but I really do think the race boils down to those 2, Hall of Famer Bill Mott with Speaker's Corner and Jimmy Jerkins with Green Light Go.
And Mig, he does have 2 bullet workouts heading into this Grade 1 Carter. The Grade 1 has been a little bit elusive for this horse who showed so much promise as a 2-year-old. He'll be looking to get it. Was runner-up in the 2019 Champagne.
You had 0 chance at Richie picking anybody.
But
somebody with the last name of Jerkins. No chance that was
Rightfully
happening.
so.
Even though he did a ton of work towards the end of his career for Godolphin. He got a lot of those nice horses for Godolphin towards the end of Richie's career. He got them ready with Kieran McLaughlin, the Godolphin trainer at the time. Yeah, it's a fun race tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. The first of many, many Grade 1s on the docket here for the New York Racing Association. And speaking of a docket, look at that half a dozen stakes tomorrow, Maggie. Those are some fun races on the card tomorrow.
6 overall, 5 graded, as headlined by the Grade 2 Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World, as well as the Grade 1 Carter Handicap presented by Naira Bets. Live racing, though, back here at the Big A. Race number 4 does kick off the late pick 5, 6 furlongs, claiming 14,000 non-3 life, kicking off a post parade here with number 1, True Believe. I'm not sure he's not been against the track in his last 2.
And he's making his third start off a 10-month layoff. Draws the inside with Jose Gomez. We'll see what kind of job he can do at 3-1.
Conformist has a little bit of speed, but not probably faster than the horse to his outside.
Yeah, he's going to have to deal with Rachmaninoff early on, and I don't know if he can do that.
Here he is. He has a little bit of trouble sealing the deal, but he's fast.
He is fast, Maggie, and if he can shake loose from these horses with the scratch of him she kisses, he might be tough today.
Casalsa, an all or nothing, and he doesn't perform if he doesn't get the lead, Anthony.
His last 2 races at Gulfstream were awful off of a voided claim back in September. He's going to have to prove it to me at that price.
Cutting back in distance, first off the claim for Jeffrey Engelhart is Profusion.
And that has been something that's been successful to a large degree this winter. First off, the Jeff Engelhart claim. This horse is 2-1 today.
Jackie Davis picks up the mount here on the long shot, number 7, X-Stop.
Yeah, this was he actually won back in November and maybe thought he was going to have a decent enough winter, and his form has just completely tailed off.
Yeah, has gone the wrong way. As Jose Gomez, he looks to pick up yet another winner on this card. He won the opener here, and he has certainly made a statement in the New York area. He'll be aboard the 1 horse here on America's Day at the Races.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Thanks for tuning in and joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and now stands in stall 1 at legendary Claiborne Farm. Horses on the track with 1 minute to go to race at number 4, kicking off the late pick 5 at the Big A. 6 furlongs on the main track, non-3 life. I gotta say, Anthony, despite number 6 in here, Profusion being the even money favorite, I love the way number 1, True Believe, warmed up.
Yeah, listen, Profusion's coming off a couple of mile efforts. He's been in the care of Rudy Rodriguez before the break, Linda Rice after the break, and as well as Jeffrey Engelhardt has done with these types, these off the claim types. This horse stayed in claiming jail, and these are 2 barns that it's really hard to improve off of. With that layoff in between from November to February, I think this horse has some question marks, and even money's a short price. I wind up on this horse. I was coming here today making a sizable wager on Him She Kisses at 2-1. And this race kind of lost a little bit of its luster for me when Him She Kisses came out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if Profusion shows up, I would think he's going to be tough to beat, but that's a horrible price to take on him today.
Him She Kisses was a big drop down in here. But, yeah, Profusion, I thought, hung a little bit last time out going the miles. We check in with the MIG trackside.
Thanks, Maggie. Wouldn't it be more like with a little disbelief or being incredulous, like Him She Kisses? But anyway, I digress. The 1, True Believe, really caught my eye on the racetrack is 2, Maggie. I was torn between him and the 6, Profusion. Antonio Arriaga does great work. His horses look terrific. I loved his warm-up, and I think he's going to be a handful from the inside. Also gets that weight break in the weights with Jose Gomez, a 5-pound break, being an apprentice. The 5, Casales, you know, there are a lot of questions here. The last 2 races were really bad at Gulfstream. But previous to that, the horse's form would be very formidable here. I liked what I saw from him. I thought he was very well turned out in the paddock, and he made a nice impression in the warm-up as well. I went with the 6, Profusion. I'm not crazy about the price, and, you know, I kind of feel bad about picking favorites, but gosh, he was so dappled out, and he showed such good energy level in the warm-up that I just couldn't get past him. But the 1, True Believe, almost made me a true believer.
I like it, and he's now 3rd off the layoff. First race back, he was on the rail early. It was a dead rail, or a questionable rail day. And then last time out, he was tracking the pace from the inside again, in which he didn't really want to be on the inside. And he lost some ground around the turn, and then he re-rallied again while down on the inside.
He got beat by Macho Boy from off the pace last time.
I mean, not a great sign, but I do think he was against it.
Sorry, Macho Boy. I hope you're not listening. That's just from a gambling and handicapping perspective. That is a tough pill for me to swallow. I have this horse 2nd.
Well, I mean, Mig was talking about number 5 in here, Casalsa. He is bringing his Gulfstream Park form. He was in against state breds, Florida breds, and his last 2, which were his 2 off the layoff. The horse who won, Misha, did come back and win again with a 96 by her speed figure, but he feels like a horse that does not perform if he doesn't get the lead.
Yeah, he'll win without me. It's hard for me to see him getting in front of Rachmaninoff. Mm-hmm. And off of the voided claim, and then those 2 races, 10 and
they did protect
15
him,
week late.
I will say.
Yeah, they did protect him, but
and then they ship him all the way up here.
Yeah.
Is there meaning
behind that? To not protect him.
True. 2 out as we see the favorite, Profusion, heading into line. Can Jeffrey Engelhardt keep that high win percentage first off the claim going here in race number 4? John Imbrial has your call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Rachmaninoff is out for the lead along with Conformist. True Believe down on the inside runs in 3rd. Casalsa is 4th, and it's a length and a half back to Profusion. And trailing the field is X-Top in 6th as they move up the backstretch. Rachmaninoff is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Casalsa, True Believe, they are heads apart 2nd and 3rd with Conformist racing in 4th. The opening quarter, 22 3/5 seconds. Rachmaninoff the leader by a length and a quarter with Casalsa running in 2nd. And on the far outside is Profusion, the favorite, now right alongside of True Believe. Then comes Conformist and X-Top, all chasing Brachmaninoff, who's led right from the start. On the outside is Casalsa running in second. True Believe down at the rail in third. The half mile in 46 seconds, and they're in the stretch. It is Brachmaninoff and Casalsa on the outside. Casalsa, Brachmaninoff continues to battle on. True Believe is next in third. Then comes Conformist as they come down for the 16th pole. Casalsa has now come away with the lead, and Casalsa has drawn off. Casalsa, the winner here, going away at the end by 3.5 lengths. True Believe was second. Pace setter, Brachmaninoff, finished third.
He did something he hasn't been able to do in the past. Win from off the pace. Casalsa ships up north, gets the win for trainer Peter Walter.
Yeah, good job by Trevor McCarthy not getting involved in that duel with Brachmaninoff. He was able to set up camp alongside of him, and it was a big question mark. Will he be able to reel in the speed of Brachmaninoff late in the game? And today, Casalsa was answered the question with a hearty yes.
Runner-up True Believe sat the perfect tracking pocket trip, tipped out, and just was second best on the day here to Casalsa. Really a no-show performance from the favorite, Profusion.
Yeah, no real excuse. They got a fast pace. They went 22 and 346 and almost won, and he came ranging up, kind of starting to think now that maybe just a little bit more distance, more to his liking, because things just heat up a little too much for him early on in these sprints.
Yeah, he just seems to be a bit one pace when it comes to the sprinting distances. 7-2, though, on your unofficial winner, Casalsa, as we will have more official prices, reactions from race number 4 at the Big A. But over at Oaklawn, former assistant to Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, Lindsay Schultz, is making a name for herself in the Midwest. More on her and a lot more action coming up on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Monterey P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Like father, like son. The start of Palace Malice's career at stud closely resembles that of his sire, Curlin. Curlin was the sire of 2 first crop graded stakes winners, while Palace Malice was the sire of 3 first crop graded stakes winners.
Subsequent to Structer's Breeders' Cup victory, he attracted a stellar group of 200 outstanding mares who will shape the future of this promising young son of Curlin.
With his best crop of yearlings to date, now is the time to breed.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Over at Oaklawn, race number 3 on the track. It's a maiden 50 going the mile, and full field of 7 stays intact here. As 9-5 currently on the 5-year-old. We saw a 5-year-old earlier on here at Aqueduct. Favorite. Not break his maiden, too.
The short stretch of the mile run, as the late, great Terry Wallace would say. Here's Centurion. Start number 14, the winning one. We'll find out. Martin Garcia going to pick up the mount. Rode the source last time, now back in for the 50.
for Lindsay Schultz, who we were previewing before the break as Suppressor. This one will go out for Steve Asmussen, a full brother to I'm a Chatterbox.
Yeah, that could very well be Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle,
like
replacing David Cabrera. Yeah, this horse back in for a tag. The 2 tag races at Churchill and Keeneland weren't good, and then, in fact, is Ricardo Santana Jr.
As Alex Conchari is aboard Contrabandista. There's number 4, though, first off the claim for Bill Martin pregame.
Yeah, pregame was in for the $30,000 tag and did not do much running behind Uncle Mo's Cat at 3-1, and now goes out for the new barn.
Another one first off the claim is the Son of Constitution stretching out Tax It.
Yeah, 2 sprints between January and March to this route now. This horse is turning around quickly, having run on March 25th.
Joe Sharp owns and trains that one. His number 6 is Pizza Charlie. The other Bill Martin trainee here.
In for a tag for the first time, last time in a while, and ran well, just got beat 3 parts of a length. We'll see if he can improve off that effort and get his picture taken.
How about the pedigree on the 7 in here, Anthony? Words of Wisdom, son of Tappet, out of the Grade 1 winning Wedding Toast.
Yeah, 2-time Grade 1 winner. This horse, 3 of his 4 starts have come on the turf. The lone dirt try was in a sprint where he finished behind Cyberknife, your Arkansas Derby winner.
I kind of wonder what they were doing on the turf with this guy. Interesting getting back to the dirt as we check back in with our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, who is standing by. Gary, what are your thoughts on this race here?
Well, my thoughts are about the trainer title right now and the trainer standings. Right now, Suppressor trained by Steve Asmussen with 37 wins at the meet, and the bottom horse, Words of Wisdom, trained by Robertino Diodoro, fresh off the claim. He's got 35 wins. I think the interesting thing here about it, about these jockey standings, is you look at the earnings and the types of races that these 2 trainers have won. Right now, Steve's got $2,668,532 in earnings. Robertino Diodoro, with only 2 wins separating him, he's got $1,895,000. So nearly $1 million difference in the earnings. So at the end of the day, you can have the bragging rights for being leading rider, or you can be the leading money-winning trainer. And I think that when your bank account says I won, then you won. And it's not over with yet, guys.
And Gary, interestingly enough, Brad Cox, as far as purse earnings is concerned, is atop of those trainers' standings.
Yeah, not surprised.
Winning the Arkansas Derby helps.
Winning the Arkansas Derby helps. Winning some of those stakes races that he ships in for kind of helps. I like a horse a lot in here, Maggie.
Whoa, lay it on me.
I like the 5 Tax It.
Yeah, it's a good pedigree for stretching out too, and go figure, a West Virginia bred, son of Constitution, out of a Harlan's Holiday mare.
The others have just had so many. I feel like Pizza Charlie and Centurion have had all these chances, and Words of Wisdom. You know, the dirt race wasn't very good. Why was he on the turf? Well, maybe he just can't run on the dirt. That's why. And he's 6-1. How is this horse 6-1 first off the Diodoro? I know it was from Brad Cox, but still, the Diodoro horses all take money down there. This horse is 6-1.
Not a good sign.
Give me Tax It on the stretch out. Hopefully he's right off the early speed of Suppressor.
Incredibly interesting as Tax It heads into line, along with the well-bred Words of Wisdom. Vic Stauffer with your call.
They're off. Tax It stumbled very badly. Suppressor and Contrabandista, pregame, and Pizza Charlie to the outside. Words of Wisdom could end up very wide. Words of Wisdom goes up and chooses to be 5 wide at the clubhouse turn. Then comes Centurion, and the bad start has Tax It at the back of the pack. So Suppressor and Words of Wisdom to the backstretch, and now Words of Wisdom gets to the 2 path, so it only lost ground at the first part of the turn. Suppressor's a neck in front. Words of Wisdom is second by 1 3/4 lengths to Pizza Charlie, well placed by Isaac Castillo. Contrabandista just inside of him. 2.5 back to pregame. He's 5th with about 4 lengths to make up, and he's 4 in front of Centurion. And Tax It is at the back of the pack, midway on the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th. 9th pole, and Suppressor is just in front of Words of Wisdom. Suppressor a neck in front. Words of Wisdom is second. No excuses for Pizza Charlie. He's in perfect striking position, 3 deep in third. Contrabandista just inside of him. Centurion begins to move up, and here's Centurion moving very well for Martin Garcia. Meanwhile, on the front end, Pizza Charlie is making his move for the front. So at the top of the stretch, it's Suppressor and Pizza Charlie, and Suppressor's a neck in front. Pizza Charlie is second. Here's Centurion. He's now moved up into third and 2.5 from the front. It looks like it's one of these three. Suppressor carries Pizza Charlie out to the center of the racetrack, and he leads by a length. Pizza Charlie boxing on bravely. Centurion is at the rail, but it's still Suppressor, and he's holding off Centurion. He's holding off Pizza Charlie, but here comes Centurion through at the rail. Centurion! Centurion beats Suppressor. Pizza Charlie was third. Contrabandista finished fourth.
Maybe Lindsay Schultz should put us on her payroll. Every time that we preview or show a feature with Lindsay, she gets a win, and well done getting the 5-year-old son of Pioneer of the Now. We were talking about Jimmy Jerkins earlier. He was the original trainer of this guy, and Lindsay gets the win here with Martin Garcia, who they've teamed up a couple times to get the win.
Here's the start when Taxit loses all chance when the gate opens. Just bounced his nose off the dirt, and that was it. Good job by Martin Garcia, who at one point when this horse started moving up was outside. And I think if he tries to go outside of the two horses in front of him, Suppressor and Pizza Charlie, probably doesn't get the money, but being able to guide this horse back down towards the inside Centurion and find a clear path got him to the winner's circle. Good ride.
He wins well, going away, able to reel in Suppressor and outlast Pizza Charlie. 10-strike racing, Lindsay Schultz and Martin Garcia teaming up for the win. Centurion breaks his maiden. Lucky start number 14. As back here, excuse me, at Aqueduct, we saw a mild upset as number 5, Casalsa, ships in from South Florida for Peter Walder. Trevor McCarthy in the irons, able to run down pace setter Brock Mananoff, which isn't the hardest thing to do.
He had a win at Saratoga. He had a second-place finish at Belmont, and now he wraps the circuit with a win here at the Big A.
He likes
good job.
New York.
Yeah, good job by Trevor McCarthy keeping this one from just off the pace, getting out of the 3 lifetime ranks this afternoon.
I wonder if somebody picked him up. As does get the win over the inside runner, True Believe. Congratulations, Peter Water, on the scene today. $9 for the victory from Casalsa. Well, that will do it for me. Here on the desk, I'll be getting some fresh air. Hopefully the sun sticks around too. But Anthony, you're sticking around. You'll be on for another segment. Here is Greg Wolf stepping in for me.
Yeah, spend some time with the Wolf Man. Should be a fun day.
You get double Wolf.
Oh, that's right.
Well.
Wolf and Dale to just Wolf.
Shortening things up. As thank you for tuning into this first half of America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock for today's 5th race. Kicks off the late pick 4. It's 2:35. Second off the claim for Charlie Baker. Can he get the job done? Stay tuned. America's Day at the Races continues.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Playing a trifecta, to win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So, if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
Good to be with you as we continue along our live coverage on this Friday afternoon on the eve of the Wood Memorial card here at Aqueduct. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful sunshine and a glorious afternoon here in South Ozone Park. Greg Wolf, I get a little bit of the Big A, Anthony Stabile, before Andy Serling comes in later.
Yeah, today and tomorrow, apparently, we'll spend some time together. Fun card today. Even more fun coming our way tomorrow. 6 stakes, first grade 1 of the year tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. You know, baseball started yesterday. My birthday was last week. Birthday was last week. Baseball started yesterday. For me, this is like the floodgates open, right? You got all the Triple Crown preps wrapping up, getting ready for the Kentucky Derby. It's always a great time of the year. And Wood Memorial, being able to be here, obviously. I can't remember the last Wood Memorial I missed, either as a fan or being fortunate and blessed enough to work it.
Hopefully none of them.
I want to say I missed one along the way.
This
I just don't remember which one.
Going to be great on Saturday. Really looking forward to this. I'm very high on Morello. He has a world of talent. We'll see if he can go 2 turns. A lot of horses have a lot of questions to answer tomorrow, but he's got to answer that question. We'll see how he does. This could be Steve Asmussen's year in the Derby.
It could. Epicenter, the leader going into the final week, I would imagine, in most people's minds, he is in my mind, with the mile and 3/16 winning that Louisiana Derby, and now he has the second bullet to fire tomorrow with Morello. We'll see if he can handle that extra furlong.
Pat Reynolds off the claim with this horse right here. This might be the horse to beat. Free Enterprise from the inside. This starts the pick 4. $32,000 claiming 1 turn mile. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, Greg, welcome to the show. And I agree. I think the 1 Free Enterprise is very much the horse to beat. He's stretching out to a mile off the Pat Reynolds claim. Tried this distance once before, but that was in the Fred Hooper at Gulfstream Park. Very, very fast pace. I don't think that's indicative of this horse's ability to get a mile or not. He's by Curlin out of a lawyer Ron Mayer. From a pedigree standpoint, he should be able to get the distance. He has the addition of blinkers, but a very wide open cup, kind of the French cups, just kind of limiting the vision directly behind him. Sometimes it keeps the horse from worrying too much about what the rider's doing, kind of keeps their vision straight forward, but doesn't inhibit their outside vision so they can see a challenge or a horse coming to them. He looks great here in the paddock. Very well turned out. Pat Reynolds does terrific work. You know, he's got to overcome the inside draw, but I think he'll be quick coming out of fast-paced sprints and should be able to get forward position under hard-riding Trevor McCarthy. The 6'235", coming in off of 2 subpar efforts, but from a physical perspective could not look better for trainer Charlie Baker here in the paddock with his assistant trainer Bobby Messina. Again, I'm going purely on a physical perspective. He's one of the standouts, one of the 2 or 3 standouts here in the paddock, making a great impression. And then we go to the outside, Oscar Barrera III's entrant, number 7, My First Grammy. Horse looks really good. I like his posts too. I like outside posts in these elongated 1-turn races. He gets Dylan Davis, recently concluded meetings, leading rider, riding in great form, so much confidence, and he should sit that kind of outside stalking trip that could be effective, particularly if things heat up inside him, guys.
All right, Mig, thanks. We're going to get to this post parade here coming up in a moment. Yeah, Free Enterprise, tough spot to be down on the inside here in this race as we see the riders come out. But despite that, he's still 2-1.
With Trevor McCarthy aboard, Greg, and the addition of blinkers, it does not concern me. And the fact that he's an old pro, right? 16 races, 5 of them are wins. Now, He's a 7-year-old, so obviously it's been tough to keep this horse on the track. It's not often that if you printed your PPs out from the Daily Racing Forum that the 12 races date back to November of 2019. You don't see that too often. And it's been a little bit of a project keeping him on the racetrack. But when he shows up, he runs well. He's traveled. And again, like I said, the blinkers on and Trevor from the rail, it does not bother me. I'll tell you what bothers me more than the rail draw. The horse right to his outside, striking speed. So Trevor McCarthy's agent, Joe Migliori, Richie's son, nice enough to tell us that this gentleman that's riding this horse rode a bunch of races going 2 furlongs at Portland Meadows. And a horse like this that has speed, you would imagine that the reason a guy like this is riding a horse like this is to just quarter horse him, literally and figuratively, out of the gate and see just how fast and far striking speed can go today.
Riders up, you saw Trevor McCarthy on the 1, Dylan Davis on the 7, My First Grammy. They were duking it out for that Aqueduct winner title. It went to Dylan Davis. And he's got another hard start here at this Aqueduct spring meet. We start with Trevor McCarthy, though, on Free Enterprise from the inside.
He's won from off the pace, but on the inside draw, you would imagine he's going to be forward. Let's see how he can deal with this horse in the Purple Silks.
Yeah, striking speed. He has speed. A 3-time winner, 2 of those wins here.
Yeah, we'll see how fast and how far he can carry his speed this afternoon at a big price.
Auburn Hills, he was a short price at this level last start for Mike Maker, and he folded.
Not as fast as the inside, too. We'll see what Jose Gomez, what kind of position he gets with him early on.
Crypto Cash had a big figure for his win against Easier last start.
Back quick, first off the claim for Pat Quick. This horse got the job done in a $16,000 claim, at half the price he's running for today.
$235, Charlie Baker taking a lot of money.
Yeah, he's dropping down a bit. He's overall probably kept the best company in this field, but he's taking a little too much money for my liking when you're betting him on the come a little bit.
And the one that caught Mig's eye, here's My First Grammy and Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, we'll see. This horse, he's won starter allowance races and conditioned claiming races. We'll see now that he's in an open claiming race just how he fares. He didn't do that well last time out.
Pick 4 begins here in the 5th at Aqueduct, 1-turn mile. $32,000 claiming race on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in South Ozone Park. Stick with us. 5th from the Big A's live next.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was at #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse Champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. We got the Pick 4 coming up. You can play that Pick 4 right there with Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com. Code to use at sign up for new members, Stakes 200, and get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. There's the offer. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this pick 4, which has over 42,785 in the pool. Free Enterprise now the 9-5 favorite from that inside post, now with Pat Reynolds off the claim.
You know, Greg, we keep talking about the Wood Memorial. The Wood Memorial Challenge registration's still open. You can register up until 5 o'clock today over at Naira Bets. Go to naira.com/contests and get involved. You got about an hour and 40 minutes to still sign up. That'll be a fun contest tomorrow. I wish we could play. So do you guys, because it'll be $1,000 in dead money in the pool tomorrow afternoon.
Gotta have confidence in yourself.
I'm kidding. They know I'm kidding. 8-5. You know, I like this horse today. I like Free Enterprise. I'm going to tell you what I don't like. That is way too short of a price on this horse because he does have to deal with striking speed. He does have to deal with the inside draw, even though it doesn't bother me as much with Trevor McCarthy aboard and the blinkers going on. He still has to deal with all these things, though.
Yeah.
That's just a little too short of a price. And again, you know, his pedigree leads you to believe that a mile's not going to be a problem. He's tried it once. It was against horses that were, you know, he was in way over his head. I think it's worth pointing out, though, he was the 9-5 favorite. So how over his head at the time was he really going that mile? There are questions. That's a short price to take on this
but he's
horse.
I mean, he was impressive at 7 furlongs. I
don't disagree. I like him. But I can tell you right now, that race from November of 2019, he has decidedly different form from that day than in the subsequent 27 months. And taking this price while asking him to do something he's only tried once, now 7-5, might not be the best bankroll management. I like him. I think he's going to win. But that's a tough price to take.
Let's head back down to Mig.
Well, I agree with everything that Anthony just said. I think it's a bit of a tough price to take on him, too. I didn't expect him to be that short, but I like him. I can't get past how he looked in the paddock. I think he makes sense on form, and then he just reinforces it by how he warmed up. Left the pony, Trevor McCarthy, got up underneath him, framed up beautifully, looked fantastic. He's my top pick. I certainly, wasn't expecting 7-5. I think the way I'm going to try to get value is I'm going to box him with the 7, my first Grammy, who I liked in the paddock, continued to like in the warm-up, and press him on top of the 7, who is 6-1. That's, I think, how I can maybe make the most of liking a 7-5 shot, who I do like very much. And I'm getting the first and second leading riders approaching it that way from the last meeting.
Well, we know Mig likes that outside draw with that long run to that turn. 6-1 on Dylan Davis, meets leading rider at the winter meet here at Aqueduct. Big 4 pool, 61,000 and growing. As we take a look at Crypto Cash, what do you think of that number he earned in that last race? It was a $16,000 claiming race. Got a big number for it, an 85 buyer.
Biggest figure of his career. He comes back in 2 weeks. He has a new barn. He doubles up in class. He goes from 16 to 32. Now, he's been competitive at this level. But I think you have to question why a top barn like Rob Atras dropped him in for the tag last time. He was life and death to get by Chris and Dave here, and now he comes back in 2 weeks. I think that's a good sign, right? No offense to Pat Quick. Rob Atras, one of the leading trainers on the circuit. You say he's running him off of Atras's training because he's coming back so quickly. I thought he made some sense in here, but again, as the second choice, and the tote board has to play a role in what you're doing. Now, I like what Richie's
even
trying
money
to,
now, by the way.
Yeah, and I like what Richie's
rail.
trying to do. He's trying to turn an even money shot into, a 10 or 11 to 1 shot by boxing him with a horse in my first Grammy, who's going to be one of the bigger prices. If you wanted a horse at a price, I would use the 6-235, who I think has run into a couple of speed bias racetracks. He's kept some better company. He's second off the claim for Charlie Baker. He kept better company last time. I'm curious to see how he responds off a little bit of a drop. And, again, he's coming back pretty quickly as well. He's back in less than 3 weeks. So he'd be the price horse I'd want to try to get into the exotics in here.
This horse right here with Trevor McCarthy for Enterprise, he's the favorite, and that price has steadily gone down and down and down. He's even money right now. Definitely is the horse to beat, but that is a short number, especially with that draw in here. But certainly Trevor McCarthy as adept at anyone in that jockstrom at working out a good trip. We'll see if he can do it here as we get set for the start of the pick for John Imbrial to get us started.
And my first Grammy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for number 2, Striking Speed. He trails the field. Free Enterprise broke well from that inside post position and is out for the early lead. Auburn Hills is in between horses. 235's on the outside. Striking Speed is now moving up after the slow start, and Striking Speed continues to gain. Headstrong there is Striking Speed, and he comes through on the inside of Free Enterprise. So it's Striking Speed now to poke ahead in front of Free Enterprise. 2.5 lengths back to Auburn Hills in third, then 235, followed by My First Grammy, and Crypto Cash is the trailer in sixth, opening quarter mile in 23 seconds. It is Striking Speed. Still a bit tough to handle there. Striking Speed's in front by a length. Free Enterprise runs in second, and then it is Auburn Hills next in third. On the outside is 235. Crypto Cash is in behind horses down towards the rail. My First Grammy is at the back, the half, 45 3/5 seconds. It is Striking Speed, and now he's got a lot of company here. Here comes Free Enterprise, here comes 235, and here comes Auburn Hills. Crypto Cash is looking for a way through and will now be forced widest of all as they come into the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:10 3. 235 has come away with the lead. Crypto Cash continues to gain on the outside. Auburn Hills is back running in third. On the inside, 235, and on the outside, Crypto Cash. Crypto Cash and 235, they duke it out to the finish, and it's a head bob between Crypto Cash and 235. Photo finish in the fifth.
Might have been Crypto Cash. And when it is, that's Kendrick Carmouche, a horse moving up from 16,000 to 32.
Yeah, he got beat a nose 3 starts back. Now 3 starts back, 2 starts back coming into this. He got beat just the nose. It looks like he got that nose back this afternoon. Looks like he just put his head down over 235 under Kendrick Carmouche, who now would get 2 consecutive wins aboard this son of Majestic Perfection.
Blinkers going back on for this horse have done wonders.
Yeah. He hadn't had him for well over a year and seems to have really helped put it together. A nose defeat, a neck win, and now it looks like about a half a head victory today.
And out of the gate, it was a very strange ride. Obviously, Striking Speed, we heard, was a little hard to handle, obviously. And this inexperienced rider, Everton Hilton, had his hands full with this, too.
He did. I'm going to tell you what, Trevor McCarthy on Free Enterprise did the right thing today in every way possible, because when Striking Speed, who looked like he had one purpose in this race, was to, and there it is, Crypto Cash got his nose down on the money. It looked like he was going to do one thing, and that was kind of, set the pace in here and kind of muddle things up on the front end. Trevor could have closed the door on him coming out of the chute, and he didn't. He let him go, and he wound up having a little bit of a target. It didn't work out for Free Enterprise, who probably doesn't want to go this far anyway. But I think Trevor should be commended for doing the right thing all around in here. And here you see Crypto Cash. 235 made the big move under Jorge Vargas Jr., what looked to be a winning move. I really thought he was able to put it away, but Crypto Cash, he just kept on coming at him. This is something this horse has done. He doesn't always get there, Greg, but Crypto Cash will keep coming at you, and now 2 times in a couple of weeks, he was able to keep coming at his rivals, and he was able to get them both.
Yeah, 2 wins in the second by a nose. Kendrick Carmouche, by the way, came into today early on, leading rider at the meet, and he notches his first of the afternoon as we head back to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and race 4. 10,000 claiming racehorses who have not won 2 lifetime, going 6 furlongs. Major Chance does not appear to have one.
No, he's been beaten over 40 lengths combined in his last 3 starts. He would need a major form reversal.
Fun and fun. He's been at this condition for a long time.
He has, but he gets a key rider change to Ricardo Santana Jr. today. I'm surprised this horse isn't shorter based on that alone.
African Warrior, 1 for 16.
Yes, drops in a little bit from the state-bred 2 lifetime races. Another one he would need to turn things around in a big way.
John Court on Fallen Empire for Randy Matthews.
The theme, this horse is a ridiculously short price. 20 to 1 on the morning line, hasn't lifted a hoof in about 5 months, and now he's 6 to 1.
Stud puppy Nick Zito sends this one out for Dreamwalking Farms, Toby Keith.
Another one who just has very little speed. 0 for 8 at the Oaklawn, 0 for 5 at the distance.
This one with a big win on synthetic. Steve Asmussen just claimed, owns him as well.
Fresh gelding, love the name. We'll see if he can stretch out from the three-quarter. Well, we're going to see if the cutbacks can play his game sprinting, I should say.
Road Bible will get a chance, I believe, to see his last race. It was a good one. He got beat by a speedster in Abdan.
New York connection here. One the gal used to be trained by Naira mainstay Leah Giamatti.
Here's Hard to Park. Kelsey Har rides.
Yeah, this one been banging around this level. Could use a little pace up front to help his cause.
And Sonny is not so funny. Early on, one's right out of the gate impressively. Looked like had a bright future. It's been a tough time since then.
It has. And he's dropped in for this level last time out. He did not do much running. We'll see if he can improve off that effort first off the claim.
Third to Kavod, still in the running lines for the 9-horse.
Barn got off the schneid earlier today at Oaklawn Park.
Earn a $20 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct and Oaklawn, and you'll get that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in. Go to NairaBets.com to opt in and get that money in your account. So the favorite, Road Bible, and Carl Broberg trains. Let's take a look back at his last start, and winds up second in this spot. Abdan, this horse who's actually won 2 of his last 3 pretty much on the front end.
Yeah. He falls a couple of lengths short here. Really every chance to get to the winner, I would think. And dropping in for this level for the first time, he's a logical favorite in here. Would I want to take him at that price off of this race? Probably not. But it was second time Broberg last time. This horse has also had a pretty heavy workload, Greg, since the claim. He ran on March 12th, March 24th, and now today is April 8th. So that's 3 races in less than 4 weeks. Short price. Gabe Saez, by the way, is going to pick up the mount on this horse. That's a little bit of a short price. Speaking of riders, we talk about the rider change on the 2 in here. How about Chelsea Bailey? 7-pound bug young lady. Getting a shot for Steve Asmussen on the number 6 American Chaos. According to the PPs, this is the first one she's ridden for him.
Yeah,
I thought that was a little interesting.
Yeah,
taking the weight off.
Here, 7:01 right now. Let's go back to New York and take a look at our Run Happy photo finish. Kendrick Carmouche, as we mentioned, leading the way here early on at the meet. In the jockey standings, gets his first of this Friday afternoon card on a tight one with Jorge Vargas and 235. Kendrick on the outside here with the 5 Crypto Cash.
Yeah, good effort. Crypto Cash kept coming. Like I said, sometimes his effort is enough. Sometimes he gets beat a nose. He got that nose back from 2 starts back against Easy Shot this afternoon. You see, Kendrick did the right thing. He kind of kept his horse behind that wall of horses that was in front of him, waited as long as he could to see if a hole was going to open, and realized he probably had enough. Right when you win by half a head, you couldn't be certain. He couldn't have been certain of this, but he figured he had enough horse to run these horses down, and he barely did.
Like a Belmont move there.
The balcony move, yes. Belmont balcony move. Well, we'll be at Belmont in less than a month. 3 weeks from today, 2 weeks from today, 3 weeks from today.
Kendrick all smiles, as he should be.
There's Pat Quick. Pat's been training horses an awfully long time, and he's one of these guys that only has a handful of horses at most of the time, but Pat knows his way around a racehorse, I can tell you that.
5-year-old son of Majestic Perfection, notches the 5th win of his career in a tight one. 3-1 over 7-1 as we get back to Oaklawn's 4-5 now. On the favorite, Road Bible, as Anthony talked about, has had a fairly heavy workload to kick off his 2022 campaign.
I could not resist, no offense to Chelsea Bailey. I could not resist the rider change to Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 2, Fun and Funny. I fell for it. And it's funny because, no pun intended, it's been the theme of today. I thought this horse would have been 5-2 today, based solely on the rider change. Now, he's the second choice, but I guess I underestimated the amount of money Road Bible was going to take.
He was on him before at this level, and it didn't seem to help.
Right. No, I don't disagree with that, but I thought 2 and 3 back, this horse ran well enough to win today, and I thought that would have drawn enough people in, like myself.
Okay.
But it didn't. I mean, like I said, clear-cut second choice, too, by the way. If you think the favorite can get beat here, you're going to get paid. because the second choice is 9-2 and everybody else is 6, 7-1. Then there's a bunch of horses in double digits. So good betting race if you don't like the chalk.
7, the favorite, just stepped in with Gabriel Saez filling in for Cabrera. We're set for the 4th. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
The last horse to load is Sunny is Not So Funny. They're at the post. They're off. Sunny is Not So Funny, Fun and Funny, African Warrior, Road Bible, Stud Puppy, all in the mix. Then comes Fallen Empire, and the trailer is Hard to Park. Sunny is Not So Funny, can pick his path up the backstretch. He's a half length in front of Major Chance at the rail. Road Bible emerges in third, and he's 2 from the front and a length in front of American Chaos. African Warrior had to check pretty sharply at about the half-mile pole. He's now moving up into 4th. 2.5 back to Stud Puppy and Fun and Funny. Then comes Hard to Park, and desperately last is Fallen Empire. Sunny is Not So Funny has the lead. He's a 2-length advantage over Road Bible, who begins to run after him in second. Major Chance is third. African Warrior's 4th, but he's about 7 behind, and he's a length in front of American Chaos. Sunny is Not So Funny and Road Bible with Major Chance at the rail. Sunny is Not So Funny has a final furlong to get. He's still 2 lengths in front of Road Bible, who's trying to catch. So is Major Chance down at the rail, who's traveling well enough. Sunny is Not So Funny is still clear. Sunny is Not So Funny is turning away Road Bible and Major Chance. Sunny is Not So Funny gives Cody Rosen 2 wins. Sunny is Not So Funny. Sunny is Not So Funny beat Road Bible. Major Chance was 3rd, and Fun and Funny finished 4th.
Well, we had said this horse showed promise in the debut. That was back in July of last year, winning impressively to break his maiden at first asking, but it's been a struggle since. Finally finds a winner's circle again in his 10th start.
Cody Rosen 0 for 20-something coming into today. Exits today at least 2 for 20-something. As Sunny is Not So Funny. Eric Medellin, another bug rider down at Oaklawn Park. He's had a pretty good start to his career. Puts this one on the front end and says, bye-bye, so long, farewell. Gate to wire for Sunny is Not So Funny this afternoon.
With the win, son of American Freedom. Long time between drinks for this 3-year-old.
Second in the Travers, American Freedom. 2?
I bet him that day.
So
American
did I.
Freedom.
So did I.
Arrogate.
I did not bet Arrogate. No. Sorry. I'm with you, pal.
But that was fun to watch.
It
wasn't
was fun to watch.
I got to watch it from the roof.
Best thing I've ever seen. Best horse race I've ever seen live.
Yeah.
Best performance, I should say.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, performance was incredible.
My favorite race, I watched it right down there. The 1989 Gotham Easy Goer set the track record. That's my favorite race I've ever seen live.
A couple of good ones right there.
Yeah. Oh, and Tonalist winning the Cigar Mile.
We got to say goodbye to Mr. Stabile here. I'm with you again though tomorrow for
See
a
you
little
tomorrow
bit.
for a little bit. Yeah, I think we're together for the Dangerous Hour tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Hopefully we're on the
should
turf.
be fun. Andy
Yes.
Sterling going to join me on the desk after a short timeout. We got a lot more coming up. We didn't even get a chance to talk Wood Memorial. We will do that with Andy. Preview the big one coming up tomorrow on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Morello, Steve Asmussen, he's already got Epicenter. Now trying to get Morello as his backup plan, who's very talented in his own right to the Derby. Mo Donegal, early voting, standing in his path. We'll be back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Buddha digs down at the rail. Medaglia d'Oro fights on. Sarlan gains ground. Blue Burner fifth. A furlong to go. Buddha, Medaglia d'Oro, and Sunday Break. Buddha tough as nails. Medaglia d'Oro and left feet. Pinkai, they're surging on the outside. Sunday Break down to the wire. It's going to be tight. Medaglia d'Oro and Buddha. Buddha won. Buddha won it by a nose.
20,000 plus on hand to witness that Wood Memorial back in 2002. Andy Serling joining me on set here. And what could have been for Jimmy Bond and the connections of Buddha, who unfortunately scratched with lameness in his left front leg just a little bit before that Kentucky Derby. He would have been second choice. He was 5-1.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Wood Memorials in my day. The first one I saw was Bold Forbes winning in 1976, and I think that may have been as good, if not better, than any of them. Medaglia d'Oro second. I mean, his career is somewhat legendary. Even Sunday Break, who finished third, was a very good horse. Sarland, who finished fourth, burned a lot of people's money over the years, but he was a very good horse. And Buddha, you're right, Greg, what could have been. But this shows how good the Wood Memorial was. I think, or is. It shows there's so many horses that don't get the recognition they deserve. Escandrea, he very well might have won the Triple Crown the way he was running when he won the Wood Memorial. A horse like Bellamy Road, who only managed to make 2 more starts. Some very, very good horses.
How many really top-notch? I mean, been some big-time horses who have scratched before the Derby that we never got to see get a chance.
Right, and even recently, right? I Want Revenge is one of them. Escandrea, Buddha there, and it is amazing. But on the other hand, we've also seen Seattle Slew and Easy Goer and Bold Forbes and Unbridled Song won this race. We've seen some great horses in the Wood Memorial, and tomorrow's Wood Memorial and the whole card promises to be very exciting, and it does feel very likely that we will be on the turf as well. I spoke to Glenn Kozak, and we are extremely optimistic.
That is good news.
For turf
Fingers
racing
crossed.
Tomorrow. Yep.
Look forward to that. Speaking of this year's edition of the Wood Memorial, stop, on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. It is loaded with talent. And we're going to go through the entire field here. Coming up, Morning Line favorite. That is Morello, Steve Asmussen, Blue Lion Thoroughbreds. We'll have more on the story of this horse and where that name came from a little bit later in the program. Jose Lezcano will be back aboard. Field begins from the rail on out. Mo Donegal, Todd Pletcher is going to make his second start here of his 3-year-old campaign.
What's not to like? He's won here at 1 1/8. His last race is not that bad. He'll benefit from more distance. He'll benefit from Aqueduct. And he is the closer in a race where you have a speed, you have a sort of tertiary speed, but he's the closer, can take advantage of a collapsing pace.
Golden Code is next door. Pletcher as well, and Kendrick Carmouche will ride.
I didn't realize till yesterday that Todd Pletcher has 3 of the 8 horses in the race, and they're not untalented. And, listen, he was well beaten by Morello, but it's not as though this lightly raced New York bred doesn't have talent.
Lightly raced, but he's been talented too. Early voting, 2 starts, 2 wins, both going long.
He's a bit of a wild card because he's got to improve to win this race, but he is a very, very fast early horse that's going to play come and catch me. And considering he's only run twice, he's achieved quite a lot. Can he take the next step forward?
The third of the Pletchers, Speedster, who's going to take blinkers off long term.
Maybe you'll get a little feeling about this horse by watching the 7th race at Aqueduct today, because the horse he beat him last time and barely beat him is a heavy favorite. That horse runs big today. Maybe this maiden deserves a little bit more look than you would normally give him.
That is electability that we're all excited to see run later in this program today on the Friday card. Morello, he is the one to beat on the Morning Line. He is 3 for 3 coming off that grade 3 win in the Gotham.
He's the Morning Line favorite, the probable favorite. He should be able to stalk. Can he keep improving? Can he get the distance? All questions. He wins this race, at least for a brief moment. Steve Asmussen may have the 2 early favors for the Derby.
Yeah, Epicenter, the other one. Skippy Longstocking, he comes in off a win for Saffie Joseph Jr.
His last race was actually okay, but he's still going to have to improve. Both of these Saffie Joseph horses are taking a big step forward, but this is the time to take a shot.
Yeah, his stablemate is right next door. AP's Secret, Manny Franco will ride here.
He's probably the longer of the 2 horses, not untalented, but this is not an easy field.
And what do you make of the New York bred, who comes in with a perfect record for Mike Maker, Barise?
Well, I made more of him before the horse who finished second to him last time came back and ran 2 clunkers, and that's disappointing. But once again, this is when you take a shot. What is he missing by running in this race? If it doesn't work out, there's other big races he can run in, and he certainly earned a right to take a shot.
8-1 morning line on the New York bred. There's New York breds represented in both our stakes on the road to the Derby and the Oaks. In fact, the Oaks, 2 New York breds. Top 2 choices in the morning line there. We'll talk about that one a little bit later on. Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World. Looking forward to it. Race 8 on that card tomorrow, and the Derby picture basically going to be finalized after tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's been so much uncertainty along the trail, and not in a negative way. I think in a positive way, with a lot of potentially talented horses. We saw that breakout performance by Epicenter 2 weeks ago in Louisiana. We saw 2 okay performances last week, or at least 2 in the preps, but I don't think we saw any wow performances. But between the Wood Memorial, the Bluegrass, and the Santa Anita Derby, we're going to have a lot more questions answered by a little more than 24 hours from now.
Registration, and Anthony talked about it a little bit earlier on. It's now open for that Wood Memorial Challenge. You can play the contest online with Naira Bets, or you can play it on track here at Aqueduct. You could win excellent cash prizes and seats to the following week's contest. Registration ends in about an hour and 13 minutes. 5 p.m. Eastern today is the cutoff time. Go to naira.com/contests to get involved. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, Chad Brown, Wise Racing, Manny Franco with a first-time starter that is 1-5 on the board in a race that has been moved from the turf to the dirt. This is a main track-only entrant. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us. Race 6 is up next here in New York. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. This 6th race, scheduled for the grass, moved to the main track. And with that, we now have just 5 remaining in this group. We start with Rombeek. Blinkers go on.
I mean, the truth of the Rombeek is the early dirt races, especially the second one, are fast enough to give them a chance. That is, if the heavily bet Chad Brown first-time starter doesn't run to his 1-5 odds.
There's a filly by Race Day making start number 3.
Another Todd Pletcher stallion, 70,000, a lot for a race day, has not lived up to it.
Ultimate hunch play for this barn, huh? Chad Brown, more ammo?
Well, 1-5 first-time starters, $300,000, a half to skill, not luck.
Yeah, it was 4 for 8 on the dirt. Martini's Amica. Juan Vasquez gets Lasix.
There will be a lot of people that want a Martini if this horse wins. Either in celebration or...
8 starts, has never hit the board. And, yeah, it was a turf race that Empress Theodoro basically ran second against really turf runners, but the figure was not bad.
Mile and an eighth, first time out, ran well, so won't have a problem with the distance. Can handle, with the distance, but also running fresh as well, and is clearly the other horse in my pick 4 that went down the drain with that hideous beat in race number 5 with the 6 horse. Used both the 7 and 11. But I did smoke out the 7 as my top choice, Greg. Right on top. Right on top.
That's why this number is so low.
Yeah.
Let's look at the backup plan here. Empress Theodore, another main track only, and this was the dirt debut, the only dirt start, race that came off the turf at Saratoga.
Yeah, this horse took a left turn into the stretch before sort of getting straightened out. I'm not saying she would have won.
A sharp left and then a sharp right.
Right, yeah she was a little green. But listen, it wasn't a great race, but to run second in that race, going a mile and eighth first time out, and she ran well enough in the turf. I don't think she's impossible, but in all likelihood, the 7's probably a better horse than she is. But, they're betting the 7 like it's a one-horse race. I understand it's Chad Brown, but still a first-time starter. This is awfully short.
Grand Dam of the 7 was a grade 3 winner on the dirt, routing on a sloppy racetrack. 2-5.
Yeah, and the Skill Not Luck was actually a Klarovich runner, but was not trained by Chad Brown. Was trained by the late Rick Violet. I think only may have run once for Klarovich. I think was claimed, but did run okay. And there's a one good turf horse there. It's probably a runner. This is a race where the horse that Chad Brown wanted to be running was Expand the Map. The horse who was entered for turf, and the race got rained off. And Expand the Map had run once at Saratoga and lost to Pizza Bianco, who, of course, won the Breeders' Cup Filly, Juvenile Turf Filly. They've been waiting to get back the races. Second time she's been entered and been rained off.
Same price, probably, if had it been on the turf, that horse?
She'd have been very short in here and supposedly training well. And, it's frustrating, but it's frustrating for everybody. And it's us, too. You don't want to lose these turf races. But the good news is we expect to be back on tomorrow, and then we'll be on Sunday, and hopefully through the rest of the meet.
Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Absolutely beautiful day, and we should be on the turf tomorrow. Nice breeze, unless we get a lot more weather coming in. I noticed it was raining in Kentucky. Sometimes we get their weather about 24 hours later. I was looking to pick the 11 Empress Theodora. I thought her first race was big, going a mile and eighth in Saratoga. And then just watching her warm up, I'm just not crazy about her energy level. I just would like to see a bit more energy from her, a little bit more animation, if you will. So I had to go back to the 7, More Ammo, who couldn't look fitter. I was talking with trainer Chad Brown, who's here, who saddled her. So she's got a lot of miles underneath her. Just one little nagging or mishap here or there that kept her from running for a while. So she has a tremendous amount of foundation. I asked about the dirt. She was entered for turf. He said she's worked really well on the dirt, has outworked other horses at times on the dirt, but once in a while kind of gave him the impression she was a little bit turfy, but felt very comfortable at leaving her in here. And I just think she landed in a spot that if she can run at all, she justifies that extremely short price on a first-time starter.
So there she is, debut coming up, 1-5. And Manny Franco will have the call here for Chad Brown.
Yeah, listen, there's not much you can do when these races get taken off. It's not bad if you're Chad Brown, right? And you've got a horse like Expand the Map on the turf, and you end up with this horse running on the dirt. Obviously, you prefer to run those surfaces, but that's the beauty of running for main track only. And the reality is, I know it's not easy, but you do wonder sometimes why more trainers don't enter main track only. You look at today's second race, right? We knew that race was very unlikely to run on turf. We drew it on Sunday, and it was supposed to rain like this. Surprised that more MTOs didn't enter.
As you heard, well, maybe you didn't. We did from John Embrial. Jalon Samuel, there he is, right on the 2. Rombeek, they're going to load the horse without him. He'll hop aboard here in a moment. Horse who was a very distant second in a race that was taken off the turf as well at Saratoga last summer. Off a slow start that day. 2-5 favorite, and they have that gate open to try and get the 2 in. So Chad Brown, the odds-on favorite, a huge Saturday for Chad Brown, a trainer that has accomplished so much. But in terms of, a Kentucky Derby for him, tomorrow is a very big afternoon with early voting with Zandon trying to get to that Kentucky Derby.
But both of them need to do well to get points, So it's not like he doesn't have to worry a little bit. Both horses are very much in need of at least a second-place finish.
Sixth from Aqueduct. We are just about set 9-5 on this horse, the clear-cut second choice, but it's 1-2 on the first-time start of the 7. More ammo. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And we are set now for Aqueduct's 6th race. Now we're set. And the rough. Empress Theodora from the outside. There goes more ammo. More ammo up to challenge Empress Theodora for the lead. And Rambique is next in third, followed by Martini's Amica. And the trailer is Dolce Seta in fifth. The field heads out of the chute to the main track now, and it is the favorite firster, More Ammo, who leads here by a neck. Empress Theodora is on the outside in second. And then it is the trio of Dolce Seta, Rambique, and Martini's Amica. The quarter went in 24-1. More Ammo in front here by 3/4 of a length. Empress Theodora on the outside. Now Dolce Seta is gaining ground down towards the rail, and Rambique is moving up in between horses. Martini's Amica is at the back. More Ammo shows the way here. It's More Ammo in front by a length. Opening half mile in 48 seconds. They go into the turn. More Ammo, the leader, a little more than a length over Empress Theodora. Dolce Seta down at the fence. Then it's Rambique, and farther back Martini's Amica. More Ammo maintaining the lead here as they come for the top of the stretch. It's More Ammo now in front by 2, now in front by 3. Rambique on the extreme outside is moving into second, Dolce Seta, and in between horses, Empress Theodora. It is More Ammo with the lead past the 3/16 pole. It's More Ammo in front, and More Ammo has opened up here on the field. More Ammo with a 6-length lead, now a 7-length lead. No doubt about this winner here. First-time starter, More Ammo, wins by a little more than 5. Rambique was second. Dolce Seta finished third.
We will not be using our Run Happy photo finish for this 6th year at Aqueduct. More Ammo, pretty convincing in the debut.
Greg said to me around the 8th pole, well, you said it coming to the top of the stretch, we were talking about electability next race and said maybe that one should have been the Wood too. And around the 8th pole, we both thought maybe this one could have been the Wood Memorial too. But on the other hand, this is a filly and more importantly, not a 4-year-old. So wouldn't be eligible for any of those races. So we were wrong. But you know what? Listen, she obviously didn't beat much, so you just don't know. But she did win like a 1-2 shot should, like a 1-5 shot should, frankly.
Manny Franco, just a passenger here. She did all the work. Daughter of Empire Maker, as easy as could be. First time out at 1-2 for Wise Racing. Daughter of Empire Maker, out of a Deputy Minister, Mayor, Chief Secretary. 7-2, 4-10, 13-1, 23-1, 13-1 underneath.
Yeah, Rambique ran a little bit actually for second. Nothing from the 11, the second choice, who went up 9-5, but this favorite was much the best.
All right, we have these prices coming up. Back to Oaklawn, race 5. It starts the pick 5. And a 2-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming race. 7-5 on Ava's Grace, who we'll see in a moment, for Robertino Diodoro. She last year was a 3-year-old filly with some big promise. Second in the fantasy on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Here's Sundial. Rider change. David Cabrera off all his mounts the rest of the day. Isaac Castillo rides.
Sundial was another horse who last April, broke her maiden with a little bit of promise. But my gosh, she's been awful in her 2 starts since then.
Here is the 3-2 favorite coming up, Ava's Grace. We'll see right now.
She gets the needed class relief after sort of being a non-factor against much better horses. Still, it's not like she ran so well that you're dying to take a short price.
Sunny Isle Beach at 5-1. John Gerardo aboard.
I used to think she was really more of a sprinter, but she's run well enough in her last 2 races going long that maybe she's okay going long. Her figs are improving, to be fair.
Ricardo Santana, he is going to fill in on Too Pretty for Danny Pites.
Feels like she and Ava's Grace are the speed in this race. We'll see if it works out for them. Her race 2 back's good enough. The rest of them, not so much.
Trouville, 5-year-old mare, has Giovanni Franco.
I am betting on Trouville in this race. She was the favorite in the race where that heavy favorite was scratched the gate. And I don't understand why she was as far back as she was. And I want to give her one more chance.
And Cupid's Music last in line here with John Court.
14-1 on this horse would be one of the greatest underlays in the history of horse racing based on her PPs.
Done very little running since she broke her maiden end of her 2-year-old campaign at Remington. 2 minutes to post here. Coming up in the 5th again. It starts the late pick 5. Let's check in with Gary Stevens.
Greg, Andy, it's not often that I agree with you a whole lot, Andy, but I do agree with you about Ava's Grace in this spot. She did get beat a long ways her last out, but it was against much, much better, as she said. But she's still going to have to come back to her good form to be able to win this race today. Too short a price for me right now at even money. Too Pretty, the 4-horse. She's Arkansas-bred filly coming out of an Archie-bred stake race down the dusty road where she was 3rd that day. Stretching back out today. I like the stretching back out for her and trainer Danny Pites. And now that you're talking about Troville, I'm going to tell you why she was as far back as she was, Andy, after that horse acted up in the gate. She had a lot of things happen to her in a short period of time. She actually shipped by van from California out here to run in that spot. She arrived just about 48 hours before she ran. She was very, very wound up when she came over, and showing her on the racetrack right now. She's a little wound up right now, but when she got into the starting gate, she was standing well, and the horse reared up, flipped over backwards right next to her, and when they took her out of the gate, Giovanni said that she just completely lost it mentally. She got left at the start of the race, but he said she ran her race before they ever put her back into the starting gate for the second time. So hopefully she keeps behaving herself today, and if she does and comes back to her best form, she's got a shot in here. Guys?
Yeah, she does indeed. Great information there. Thanks, Gary, for that. So big-time excuse for that last effort.
No, I agree. And, you know, we've talked quite a bit about Giovanni Franco and been very impressed with his riding here this winter. And it was uncharacteristic. And for Gary to explain like that is great information. And I think people need to ask themselves, if you draw a line through her last race, isn't she the favorite in here?
Yeah,
because
probably.
Two Back was a turf race. She ran an 81 buyer, an 88 buyer, an 83 buyer in her prior 3 dirt races. The even money favorite, she ran an 87 last year in the fantasy, but her last are 70 and 72. Right, a one-off figure, whereas if I was consistency. If you believe, and I bet my money even before I hear Gary, I'm betting more when I hear Gary, because what Gary's saying is, neither one of us is saying she has to win. Gary's not saying, oh, you know, she's going to run great today. What he's saying is he believes there's real reason to say she had an excuse for that performance. She could be the overlay of the year at 5-1, because honestly, you take that last race out, is she 8-5 here?
Yeah. I mean, you see, anytime someone's dropping out of a graded stake, they're going to get attention, right? But yeah, numbers-wise, she deserves to be, if not the favorite, right there. It should be a lot closer between those two.
Right, and she certainly shouldn't be the co-third choice in a 6-horse field where one of them literally, Cuba's Music, with no disrespect, has absolutely, I mean, this horse lost by 110 lengths in the previous 4 starts, and is a 3-year-old facing older, and with much respect, Steve Asmussen, the horse in the rails, a long shot, has done little to no running in her last 2 starts. I mean, she's down to 4-1. She's still a great bet. Listen, I'm going to take a shot with her. I appreciate what Gary said. I was very interested, and I talked to you about it when watching the replay. And she's a better filly in her last race, and Gary gave us a reason to believe that her last race can be tossed.
A lot of positives. She comes down a little bit now. Another number down to 4-1. There's Giovanni Franco, one of a couple of riders that Gary's representing at this meet, along with Tiago Pereira. And, there goes your price.
Yeah, well, it's partly our fault, right? Sorry.
The perils of being an analyst.
The good news is we actually get paid to do this. So, you know, and since our job is to at least attempt to occasionally enlighten the public, you'd like to think we actually are successful in occasionally doing that. We try. For frequently in horse racing, you think you're enlightening people, and in fact, you're hurting them. But sometimes we'd like to think we help.
Let's go back to Ava's Grace for a moment. When she was successful on that Oaks Trail, when she was forward, does she have that ability?
She's got to go. Oh, does she still have it? Well, she was close to a fast-paced 2-back, wasn't she? Going 6 furlongs, you know? I mean, you would think. I mean, I think the better question is, why didn't they get more forward last time? Maybe they're just intimidated by the competition, but rating her certainly didn't help. At least you're going to run her to her strength. And listen, I'm not in any way saying she can't win, but I think the 5 has a reasonable chance to beat her. And the good news is I'll be circling for another couple hours here. I feel like it's like a Western when I watch Oaklawn.
Well, that's good. We get a little more time to dig into this race.
Yeah, yeah. And we were.
We got, as we mentioned, the pick 5. It starts here. Next is a bottom-level state-bred maiden claiming race where probably Mo Vodka is going to take a ton of money with the drop in class, but that's a horse who was a mile behind the Contenders in that race, even though it was a better group.
Yeah, it was a much better field. That horse is the horse to beat. I totally agree with you. I thought the 4, Max's Heart, might be an interesting drop down in that race, maybe. I thought the 4 was one I could use. Perhaps the 3 off the claim, but a little bit skeptical on that one. Maybe 4 and 12 were my plays. By the way, remember down the dusty road, we were talking about that race? I looked up a horse for running this weekend, the second dam down the dusty road. The Archie bred. Yep.
Big stop for the call. Here's the start of the pick 5.
They're off. Trouvel broke very well, so did Too Pretty. Ava's Grace was bounced around just a bit, but now she responds to go all the way up to take the lead. Sundial is next, then Cupid's Music, and the early trailer is Sunny Isle Beach. So Ava's Grace will be the leader from Too Pretty at the clubhouse turn. Trouvel is 3 wide, Sundial's at the rail. Cupid's Music is on an early move, and there goes Cupid's Music 4 wide, all the way up to challenge for third, and she's only 2 from the front. Sunny Isle Beach is the trailer. Compact field to the backstretch with Ava's Grace just in front. Ava's Grace is a half length in front of the Arkansas bred Too Pretty in second. Cupid's Music is 3 deep in third with Sundial tucked in at the rail in fourth. Then comes Sunny Isle Beach. Now Trouvel is the trailer. 5 lengths first to last, midway on the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Ava's Grace trying to get there first. Ava's Grace a full length and a quarter now in front of Too Pretty. Sundial stays at the rail. She's 2 from the lead. Then Sunny Isle Beach. Trouvel will be 3 wide leaving the backstretch. She's still 5 off the lead. And Cupid's Music is the trailer, and Ava's Grace is still the strong leader. Ava's Grace to the quarter pole. A 2-length lead on Too Pretty and Sunny Isle Beach. The whip is out on Sundial. Far, far back to both Cupid's Music and Trouvel. Ava's Grace going to be tough to catch. Ava's Grace, top of the stretch, a 3-length lead. Now make it a 3.5-length lead on Too Pretty and Sunny Isle Beach, then Sundial. But it's Ava's Grace clearly the best, and she's got it. Ava's Grace sprints to the wire, going to be close for second. Ava's Grace in front. Ava's Grace won by 4.5. Sunny Isle Beach was second, Too Pretty third. Sundial finished fourth.
Big drop in class out of a grade 2 in the Azeri, and Ava's Grace at odds-on responds with a win.
Well, Gary and I, while acknowledging she could be the one to beat, thought she was overbet. She wasn't. She absolutely trounced this field, winning at 3-5 and winning like a 3-5 shot should. We tried the 5, Trouvel. She just can't run at all anymore.
2, 3, 4 finish in the 5th. Formful beginning, and potentially a free square for many at that price at 3-5. Yeah, not either of us. David Cohen, Robertino Diodoro, Cypress Creek Equine, and his daughter Lauban with a convincing victory to start off that sequence at Oaklawn. Back in New York. More ammo, and Chad Brown has just that with this filly.
Yeah, I mean, she was quick in there. I haven't been paying enough attention to the times. She went 1:37, small change, I think, in this race, but it feels like a strong race, and there is Chad Brown, gracing us with his presence.
What is going through his mind on the eve of 2 major Derby preps? Well, he's going to enjoy this one for a moment. More ammo?
Well,
impressive first time out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think like a lot of people, Chad is intense and, you know, there's pressure, but he enjoys it as well. And I mean, if you're a trainer, you want to have a lot of live horses and Triple Crown preps and big races like Chad does tomorrow here. And it's disappointing if you lose, but if you're not in them, it's worse.
1-2 on More Ammo. Now this field over a barrel, 7-2-4 finish. As we take a late pick 5 follow along. Because Salsa began it, Crypto Cash. We got 2 legs still remaining, and Chad Brown's going to have another likely odds-on favorite coming up in race 7. And a horse who, based off what he did in his maiden score, it's maybe a horse, as you said just a few moments ago, maybe we should be seeing in the Wood tomorrow. If he can back that up again, maybe we'll see him in a Triple Crown race at some point.
Yeah, or certainly pointing towards big races. And he's one of a number of runners for this stable that really ran well here this winter.
4 to 5 on electability. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Eric Cancel gets the assignment. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, take a closer look at that Grade 1 Carter Speaker's Corner. He has been devastating his last couple of starts at a mile. Mind control off the bench as a 6-year-old. Does he still have it in him? And Chad Brown, reinvestment risk coming off a huge effort. Stay with us.
On the outside, Langfear getting underway as they come down to the mid-stretch marker. It is Stalwart Member in front by 5. Langfear trying to reel him in with a furlong to go. Has a big job to do. Stalwart Member still there under the whip. 3.5 length lead. Langfear getting closer. So is the wire. Stalwart Member trying to gut it out another 50 yards. Langfear, last gas surge. Here's the line. Langfear nailed him on the wire.
What a way to finish off a career. Langford, Grade 1 Carter, and then caps it off with the Met Mile in a race that was a 5th off the race record, by the way, as a highway.
Nah, he was a very exciting horse that really put in a gigantic run. This is actually part of a series we're running. It's called Horrible Beats for Andy. I bet Stalwart Member, trained by our friend Howie Tesher, looked home at 10 to 1.
What a horse, the Canadian bred, who was the king of New York for a while.
And interestingly enough, he was at Claiborne Farm, and I think one of the reasons they brought him in was to try to be a successor to Danzig, who was his sire. And even though he was so successful on the dirt, I think he was better as a turf sire because of the Danzig influence.
Won his final 4 starts in New York, the Vosburg Forgo, Carter, and Met Mile.
I was going to say, I knew he won the Forgo after that, but there were 4 Grade 1s. I mean, to be honest, he must have been Sprinter of the Year, right? I don't think he was Breeders' Cup eligible.
Okay.
I don't. That's why I don't think he ran the Breeders' Cup. I don't think he was eligible, but he must have been Sprinter of the Year off a campaign like that.
Incredible runner. And that was back in '97, our ABR Race of the Week. This year's edition of the Carter that has a pretty darn good group, too.
It's a great race tomorrow.
Speaker's Corner coming into this race on a big-time high in our ABR Race of the Week. He's going to get the outside post and going a mile. And I guess you could throw 7/8 right into that mix is what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bill Mott learned and it wasn't a bad beat because Miles Do You Beat Him is good. He's a better horse one turn. And you look at his last, 5 races, 6 races around one turn, that maiden win against the tough field, that big win at Belmont with a huge figure and these wins. But with all due respect, the competition is getting much, much deeper. And I'm really happy to see so many people showing up to run this race because too often it feels like we concede the race because there's one decent horse in there. He's had a couple of very tough races down at Gulfstream Park, and now he's got to come up to Aqueduct and really duplicate those performances because when you look at the competition, Mind Control, multiple Grade 1 winner, Reinvestment Risk off a big win last time out, what we've seen from Green Light Go, I mean, this is a very strong field.
Oh, this is a horse who is coming off the bench in that very strangely run Parks Dirt Mile that Silver State just strangely kind of stopped at right before the wire. He was going to go to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He spiked the temperature, so he had to miss it.
I think there's a real argument that he's really come to life for Todd Pletcher. He's a horse that had struggled to find that good 2-year-old, 3-year-old form. He won the Allen Jerkins, he won the Hopeful, but he's getting it back for Todd Pletcher, and he's a big player.
6-time graded stakes winner, and as Andy mentioned, those 2 Grade 1s. Meanwhile, Reinvestment Risk, what an effort he put in at Gulfstream in his 4-year-old debut.
He hadn't run a competitive race since running in the Champagne almost a year and a half prior to this. He was second to Jackie's Warrior twice. If Jackie's Warrior wasn't born, he'd be a dual Grade 1 winner. And he had a completely forgettable 3-year-old year with one poor performance on Belmont Stakes weekend, but he put it all to rest with this performance. Milliken, who finished second, who arguably did have some trouble in the race, is a very, very talented horse for Ian Wilkes. And make no mistake, he can win this horse.
You're a believer.
I'm a believer. I'm not saying he's going to win. This is a very hard race.
It is an incredible group. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to have live coverage coming up tomorrow. Grade 1 Carter, 9th on the card on a tremendous day that, of course, includes the Wood Memorial. We're going to head downstairs as we get set for the 7th from Aqueduct. Chad Brown with this one right here, an odds-on favorite, Electability. Very good in that dirt debut as we head down to Maggie.
No problems with your current favorite, Electability. I want to take a look at the inside runner in here. That's Unbridled Bomber dropping out of the Grade 3 Withers, in which that was a quick pace, obviously set by the eventual winner early voting. But Unbridled Bomber made a bit of a middle move down the backside to kind of get into contention and then drop back. Well, a few months away from the races has done this horse a world of good. He's filled out. His coat is better. I'm seeing a vast improvement with Unbridled Bomber coming back here today, as he does get Lasix for this start for Jimmy Ryerson. On to some outside runners. Number 7, Good Skate. He's taking some money. I don't know. He's gotten okay in his last 2. I think he's beating a tougher field here. And he's also been very settled in his last 2 races. Today, he came in washed out, acting up, not making a favorable impression. As number 8, Looney Sema, I saw him early on as a 2-year-old. He's done very well in the interim here. Peter Rottwalder having a string here in New York for this season. Already has a winner on the card. He's filled out. He looks like a much improved animal as he gets a little bit more ground to work with, which I think will work in his favor, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We start with Unbridled Bomber, so 5-1, Jose Lezcano.
I think he is far and away the biggest threat to the favorite in this race. He didn't have the best trips in the Jerome, and he was on a dead rail last time in the Withers. He's a better horse than that and gets Lasix for the first time.
Lezcano, of course, on Morello tomorrow in the Wood. Here is Eagle in Love, Rob Atras. His debut was pretty good.
His debut was very good over the talented long term, and then he was basically eased. I think it's a good sign he comes back in 20 days, Greg.
And speaking of long-term Electability, he just outdueled long-term in his maiden win.
And I really think a big performance by this horse today. You better make sure you're at least giving a look to long-term tomorrow.
4th place finisher came back out of that race to win as well. Cathedral Beach with an 81 buyer. Here's one more score for Bruce Brown.
This horse ran very well last time. A huge improvement switching to Bruce Brown down at Parks. Still, he'd have to step forward even more.
A little dangerous here. Hagler with his speed. Blinkers coming off.
I agree. It also makes no sense that Rudy Rodriguez run this horse a mile because he's made it very clear he doesn't want to go a mile. So maybe Rudy's discovered something with him. He puts on Lasix, and the way Rudy's barn's going, nothing will shock me.
Delaware Park shipper here, Rebel Empire.
Figures to be chasing Hagler, which won't be beneficial. This is a tough spot off a layoff, but he wasn't untalented as a 2-year-old.
Back-to-back wins, meanwhile, at 7/8 and a mile for Good Skate.
And he's in career form. The problem that I have is those races are nowhere nearly good enough to beat the 3, and I don't even know if they're good enough to beat the 1. And it feels like he kind of maxed himself out a little bit. Not that he's a bad horse, he's okay.
And outside Looney, Sema took a huge move forward last out.
And Peter Walder has 2 wins in New York over the last 5 years. He's 2 for 32. They're all with the same horse who won earlier today for Walder.
See if you can pick up another one here with this one on the outside, Son of Keen Ice. 5 minutes to post here in the 7th. All eyes on electability. Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Eric Cancel rides. We'll be back with the 7th right after this.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Is the most beautiful racetrack in America, hands down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the breeding stock sale. Book 1, good to have you back with us.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you by Naira Bets. Stakes 200, that code to use for new members at sign up. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match sign up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 7th at Aqueduct next. 1-turn mile coming up, an allowance optional claiming field. And even money on electability, now 4-5 on the 3-horse for Chad Brown, Klarovich. And that maiden special weight dirt debut in his 2nd start. It's a big figure he earned.
Yeah, he's coming off a long layoff. He'd run that 1 turf race. Well, obviously he's not a turf horse, but he appears to be a dirt horse. You know, the question is, can he come back and run as well? That's really the question. If he does, he's going to be very, very hard to beat in here. And he didn't beat a bad horse in long term. He really came to play. And he got into a fight with him, and he ran him down. So very, very good performance. And it's a fast race, no matter what figures you're looking at. He repeats that performance here, and he is an extraordinarily likely winner.
Yeah, that horse he outdueled, we're going to see in the Wood tomorrow as a maiden for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. He's in there, and Golden Coat is in there, and Golden Coat's owned by Calumet, who won last year's Wood with Bourbonic at $1,000,000-1, and he ran down Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola with the 2nd place finisher, Dynamic One. And Todd was there, watched the race with Mike Rapoli, and of course his other horse ran him down. I said to Todd yesterday, we did a little podcast, and we talked to Todd and said, well, maybe this time you could run down Calumet for Mike Rapoli in this race. We'll see if it happens.
It's going to be a fun Saturday. Let's head back down to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at another horse who actually beat long term, and that's number 2 in here, Eagle in Love, at 22-1 currently for Rob Atras. Now, I can't say I was particularly a big fan of him in the paddock when he made that debut. He just was acting a little bit green, didn't look entirely race fit, but he was able to get the job done going the mile, albeit over a good and sealed racetrack. Now, last time out at Laurel, it's like he broke and said, nope, not today, fellas. He was not having any of it. His rider, Angel Cruz, was asking, imploring him from the get-go. He got the kickback in his face, and he said, I'm not doing this. I can say that he's moved up a little bit in my eyes relative to his first start, and look, his price is huge, and he's beaten long term, which is even by a bigger margin than what Electability did, and he's 4 to 5. So I thought it was just an interesting juxtaposition for a horse that has at least taken a little step forward, if you can forgive that last effort. Moving on to number 4 in here, that's One More Score. He never looked in doubt last time out. Granted, it was a subpar field, probably meeting a little bit better company here, but liked what I saw in the paddock, liked him even more out in the racetrack, had a lovely cadence to his stride and his warm-up. So another one at a big price that maybe you can work in underneath, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Loading up 4 to 5 on Electability. He'll step in next. The 3-horse, Squarely. The one to beat, the Son of Quality Road. Can he look as impressive and maybe even take a step forward? There he is off that dirt debut back on March the 5th. He could be in some very big races if he does.
Peter Pan maybe for him if he wins this race. You'd have to think that would be the next logical step, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. They all want to run the Peter Pan out of this race.
John Imbrial with the call.
Ready for the start of race 7. And they're off, and that was an awkward and slow start for number 4, One More Score, who was at the back of the pack. Up front, it is Electability and Hagler. Hagler with a narrow lead. Electability runs in second. Good skate. Next and third, Looney Seamer on the outside in fourth. Then Rebel Empire racing in fifth. Unbridled Bomber is advancing down towards the rail in sixth. It's almost 5 lengths back to Eagle in Love in seventh, and another 7 lengths or so back to One More Score. The first quarter was running 23-1. Unbridled Bomber continues to move up down at the rail and is now right alongside of the big favorite Electability. Those two heads apart. And then it is Hagler who is racing in third. Good skate in the clear on the outside, moving up from fourth. Rebel Empire is in fifth. Then comes Looney Seamer. One More Score has moved up a spot as the field goes around the far turn. The half in 46-1. It is Electability who's in between horses. Good skate now draws right alongside. Good skate. Electability. Unbridled Bomber is down at the rail. On the far outside is a Rebel Empire with Looney Seamer. The field is in the stretch. It is Electability. Here's Looney Seamer on the outside. Electability down towards the rail. Looney Seamer on the outside with a 16th to the finish. It is Electability, Looney Seamer. Looney Seamer, Electability continues to battle on. Electability by a head. Looney Seamer was second. Farther back, Good Skate finished third.
Electability looked like he had a ton of horse underneath him. You turned to me and said, this is going to be for fun. And then all of a sudden, he found himself in a battle.
The 8, Looney Seamer, Peter Walter came to play today with his 2 horses, and this horse beat him. This is a very, very impressive performance. And I think people will look and say, well, he just beat this huge long shot by a head. Well, first of all, let's look at the margins back to everybody else. Then let's take a look at the horses that got involved in the pace with him, like the one, who did get left, to be fair, and where they finished. This race was a second and a half faster than the prior race, the off-the-turf race, where that horse won by a pole. If that horse got a 70 buyer, this buyer's going to come up around a 90 or so, and this horse did in adverse circumstances. He looked beat for sure. This was a much more impressive performance, I think, than a lot of people will give him credit for.
It did not look good right about here. There comes Looney Seamer. Javier Castellano to the outside after Electability had to do all that work up front. Eyeballs this horse and then finds more down on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were watching. I said, first we both sort of said, he's beat. And then I said, no, he's going to hold him off. And then we both looked at each other and you went, and we both went, uh-oh. And then he just, this is a very, very, very nice horse. I mean, he beat the rest of the field by 5. And the 8, by the way, let's give him a little credit. Yeah. Good trip or not, this horse really stepped forward for Peter Walter. And I don't think it's a case of this horse stepping back. I think the second horse ran huge.
Yeah, he had taken a huge step forward last start, as we talked about. He takes another step forward today. 3-8. Long way back to third for the 7 and 6, your top 4 finishers. But Electability, does it again. We'll wait and see what the figure comes back. But as you said, with all he had to do in this race and find himself in a dogfight down the stretch and eke it out, impressive.
Yeah, no, this horse really ran. That's a nice performance. How about long term? Does he look a little better to you? And this is a performance, where you're going to say the final performance is not even as good as it looks, depending on the figure.
Yeah.
Because he ran better than the final figure suggests.
Pick 4 is next at Oaklawn. That was fun to watch down the stretch.
Yeah.
State bred race here, $12,500 maiden claiming group. And we start with Sacrament.
This would be an upsetter, 36-1. Just hasn't done any running in 2 starts.
First-time starter, next door. Is at 19-1.
First foal from the dam and taking no money.
Chelsea Bailey rides at the big number. Hightail Cowboy is a contender, but coming in from Sam Houston.
Well, he's claimed for 7,500. I thought it was a little interesting. Did you think he'd be this short, 2-1?
No.
Way over bet. Must be a big story.
Giovanni Franco, the call here, filling in for Cabrera. Max's Heart cuts back in distance.
I think this is a very interesting horse. I'm going to have to lose a few dollars in this horse at 9-1.
John Geraldo, rider change on the 5. Bumper Pool, who drops in class.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit on the slow side, but as you said, he is dropping a little bit.
Cat's Got a Chance. Horse who is 0 for 9. Does have back-to-back seconds.
Yeah, I mean, and truthfully, they put him into range with this field. I mean, you don't want to discount him, but he's had his chances.
Fetches Braum. We'll see next for Jinx Fires.
Well, the first start in the mud was much better than the second start on a dry track.
20-1 currently. Heart-Headed Archie.
Now, that's a mouthful. Has done little to no running in 2 starts.
Brief speed against a little better last start. Here's the 9 Risky Situation, who's had 20 starts. Actually, has hit the board in 8 of them.
Oh, he's fast enough to win this race, but he's running out of chances with me.
The 10, you can't make this stuff up. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, the race before the claim was okay. The last race was disappointing.
And it's kind of good race, bad race in the 4 tries for him. The 11 Diesel Fuel, 30-1 went by, and here's the 12 Mo Vodka. We talked about early, probably, if not the horse to beat, one of them for sure with a drop in class.
Yeah, I think you and I felt this horse would be favored, and maybe will be favored by post time, but kind of a nice price at 7-2 if you like him today.
For Alan Milligan, Mo Tom, 3-year-old, who's a gelding from that outside post.
See some Arkansas sires that I've never heard of. I don't know about you, but.
So 5-2 on a horse that we're inclined to try and beat in this spot coming up.
Yeah.
Race that starts as pick 4.
I bet the 4 and bet at exactas with the 12.
Back in New York, it was electability in a race that had a lot going on in here.
Oh, this was a very, very exciting performance by this horse. That got involved in a much stronger pace than I think we had anticipated, and really battled back. You have to really like this performance.
They obviously intent to try and take it to this field early. You think you have the best horse maybe in a race and just don't mess around.
Yeah, he broke well. And the other thing was that Hagler didn't really seem to be eager here. I think that Rudy maybe didn't want to be aggressive, so he went. And then with the one horse, the unbridled horse that didn't break, Unbridled Bomber, he rushed up after not breaking, and then he sort of engaged him. So you have Hagler to his outside, you have the other one to the inside, and it's forcing him to run harder than he wants to. They disintegrated those horses. How about Lunacima, the horse this horse took to be 6-1? Somebody made a lot of money in the other Peter Walder, and Peter came to play today. How was that horse only 6-1 in here?
And you look at that finish again, too. I mean, electability, he was never going to let that horse by.
No, that was a very determined finish.
Another short price in this pick 5 with 1 leg remaining. Biggest price has been $9 so far.
Yeah, not pretty chalky at this point.
All right, so 1 race remaining on this Friday card here in New York. Plenty more coming up from Oaklawn, though, so don't think about going away yet. 1 Turn Mile to close it out here in New York. Allowance optional claiming group for New York breds. And a bit of Irish Sass early opens as the 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised she opened very short. I don't think she's going to stay this price. I do like her a lot in this race. I know she's my friend David Aragona's his spotlight play today, or highlight horse, so they usually get bet very hard early.
All right.
she will be. She's not the favorite. I think Hallie Magic will be favored by post time.
All right, we'll return to that race. It's back to Oaklawn, pick 4 time. And it's still the 3, Hightail Cowboy, the Sam Houston shipper, who was first off the claim for Shea Stewart, a barn that's winless this year, that is favored right now.
You and I were talking about this race off camera, and we both thought the 3 was maybe a little interesting, but were you really going to get enamored with the horse claim for $7,500 at Sam Houston? Well, apparently the answer is a lot of people are more enamored than we are.
To make this one, been a favorite, a 5-year-old, by the way, making start number 3, trying to get the first win.
Yeah, this maybe there's a big story on this horse, but I'm going to play against. I have a little bit of a 3-4, but I think the 4 makes a lot of sense turning back. Take out the race that the horse went long last time, and why wouldn't this horse be one of the favorites in this race based on his performances?
Yeah, that is way too big a number. But as we suspected, that 12 has become the favorite.
Yeah, as he should be. And the 6 taking a lot of money. I guess he's not impossible, but he's also had those 9 chances.
Yeah, getting 5 to 1. John Court. Those appear to be the main contenders in this group. But this bottom level state bred race, crazy things can happen.
Oh, absolutely. And crazy things do happen sometimes. I think the 4 is an interesting, but I love horses cutting back in distance as well. But the other thing is he's not that slow. And I think that the 4, Max's Heart, could be a little bit forward in this race. And he's been ridden by Ricardo Santana, and obviously not, as big a rider. I imagine Ricardo must be at Keeneland, right?
No, he's
here
today, yeah.
Okay. He's staying?
Not in this race, though. We sort of mentioned it, but yeah, a good feature coming up later where Steve Asmus is going to send out Tap for Me, who's kind of what do you do with that filly, who she's been odds on the last 2 starts. She actually broke her maiden. Big figure in her most recent effort when she stretched out, but she did that on the front end.
She had a pretty good dam.
Yeah, Groupie Doll. Oh, she was good.
Yeah. Well, I looked at some stats on Steve Asmussen, and he actually has very similar stats both at Oaklawn Park. I like to separate by track with Steve because he runs so many horses at a lot of tracks where he's heavily favored. He's around a 20% trainer with horses off maiden wins and dirt routes, and the ROI is consistently $1.30. So that says a horse like Tap for Me is a poor bet. And he was able to control, or she was able to control on the front end last time, but with the presence of horses like Ghana Key inside of her, but also the 2 Unbridled Twister, I don't think it's going to be easy to get the front in this race.
And still waiting to see. They do not have a rider change listed yet, but there will be for Tap for Me. It was Cabrera listed. So we'll try and get that information before we get there. 6th from Oaklawn starts this pick 4. It's the first time starter moving in line. Hightail Cowboy, the 3 who'd been favored through most of the running, is Sam Houston Chipper with Giovanni Franco, one of the main contenders, and then Mo Vodka, the 12, the outside runner. Believe still favored with the big drop down in class. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call.
Hard-Headed Archie and Diesel Fuel. Cat's Got a Chance. Last to load, Mo Vodka. They're at the post. They're off. Max's Heart breaks very well. So does Sacramento and Hightail Cowboy. You can't make this stuff up. Hard-Headed Archie all on the move. Mo Vodka's in the center. Then Risky Situation and Fetches Brom with Bumper Pool and Diesel Fuel, and the trailer is Serendip Ruler. Riding the rail to the lead, it's Sacramento, a length in front of Max's Heart. Then comes Cat's Got a Chance, Hard-Headed Archie, and a 4-wide Mo Vodka, and Mo's on the move up into 4th. Then it's 2 lengths further back to Risky Situation, and you can't make this stuff up. They're 5 from the lead. Then Hightail Cowboy and Bumper Pool. They both have 6 lengths to make up. Fetches Brom is 8 off the lead. Then Diesel Fuel, and the trailer is Serendip Ruler, and the leader is Max's Heart. So Max's Heart is the new leader at the top of the stretch from Cat's Got a Chance in 2nd. You Can't Make This Stuff Up is close in 3rd. Mo Vodka is tailed off. He's back to 5th now. Top of the stretch, Max's Heart. Cat's got a chance, and you can't make this stuff up. These are the 3 past mid-stretch. Bumper Pool and Risky Situation have 3 lengths to make up, and Max's Heart is the clear leader. Max's Heart. Here's Bumper Pool up into second from You Can't Make This Stuff Up. Bumper Pool's trying to run down Max's Heart, and he might have him. Bumper Pool in the center. Bumper Pool in front. Bumper Pool beat Max's Heart. Risky Situation third. You Can't Make This Stuff Up. Finish fourth.
5-4, yeah, looks like a 9 for third. Bumper Pool, third start, the lowest level he'd run at yet. Finishing best of anyone. 20 to 1.
Figure there'd be somebody to catch the 4. I bet the 4 at 6 to 1.
20 to 1.
Yeah, probably a little bit high. Yeah, this horse should have been 20 to 1 dropping down, but still a little tough to make, but didn't have to improve that much. 20 to 1's an overlay. Max's Heart probably ran the best race, fighting all the speeds the whole way, but sailed for second.
Big number in a low-level state-bred maiden claimer. John Geraldo for Don Von Hemel. And nothing like a drop down in class to help you look more impressive. This horse finishes best of the bunch here to get the win at a big price in the 6th at Oaklawn to kick off this big 4. 20 to 1 on your winner.
Yeah, big price. So blow things up a little, huh?
No question. We're going to take a timeout. No question they got big dreams for this horse right here, Morello. Hoping to punch his ticket to that Kentucky Derby. He's got to pass that 2-turn test in the wood. We'll have his story to come.
And it's Echo Zulu set down for the final furlong, opening up by 4 to Robbie. And Juju's man battles for second behind a no-doubt champion. Echo Zulu wins the next at Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly.
Cyber Knife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyber Knife, Secret Oath is not going to get by the Arkansas Derby winner, Cyber Knife.
Gun runners on top of the world.
Back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 6th at Oaklawn, start of the Pick 4. It's a big surprise here, 20 to 1. Bumper Pool, although it was steadily dropping down the class ladder, 40, 30, all the way to the bottom to 12-5 today with the win.
Yeah, gets it done, makes that big run down there. And I don't disagree with you. This was an overlay at 20 to 1. If I were smart, I'd have had the exacta. Apparently, I'm not smart.
Would have been a good one to have. $320 for 2 for that 5-4 combination. Take the try. Wouldn't hurt either.
I'd take anything.
7th coming up. Starter allowance at a mile and 3/16. Braking assistance in this 10,000 starter allowance. 1 to 2 on Gopher Sherry. Giovanni Franco filling in for Francisco Arrieta.
Well, with the scratch in this race, the 4 Bear Oak, Gopher Sherry may just be able to absolutely lead this field on the merriest of chases. Not a favorite that I will be trying to beat.
More on that race coming up in just a little bit. We'll get to the post parade as well. Sunday, April 10th, 4th annual telethon for this tremendous cause to aid the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. You'll see throughout our program on Sunday afternoon, connecting with personalities and horsemen who have been involved with their important work. You can go to pdjf.org/donate to get involved. You saw that number as well. It's going to be a fun Sunday. And back when it returned last year, they raised almost $350,000.
And you're taking the day off.
I will not be here, but I'll be watching.
You better be.
I will be.
All right.
That's where you can get involved. Call that number. Go to that website. And prizes being given away, including a drawing for a pair of reserve tickets for Friday and Saturday to the 2022 Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, valued at $1,200 each.
I'll be doing my Greg Wolf impersonation. I'll be doing a poor man's Greg Wolf, trying
You'll
to
be
host
hosting
for 3 hours.
Well,
yes, and if anything goes bad, I'm going to blame you.
I'm going to be spending some time with the in-laws.
Actually, if anything goes well, you get the credit, because a lot of what I learned about hosting, I learned from you, or the good stuff.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they're visiting from the UK, so I got to spend some family time. We're going to take a time out. We will be back. A lot more coming up, including this nightcap from New York. Post-parade to follow when we return. Stay with us.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy, who was at #1 second prop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. I'm still learning all my bridges here in New York. That is the Cross Bay Bridge.
Again, I don't know where the Cross Bay Bridge is. I know it goes across a bay. Oh, it's in the Rockaways. It's right out here. Oh, now our cameraman knows where it is. Now he says it's right there. They're a big help.
Nightcap in New York. One-turn mile coming up as we take a look at the 7 If I Had a Chance. Manny Franco will ride here. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Greg, don't feel bad not knowing the bridges. I've been here 11 years, and the only one I know is the Verrazano, so, and maybe the Gothels. As we'll take a look at number 3, a bit of Irish Sass, as she is the one taking the early money. And last time out, off the layoff, it purely felt like a prep going the 6.5 furlongs, because she's a horse that began her career with 3 sprints, and then when she stretched out, she got better. So I think that's just what they were doing, getting a race into her. She is a bit of a heavier type of filly, robust, kind of thicker boned, and she does tend to get herself a little bit worked up, as you see her with the pony here. Rick Schosberg, her trainer, off-siding her as well, but she has moved forward physically from that first start. I thought she looked strong. She just needed some fine-tuning, and I think she got that. She's back out to a distance of this 1-turn mile, where I think it just suits her down to the ground. Once again, though, very sharp, but not doing too much. You know, she's not as if she's gotten hot or anything like that. So really all positive signs do like a bit of Irish Sass in this spot. As number 7, If I Had a Chance, she's 3rd off of the layoff. Last time out, I thought she sat a perfect trip, just 3rd best behind another rival in here in Kali Magic. But I just think 3rd off is when you want her. She looked okay coming back. There was a little improvement with her subsequently back on March 13th, and now she's where she needs to be. I still wish her coat would have came around a little bit more. It's a little bit long, but at least it looks rich and hydrated, and she just looks physically more together than what she did in her last 2 races. So I think these 2 are maybe the ones you want, though. Kali Magic, she has shown up and danced every dance as of late, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. 5-1 on the one who just left your screen as we take a look at Kali Magic. Chris Englehart had those back-to-back wins, Finger Lakes and Aqueduct. It's been a formful day. We'll see if form holds here. Pick 5s to the current favorite, $191, although the shortest one is to the 6, who's on your screen there, $84.75.
One thing I'll say about Kali Magic is I feel like she's had her chances in her last couple. And I wonder a little bit, she's run fine, and I'm not knocking her, and I picked her 2nd. I feel like she may want a little less distance. I really like a bit of Irish Sass in this race. I thought her last race was much better than it looked. But here's Kali Magic running 2nd to Was last time.
This was her last effort back on March 13th, the same condition. She was favored on this occasion. This race, if she can repeat this, can it win?
Yeah, it can. I'm a little skeptical. That figure seems. Listen, she's in a career form. I mean, Chris Englehart really has her going well. Can't knock her. I think Mashni Girl is going to run better. She's the likely speed in this race, but I think a little bit of Irish Sass will be close to her.
It's the biggest number she's ever run.
Yeah, no, she's been in great form. I mean, her form kind of improved out of nowhere. She had that big win at Aqueduct against the track, and then she ran a credible race behind Frost Me. I still wonder if she's better with a little bit less distance, but her last race would argue that's not true. And she will be a much shorter price by post time.
So
I think
favoritism kind of flipping back and forth between the 3 and 6. Let's look again here at the 7. If I Had a Chance, 6-year-old mare who was in that Kali Magic race. She was 2 3/4 lengths behind her.
Yeah, but this is a race which is expected to pay grade, who was scratched out of this race. But she's had chances in her last couple of races, and she hasn't been able to be close to Kali Magic. So unless you just feel that Kali Magic's not going to show up, I'm not sure why she's supposed to beat her today. She's okay. But I think if you're trying to beat Kali Magic, I think you want to go in a slightly different direction. And that's why I like a bit of Irish Sass. A bit of Irish Sass. Rick Schosberg got very good last summer. She won the New York Oaks. I thought she ran a very credible race and a tough spot going a 1 1/8 miles. And then last time out was a perfect prep. She actually ran a lot better in that race than just looking at the past performance line looks. That's the 3, a bit of Irish Sass. And I believe she's going to run much better for our, he'll be one of my co-hosts on Sunday.
Rick Schosberg?
Yes, he was with us last week.
Always like seeing you guys on together.
Yeah, Rick's great. Rick's really great.
A lot of great information to pass along. Good to have him on the program.
And he was looking forward to getting, we were talking while we were on the set, and he told me he was looking forward to getting her back to the races.
All right, so we'll get to her in a moment. We're going to kick things off with Gringotts, and here is Raul Mena on board.
Yeah, Gringotts. I mean, she's in good form, to be fair. She still would have to take another small step forward to be competitive here, but she's in great form.
10-1 on the 5-year-old mare by Central Banker. Here's the 1, Shadalamo.
A huge upset 3 back, but she actually ran back to it against tougher horses, but still probably just not quite as good as these.
It was also in that race we showed you with Kali Magic. If I had a chance, she was 5th in that race. Beat 6.5 lengths. 2-1 favorite. The 3-horse, a bit Irish Sass, and here she is.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet her at 2-1, but I do think she's a very, very dangerous player. She's a horse I'm interested in today.
Big figure 2-back, but kind of out of nowhere.
Well, it was a huge gold rail performance. But in fairness to her, I don't think she ran that badly in her next start with a track with some moisture in it. And I think she could be the speed in the air. I think she's going to run okay today.
Kendra Carmouche looking for number 2 on board her. The 6, Kali Magic, Chris Engelhart.
I get why she's favored, and her recent form is very good. I'm wondering if she'll keep on with it, but you can't knock her recent races.
And she handled this one when they met back on March 13th. If I had a chance, it was 3rd behind Kali Magic.
Yeah, I mean, she just feels like right now she's cut below. Doesn't mean that Kali Magic won't show up or she'll improve, but I think she looks a little below those right now.
And the 6-year-old mare who was 52-1 at this condition last time out on the outside.
Yeah, she's kind of a neat horse, Well and Josie. She's been around a long time, but I wonder if she's a little better going shorter, and she's just not fast enough.
4 minutes to post in a race that's going to close out this card in New York. Again, we still have the feature coming up from Oaklawn, and a lot to preview on a monster Saturday here in New York, which of course you can play by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the code to use for new members, Stakes 200. Go to nairabets.com. You can download that app and then offer that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Great weekend to take the plunge if you have not yet done it and get involved with Naira Bets. With Big Derby prep here, the Grade 1 Carter. Got the Gazelle on the road to the Kentucky Oaks.
I'm looking forward to seeing Venti Valentine in there. She was so impressive in the Busher, and I really think a big performance tomorrow makes her a player in that Kentucky Oaks because she was good last time.
Yeah, I mean, Jorge Abreu, too, felt she might have been a little bit short going into that race.
Well,
not the case.
If he's right, and she builds on it, and don't forget, the winner of the Busher last year and the winner of the Gazelle, Search Results, who's also returning tomorrow, she came a head away from winning the Kentucky Oaks.
It'll be a fun Saturday, so we hope you join us. Our coverage, by the way, begins 1 Eastern time on FS2.
Yeah, it really is going to be a great day of racing. I'm really looking forward to it. I think, to be honest, last year's Wood Memorial card was a little disappointing. We had 5 in the Carter. We had 5 in the Bayshore. Now we've got that sensational 8-horse field. I mean, it's a race where first captain is probably going to be 8 or 10-1. That's how strong the field is. The Bayshore's got 10 in it.
Witt, can't wait to see him come back.
Yeah, he's coming back. That's a very interesting race. So I think that we really have a much stronger card. The supporting races came up good. The average field size going into the card, betting interest is about 8.5 or so. I think last year was around 6.5. So it really is a superior card. And I know there'll be a good card at Keeneland as well. But the Wood Memorial card holds up extremely well. And I'm just so happy that the Carter is getting the respect it deserves. It's the strongest reign we've had of the Carter in years. Deepest.
Let's head down to Maggie.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Carter tomorrow. I just kind of drooling over the PPs and what's to come with all those horses matching up, and see if Speaker's Corner can get that Grade 1 victory. As we'll take a look, though, at number 4 in here, Mashing Girls. I thought Andy brought up some good points with her. She's back on a fast track today. One of the better times I've seen her appear, too. Always kind of very critical of the fact that she never really filled out, especially behind the saddle, but it seems as though she's getting there finally. She just looks healthy. She looks like a happy horse and moved really well in the warm-up for Kendrick Carmouche, who did give her his patented solo warm-up and big gallop over to the backside. So I think she deserves some respect, and she's getting it, Greg, at 3-1 currently.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Meanwhile, wow, 8-5. White money coming in on the 6 Kali Magic with Dylan Davis.
Not surprising. Such a heavy favorite. And we've seen a lot of short prices today. I'm hoping that changes here and this horse does not get home.
Again, if she should win, it's pick 5, I believe $84 and change.
Yeah. It could have been bigger if I hadn't taken that brutal beat in the 5th, but I'm probably only about a week or so away from being over that.
It is tough to get over.
Some beats are tougher than others.
Oh,
When
yeah.
you bet 7-to-1 shots and they lose by a half a head and they run about 5 lengths better than the winner, they're a little bit more annoying than others.
That's one of the great, I think, skills to have as a handicapper is letting things go.
Yeah, no, I agree. You have to move on. But some beats are more frustrating than other ones.
Yeah.
That was is frustrating. But what are you going to do?
So 7-5 favorite there in the background, waiting to load up here. Khalil Magic, Chris Engard, Dylan Davis. Here's Gringotts and a bit of Irish Sass to 3. Trevor McCarthy. Second of her 4-year-old campaign. There she is, the gray daughter of Lauban for Rick Schosberg. Stepping in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with this nightcap here from New York.
Waiting now for If I Had a Chance and Waylon Josie. They're all in line. And they're off. Mashney Girl, Waylon Josie from the extreme outside. And now Kali Magic is moving up. Mashney Girl has the lead. Kali Magic has moved into second. Down on the inside is a Gringotts next in third. A bit of Irish Sass alongside in fourth. Waylon Josie extreme outside in fifth. Then it's If I Had a Chance. And a break of almost 5 lengths back to Shadolamo, who trails the field. In seventh, Mashney Girl, the leader here by a half length. Kali Magic, the favorite, tracking on the outside in second through a quarter in 23 seconds. Gringotts, a bit of Irish Sass. Those two are right together, third and fourth. Mashney Girl continues to lead here. The lead's 3/4 of a length. Kali Magic runs in second. Gringotts down at the rail in third. Then a bit of Irish Sass next in fourth. And she's followed by Waylon Josie, along with If I Had a Chance, and the big break back to Shadolamo. Mashney Girl in front here by a length and a quarter. Kali Magic remains in second through a sharp half and 45-4. A bit of Irish Sass, Waylon Josie, those two on the far outside. Gringotts is down at the rail as the field turns for home with Mashney Girl trying to go wire to wire here. Kali Magic, a bit of Irish Sass, the gray on the outside. Mashney Girl still in front. The lead's 2.5 lengths. A bit of Irish Sass and Kali Magic trying to get closer, but just the 16th of the finish. It's Mashney Girl, a bit of Irish Sass. Kali Magic is there as they come for the finish. Mashney Girl held on for the win. Mashney Girl, she earned it in this finale.
Mashney Girl 2 back. She went gate to wire, and this one she had to gut this out late.
And gut it out she did. It got a little bit leg weary in the late stages, but she ran well. You know, the key with her was even though she had won with the bias 2 back, she came back and didn't run terribly last time. I know people were probably disappointed because they bet her. But frankly, it wasn't that bad a performance, and today she was able to control, especially with a scratch of pay grade. My horse ran fine. She just wasn't quite good enough, couldn't overcome it. And yes, that beat in the 5th race cost me a pretty substantial pick for her.
Green blinkers outside that 3. Wow, it really looked like she was just wearing down the 4 and going to get there. But credit Mashney Girl, stubborn on the front end and enough in the tank to pick up the 3rd victory of her career. 4-3-6-8 finish in this Friday finale here at Aqueduct. Mashney Girl goes off at 3-1. Co's second choice on the board. And Kendra Carmouche meets leading rider coming into the afternoon. Picks up another win.
Yeah, no, she's improved for Mark Hennig. Yes, she ran a little better than it looks, you know, in that race back because of the bias, but she's okay. She's running okay, and it's a nice performance. And I was hoping I would get there, obviously. Needed the 3 to get up for the Saver late pick 3, but wasn't to be.
So Mashney Girl, daughter of Air Force Blue, with the victory. Again, 3-1 here in this finale at Aqueduct as we head back to Oaklawn. 7th. Up next, 10,000 starter allowance. Mile and 3/16. Go for Sherry still favored. Yeah, at 6-5. We're going to get a whole look at this field here in just a moment. Coming up, Giovanni Franco on the 2 for Cipriano Contreras.
Seems like she runs her last. Isn't she going to win here?
That was a pretty good customer that she got beat by in Bryce. She was
Yeah.
23 to 1 23 to 1 that day.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Favored now.
Yeah, I thought it was a very legitimate race this horse ran last time. And it's not like it's the only 80 buyer figure he's ever run, and he's just supposed to lead him on a merry chase.
Pepper Pike, Martin Garcia, 12 to 1.
Recent form isn't bad. It's just a cut below the favorites.
8 to 1. Next door on the 4, Bear Oak.
Okay, I had Bear Oak scratched. So he's not scratched, so actually he will be in there to run against the against the 2 early. So maybe the 2 will have a tougher time in the front end. I thought I wrote down the scratches, and now the source scratch, Greg. So apparently I'm really firing on all cylinders.
Maybe don't play this race. Flat out winner of the 5.
Thank you. It's a good idea.
And Venture 4th at 2 to 1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
This feels like he's legit, right? He feels like the other horse in this race. And he is. He's 2 to 1. See, I'm not completely off my game.
And we didn't get a look at the 1, Blue Ridge Mountain, by the way, who's 2 to 1 morning line, 7 to 2 right now. Let's check in with Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, let's talk about Gopher Cherie and Venture 4th. The last time that they faced each other, well, it wasn't the last time, 2 back. Venture 4th came out best that day. Came back the following time they met, that race against Bryce. And Venture 4th had some problems at the start of the race. But look, I'm looking at this race, and I think that Gopher Cherie could control the pace, or at least be attending what it looks to be a light pace early on. This mile and 3/16 distance can be a little bit tricky, and you know, it plays like a mile and 3/16. It's a tough mile and 3/16, and if they get the mile and an 1/8, don't necessarily assume that they're going to get the mile and 3/16. That extra 16th of a mile can make a big difference, especially here in Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park with this stretch. And then the Blue Ridge Mountain, the big buyer in the last race, don't forget that was on the turf. The buyers on the dirt, speed buyers, are just average on this horse. But Gopher Cherie, 8 to 5, that's a fair enough price for me. The one thing that worries me is the 4-horse Bear Oak. Bear Oak was gilded last time out, but he does possess early speed and could be a thorn in Gopher Cherie's side early on in the race. Guys.
All right, Gary, thank you. 2 minutes away, 7th here coming up. 8 to 5, Gopher Cherie. Gio. One of Gary's riders on board, the favorite.
I'm
back in New York.
Yeah, I'm his biggest fan. I'm the biggest new fan that Giovanni Franco has. I love him on Twitter. Seems like a great guy and really like the way he rides.
Majney girl Kendra Carmouche takes this finale here in New York. And, I mean, it's a good effort.
Mm-hmm. I agree. This was a good effort. It really was. It was an honest pace, 23 flat. Clearly, Bidire Sass ran well. She was getting to her late, but she was very resilient. I would argue this was a better effort than her big blowout win, because I don't think she was carried by the racetrack or anything. I just think she ran really well, and she's improved for Mark Henning.
2-win afternoon for the man who's leading the way here in New York at this spring meet at Aqueduct, Kendra Carmouche. $8.30 for the victory. Pick 4, a modest $41. Pick 5. Oh, it gets a lot better there with Majney Girl, 201.
Yeah, yeah. And hey, the favorite didn't win. A rarity.
Yeah, it would have been $84 to the favorite.
So
if you could put that combination together.
54, 108, about $95. It's around, parlay's right around 400 for $2. So paid twice the parlay. Not bad.
We've got a cross-country pick 5 tomorrow as well. Don't forget about that.
Here in Keeneland, I believe, the races.
Back to Oaklawn. Mile 3/16 coming up here, and that is Giovanni Franco on Gopher Cherie.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to make a slight reevaluation. I don't think the pace will be that fast, but I do think with the presence of Bear Oak, there could be a little more pressure here, and that horse off the claim for Bentley Combs, who's had limited success off the claim. But, you know, for the new connections, your favorite owner, 10 Strike Racing.
Shots for everybody.
Where is 10 Strike Racing's biggest fan? Has he abandoned us this
MIA
weekend?
right now.
Anybody know? Did his plane get lost flying over the Bermuda Triangle or something?
I don't know where Jonathan Kinchin is, but we've not seen him this week.
Jet setting on his way to land on a Love Boat. Where is he? It's a little disappointing.
We'll see him soon.
I'm sure we will.
And, you know, back to Go for Sherry for a moment. Been successful on many occasions, but usually more forwardly placed.
She's got to go.
Than last time out.
She's got to just go and try to wire this field. And I feel like she is the speed of the speed, so I think she'll be tough to catch.
That's my fault on you, by the way. What's the name's fault? Yeah. Go for Sherry? Come on.
I appreciate you trying to say that it was your fault, but I get it wrong 70% of the time, so I really would like to blame you, but I can't. We're very happy to be able to lay the blame on you, Greg. Yeah, but it is funny when you see those names, and there is a man's name and a female
Fast
horse.
Anna.
It is a little, Fast Anna. Well, my family had a cat named Sadie, and she was a he. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe I've just sort of been ingrained to get it wrong my entire life. You know what? I'm just going to blame my parents. Isn't that what everybody does?
Yes, and usually there's plenty of reasons to do so if you're watching.
I don't, to people out there, please don't blame my parents for me. I am my fault.
Venture Fourth has become the favorite now. Venture Fourth, 2 starts back, a win with a 79 buyer in a similar spot at 13-1. Was no match for Go for Sherry last time out, but did have a troublesome break out of the gate.
Here's a mistake that the fans may be making in making these horses the same price, and I could be wrong. Are they looking a little bit and saying,
Ricardo?
Closer with more distance?
No, maybe.
And I'd rather have the speed, and I know you agree with more distance, because normally you'll be able to get a slower pace because they're going farther. So now I'm going to have to lose a few dollars in this race.
Yeah, Venture 4-6 needs a hot pace up front. This horse comes from very far out of it. But you do get Ricardo Santana Jr., horse who was 6 for 21 lifetime. Co-favorite right now with this 2. Go for Sherry. And we have our feature race up next in Oaklawn. So stay tuned for that coming up. Right now, though, it's the 7th. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start. Go for Sharia's asked for speed. Venture Fourth is close up, and Bear Oak between horses. These 3 are quickest. Pepper Pike comes away running in 4th, with Blue Ridge Mountain at the rail, and the early trailer is flat out winner, and the leader is Bear Oak. Bear Oak's a pumped up leader at that. He wants to go. Go for Cherie is right inside of him, though, and these 2 will match strides into the clubhouse turn. Go for Cherie now rides the rail and puts his head in front. Bear Oak is right alongside. 2 lengths to Blue Ridge Mountain, then a 2.5 lengths to Venture Fourth at the rail. Goes Pepper Pike, and the trailer is flat out winner as they turn into the backstretch, and Bear Oak and Go for Cherie are the joint front runners. Bear Oak a neck in front. Go for Cherie traveling comfortably at the rail. These 2 are 2 lengths clear now of Blue Ridge Mountain. Another 3.5 back to Venture Fourth, and Pepper Pike at the rail. And the trailer is flat out winner as they run midway on the backstretch. No change in the top 2. It is Bear Oak and Go for Cherie. Bear Oak half ahead in front. Go for Cherie right alongside in second. It's now 2 lengths to Blue Ridge Mountain. He races in third, and he's in a good striking spot. Flat out winner has just moved up outside of Venture Fourth. They're both about 3 from the lead, and Pepper Pike is the trailer, and the battle up front continues, and now they're less than 3 furlongs from the money. Bear Oak and Go for Cherie. Blue Ridge Mountain a closer third now, and here's Blue Ridge Mountain within a length of the lead. Flat out winner is next, then Venture Fourth. Many chances top of the stretch. Bear Oak and Go for Cherie. Go for Cherie at the rail. Blue Ridge Mountain in the center, and here's Blue Ridge Mountain to challenge Go for Cherie, and we have a new leader. It is Blue Ridge Mountain. He's a length in front. Venture Fourth has moved into 4th, but it's Blue Ridge Mountain now a length and a half in front. Go for Cherie is second. Venture Fourth to the outside. Blue Ridge Mountain or Venture Fourth. Down to these 2. Blue Ridge Mountain, Venture Fourth. Blue Ridge Mountain in front. Blue Ridge Mountain beat Venture Fourth by 2. Go for Cherie third. Bear Oak finished 4th.
Blue Ridge Mountain with the victory, and that 6 was making up a lot of ground.
He was, but with the 4 in the race, it was a much more contested pace, and because the 4 Barrow was so aggressive, it put the 2 in that tough spot. When you're inside of the horse and that pace, it's very tough. And Blue Ridge Mountains had a very perfect trip to get it done. I'm not sure where it came from because, in all honesty, this horse seems to be much better on turf than on dirt. But maybe the perfect trip got it done, but I'm surprised. This horse ran a $5,000 claiming race 3 races back and lost at 3-2.
Wow.
You got me.
Well, today picks up the 6th win of his career. 6-year-old son of Tapazar. Gabriel Saez, Joe Sharp owns this one as well. With the win in the 7th, the feature next from Oaklawn. Morello, what a strong hand Steve Asmussen has right now heading into the Derby epicenter, and potentially Morello getting his 2-turn test tomorrow in the Gotham. We'll have his story when we come back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Blue Ridge Mountain taking the 7th out in Hot Springs. Joe Sharp, Gabriel Saez. And this was crossed the wire first. Each of the last 3 starts now was DQ'd a couple starts back. But in the form of his career now as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, this horse feels like he really stepped forward. I mean, he had more speed than he's had in the past. I'm going to be honest with you. This is, to me, a very surprising effort. And this horse lost a $5,000 conditional claiming race at Fairgrounds. Then he won an off-the-turf race. He was 3-2 in that race and was disqualified. Yeah, his last race in the turf was good, but his dirt races make no sense. But he ran today.
See those fractions he was trying to close into at Fairgrounds in that race? 26 for the opening quarter.
Right. There you go. He got a little better pace today. But the thing is, he was close to the faster pace today. So why wasn't he closer to that pace?
Feature is next in Hot Springs. It's a 2-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming field. Tap for Me. Steve Asmussen filly coming off a gate-to-wire win when stretching out for the first time. But if she wants to be in front today, she's probably going to have company. We'll talk more about it coming up in a moment. Even money. Tiago Pereira filling in for the injured David Cabrera. Come tomorrow's Wood Memorial, the final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. The morning line favorite is hoping to head to Kentucky with a little momentum. And for his connections, hopefully, he'll continue to live up to his name. one that was specially reserved for years by his connections for a horse of his caliber. Named after a guitarist, named by Rolling Stone as one of the greatest of all time. Here's Maggie Wolfendale.
As David Lyon rode his bike home after the 1989 Travers, he imagined he was holding the reins of Easy Goer as he glided under the finish line. That dream never came to fruition, but Lyon's lifelong ambition of owning champions could come true if Morello wins the Wood Memorial.
Growing up in Saratoga, your parents take you to the racetrack, they expose you for the first time, and I think depending on your age, you fall in love with it, or it's just another thing that your parents take you to. But I fell in love with it at an early age. And my high school years, I really started to get into the handicapping aspect of it. And it's just something that sticks with you.
Easy Goer, New York's Horse of the Year, has the lead in the Travers Stakes.
Easy Goer 1989 Travers was incredible. That was probably what hooked me. What really kind of closed the deal on it was 4-Star Dave. That was during my early high school years. 8 years of Saratoga victories. He's my namesake. He was just an incredible horse.
Lyon took the first step toward his goal by joining West Point Thoroughbreds and Little Red Feather Racing 10 years ago. The Long Island resident, however, was not satisfied.
I always wanted to go on my own, so in 2016, I started to kind of sketch up what I wanted to do. It took forever to figure out the silks. I actually hired a graphic designer to help me out with that. Then we got our first horse in 2018.
Lyon saw his dream come true when his first win as a majority owner came at Saratoga at odds of 39-1.
Here's Heartstrings, last to first at 39-1.
A Sunday night, 12th race, it could have been the Breeders' Cup Classic. It doesn't matter if it's a stake race or a maiden claiming race. It was a maiden claiming race. The feeling is the same.
Just 2 years later, Lyon and his 7 partners had a little more buying power and were looking to expand their goals. At the 2021 Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic sale, a son of Classic Empire caught their eyes.
We bought a couple of horses in March and April, and we were kind of still looking for the heavy hitter. We wanted to kind of go deeper in the well and get something that we could go 2 turns with and win some big races. We loved the Page. He was hip 210, and once we saw the Breeze, we were completely convinced that this was the horse that we had to have.
Lyon, a passionate fan of Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello, had reserved the guitarist's last name for a special horse. This chestnut was the one.
I've had this name reserved for probably 5 or 6 years. I've been waiting to put it on the right horse. Tom is a special guy. He's a special guitarist. He's a genius. If you're going to name a horse after somebody, you want to make sure you follow through it.
Follow through, he did. Morello is now undefeated in 3 starts with the Wood Memorial as his next target and a possible start in the Kentucky Derby on the line.
It's starting to process in my mind now that we have an opportunity to hold that Kentucky Derby trophy. You know, I tell my partners, I tell anybody who's involved in or wants to get involved in horse racing, you're not going to lift the Stanley Cup, you're not going to lift the World Series trophy, but if you get lucky enough and you do your hard work and your homework in this sport, you can put yourself in a position to maybe hold that Kentucky Derby trophy. I'm not going to lie to you and say I haven't pictured that moment watching Morello cross the finish line. If it all ended and we just won the Gotham, the ride that we've been on has just been absolutely incredible. But now to take another step forward and be in the Wood Memorial, it just doesn't seem real.
Great story, and this horse has been fun to watch, and a horse who just improves start to start to start, but that's a great way to look at it. Just enjoy the ride you're on and savor those moments.
No, I agree. I taped a podcast with Dave a few weeks ago, and he's very even-tempered. I mean, obviously it's exciting, and it should be exciting. Why not be excited? Why not dream about winning the Wood, winning the Derby, winning the Travers? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's one of the reasons you're doing it. Whether or not it happens, well, that would be icing on the cake. But to even be in this position, especially, he hasn't had that many horses. And to be in this position is pretty incredible. And it shows what can happen in this game.
Well, Morello, to this point, he's shown that kind of ability. Can he take that next step forward now going 2 turns for the first time? He's going to be the morning line favorite in the Wood. Well, he is the morning line favorite. He's likely going to be the favorite in the Wood. What have you seen from him that's impressed you the most so far?
Well, one thing is he's gotten faster with every one of his starts, and that's what you want to see. You see that progression, and he's passed every test along the distance way. And Greg, I'm not big on he could have won by more, but he certainly couldn't have won that Gotham more easily. I mean, he just asked him for like a split second. He accelerated by Dean's List, and they just cruised to the finish line.
Jose Lezcano very quiet with his hands late in this race. That shows you it was as easy as could be for this horse. This was the first time going a mile. Obviously, this is going to be his toughest test yet, but he's aced every test to this point.
Right. I mean, the test for him, obviously, will be whether or not he's good enough getting the distance, but he's shown to be good enough based on the races he's run. The test for him will be how well early voting runs. If early voting takes a step forward and he shows that kind of tenacity on the front end he showed in the Withers in a tougher spot with more experience, then he's got to go after a horse that's fast. He's got to catch that horse who's fast. He's got to put him away, and then he has to hold off Mo Donegal or any other horse that may be coming at the end. So it's going to get tougher for him, but you want it to get tougher because if you want to go to the Derby, you want to answer as many questions as you can.
For early voting, I mean, he's got a horse next door to him. You don't think he's going to keep him company?
They can't. Early voting, if you look at pace figures, early voting is faster than Forbidden King. So long term is in a much, much more difficult situation. And the reality is, do you really want to sacrifice your horse to go after them? And just because Todd Pletcher has 3 in there, Mike Rapoli's not running long term and telling Todd, that's okay, use him as a rabbit. No, Mike Rapoli's in every race because he wants to win. So I don't see them sacrificing. This horse is very, very, very fast.
And by all accounts of what Chad Brown has been saying leading up to it, you see him drift out a little bit in that race, but he's been doing really well and moving forward out of that Withers win.
Yeah, no, I've gotten a lot of reports on how he's been working, and every one of them has been a positive workout. He's only run 2 times. Morello's run 3 times. You see the progression from Morello. He had that same kind of progression from his first start to his second start. The difference for him is 2. He hasn't run as fast as Morello did in the Gotham, but he's now done it around 2 turns. Morello hasn't, and he's the only one of the big 3 that hasn't.
Wood Memorial, final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. 100 points to the winner to get into that starting gate. Morello's already there, basically.
Oh, he's in.
But you want to see that you can handle the 2 turns, obviously, before they make that decision.
Right. If he isn't able to get the distance, a bad failure, I wouldn't be surprised if they take a step back. And I'll tell you something about him. You already know that he's a major player in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens and the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins much later. That's Belmont Stakes Day and Travers Day. So they already know they have a horse that they're confident can be good at 7 furlongs. And I think if it turns out he doesn't run well, he doesn't pass the distance test, I don't think these people are going to say, let's go to the Derby and run 17th in there just because we want to be there. They're going to probably want to protect their horse and point for the Woody Stevens, the Alan Jerkins. 2 Grade 1s with this horse, that's pretty big.
They might not have to make that decision after tomorrow.
They might not, but I think talking to Dave, they're the kind of people that will make the right decision. You don't need to sacrifice them. Those are big races, especially one when it's in Saratoga, his hometown.
Part of a cross-country pick 5 that is loaded with big races, and we're going to get to one of them that's part of it as well out of Keeneland. Starts with a Shakertown at Keeneland. Wood comes up next. Bluegrass, Carter, and Gazelle. That is phenomenal. So yes, one of the other big Derby preps out in Lexington, Kentucky. And it's Zandon, it's Smile Happy getting together. Rattle and Roll in the mix too, ran very big in that Breeders' Futurity.
I think he has a real chance to split the field. I do. I think the Rattle and Roll could be part of the Pentafecta. Zandon's going to win.
Shocking to hear you say that.
Here. I really like this horse, though.
Smile Happy, his risen star, obviously people wanted to see a win. He was the favorite. Epicenter wound up winning this race, who many believes the leader in the clubhouse right now for the Kentucky Derby. What did you think of his risen star?
Oh, I thought it was extremely good. And it wasn't as good as Zandon's because Zandon got left. He came from farther back. He circled the field. But, and this is him winning the Kentucky Jockey Club, but Epicenter was just controlling in the front end at a very, very moderate pace, and they sat back. It was a very good start for him, and I do think Smile Happy is a legitimate player going forward. I just feel like in the Risen Star, even though he finished behind him, Zandon ran the better race of the two. But that doesn't mean I don't think Smile Happy's good.
No, it's who, takes the bigger step forward now. And for each of them, the second start of their 3-year-old campaigns and their final chance before moving on to the Kentucky Derby. So Smile Happy, the son of Run Happy. Back-to-back wins and then a second in that Risen Star to Epicenter.
Yeah, I know we're going to talk about Ethereal Road next, but I think the horse that you have to talk about is Emmanuel. Because Emmanuel had an absolutely atrocious trip in the Fountain of Youth. And I think he'll get a better trip in this race. I'm not sold on him, but he had a terrible trip and ran well in the Fountain of Youth.
Highly regarded for Tad Pletcher, won the first 2 starts of his career by more than 10 lengths combined. We are going to talk Ethereal Road, though. Ethereal Road, we saw that maiden win that was incredible out at Oaklawn and somehow got dismissed at 15-1 in the Rebel, and he ran huge again with a wide trip.
Oh, this show is like the nightmare show for us, right? Here's a horse bet at 15-1 that was a week the best that lost. My problem is I have a very strong opinion that the Arkansas preps this year were decidedly weaker than the preps anywhere else in the country. And so while he was absolutely best in this race, and he's an improving lightly raced horse, I just don't think he's good enough to beat these horses. But he is an improving horse, and maybe he'll run well in here. But I just think the other horses are coming out of much better races in Ethereal Road.
Obviously, you know, it's whichever way you want to put it, Smile Happy, Zandon, Emmanuel there as well as a player. You believe it's those 3?
I think they're the big 3 in here, looking at it. You know, I don't know what for sure to make of Emmanuel, but to tell you the truth, I hadn't watched the Fountain of Youth, and I watched it last night. You're going to say, well, it wasn't Luis Saez's fault. He had an outside post. He was 4 and 5 wide around the racetrack. Luis Saez is a better jockey than that. He's got to get a better trip tomorrow. And all things considered, with his trip in the Fountain of Youth, I thought he ran very, very well.
Intrigued. I know you liked Grantham a little bit at a big price last time. Could he step up?
No.
No?
And it just, look at Classic Causeway. I just don't think those races were very good down at Tampa. I think the Tampa and the Arkansas races were weak races. And he's got the 12 post, and he had the rail last time. What is he going to do? They got to send from out there, don't they?
Not a long run to that first turn as well at a 1.8 mile configuration at Keeneland. Look at the leaderboard. It's Epicenter on top. White Abario. Safi Joseph. He's going to have a say in the wood potentially as well. He's already got White Abario in the mix. You look at that list.
Well, who's not going to run? Classic Causeway can't run, right? He's not going to run.
He's, I would think, out of the mix.
I don't know.
That's probably about it.
Well, there will be 1 or 2 that won't, you know what I mean, that won't run. Something, you know, there are always 1 or 2 seem to fall a little by the wayside, but we'll see.
It's going to be a busy Saturday, and that picture is going to come basically into clear focus after tomorrow. It's going to be a fun Saturday afternoon. Of course, last year in the Gazelle, search results ran very big, and that was one of the great stretch duels of the entire year in that Kentucky Oaks, Mela thought.
Would have been a little greater if search results had won, but it was a great race.
She is back, making her 2022 debut as a 4-year-old. We'll talk about her return when we come back here on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Of course, the test of the champion at the Belmont Stakes. And this year, 50,000 will be allowed to be on hand. Tickets on sale now. Don't miss out at BelmontStakes.com.
Yeah, don't get shut out. It's gonna sell out. It's gonna be an amazing day of racing. You think how good the race is gonna be here tomorrow. It's just an appetizer for what it's gonna be like on Belmont Stakes Day. And there could even be a horse going for the Triple Crown. 50,000, you can say it's a lot. Well, we used to get at least 90 to 100.
There's only 49,998 seats left because we're both going.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I have an in for you, by the way, if you need a problem.
Stakes schedule on Saturday. You got to join us. Coverage starts at 1 Eastern time on FS2. Stakes action begins at 3:05 Eastern with that Distaff handicap. Let's take a look at race 5 and the return of last year's Gazelle winner. Search results, who was the runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks, went on to win the Acorn as well for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
You know, obviously the question with her is whether or not she's going to need a race, because she's been working very well for this, but she's meeting, of course, glass ceiling. It's in very good form for Charlie Baker. And Zagello has that one good race she needs to somehow reproduce, but she's really good. This was her Acorn. She ran extremely well in here, holding off Obligatory, who's run some very good races. We'll see. Obviously, you know, extremely good last year. She won her debut, so she can run well fresh. And Chad Brown feels that she could get better with more distance, and they're hoping to get her to the Ogden Phipps. So a good performance here will get her there at some point. Probably at her next start, we'll see.
4 for 6. She's never finished off the board, and not bad feather to have in her cap as well that she's 2 for 2 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, no, she's going to be tough, but I don't want to discount glass ceiling. I mean, she's been in very good form for Charlie Baker, and she has that recency, right?
3 wins in a row, and the figures just seem to be getting better and better, at least over the last 3 races for her. 95 Beyer in that Grade 3 Barbara Fritchie win. That was her graded stakes debut. And a little bit slow out of the gate. She still won that race by a half length, but she's probably going to need a little move forward, you would think, against this kind of class.
I agree. I mean, she's been running well. She's running decent figures. I don't love the race she ran, the Barbara Fritchie. I know it got a big figure. Looking at the horses in there, I'm wondering if it's really as good as it looks. So I'm a little bit skeptical of her, to be honest with you. And she is the other horse, but I don't think she's beating Search Results if Search Results comes back. And if she's able to build on what she has, yeah, I agree. I think she's going to be very tough to beat.
Zagil, you talked about that one big race. It was the Grade 2 Mother Goose at Belmont. 93 Beyer in the win when she beat Always Karina and Clairiere.
Where did it come from? Because she's never run anything like this, and her 2 subsequent performances were nowhere near as good. But somewhere in there is a horse that can run a very fast race. I think she just has to find it. I asked Todd Pletcher about it. He thought, you know, she was kind of a track specific. She's a little quirky about where she likes to be, and I'm sure Todd looks at her and he says, well, she ran that Mother Goose, so I know she's capable of running well, but she doesn't seem to run it with any consistency.
Got to be so frustrating.
Sure.
As trying to find, it's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Can you get it out of her again? We'll find out if anyone can. Todd Pletcher can, certainly. So that'll be fun to see. As good a filly as Search Results is, tackling some very good company. And that's race 5 on the card. 7 furlongs, grade 3 Distaff handicap. Again, 3:05 Eastern start time for the beginning of our stakes action, or graded stakes action, I should say, as we're 2 minutes to post in the feature out at Oaklawn. And here's our post parade. We start with Ursulina D. Wayne Lucas, who, of course, has Ethereal Road in the Bluegrass.
Ran her fastest career Beyer last time, stretching out to a mile. You still need to take probably a small step forward.
Well, the problem for the favorite is probably this filly right here, Sprinter stretching out.
No way Ricardo Santana isn't going to be sending this horse. She's got sprint speed. She should be in front.
4-1. Yeah, going long for the first time, tackling 2 turns. Hot Springs Bling, 18-1 next door.
She looks woefully overmatched.
She came from another area code out of it to win last time. against an easier group. That was State Bred Company. West Side Girl, Calvin Burrell at 14-1.
Yeah, I thought she'd have to improve a little bit, but her race 2 back wasn't that bad. She doesn't have any speed, though.
Double-digit odds next door as well for Thomas Van Berg and a horse coming off a win.
Yeah, she won a few months ago, but it's not a win that's fast enough to win this race. She'd have to improve a little bit.
Guanakee at 8-1. Rider changed Martin Garcia for Cipriano Contreras.
Impossible trip, breaking slowly with a wide trip last time out. I thought her race 2 back gave her a chance here. I was going to bet a few dollars on this horse.
And, wow, odds on. It's Tiago Pereira filling in for David Cabrera on a filly that got it done on the front end last start going long.
She doesn't look like she's supposed to be odds on to me with the 2 in this race, but she did run well last time, and maybe she's improving. It's a big pedigree. Her last race will beat this field, but can she duplicate it without the lead?
Yeah, you talked about the Dam, Groupie Doll, sensational Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint winner. Kaboom Baby on the outside, coming out of that down the dusty road, when she finished 5th in that field of 8. So Tap for Me. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say she's so speed from the outside, but it's going to be tough to do with the 2 in here.
Tap for Me, 2 sprints, and then the stretch out last time, and she took a pretty sizable move forward at 3-5.
Yeah, I mean, she ran huge in this race, but she did it while controlling on the front end. So the question is she going to be the same horse when she's not controlling? Well, I mean, I'm not taking a big stand against her. I'm going to bet a little bit on the 6, but I'm going to bet a 7-6 exacta, that's for sure.
A 1 to beat, tackling winners here for the first time. Can she go back-to-back? She's going to cut back to a mile today. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, that's all going to depend on if she will relax outside of Unbridled Twister, the 2-horse. Unbridled Twister is coming out of sprint races. She's coming out of Arkansas bred races. She's getting a big weight break here. 126 for Tap for Me. Unbridled Twister is carrying 118 pounds with Ricardo Santana. Filly's going to be fast. We talked about the Perfect Storm the previous race. That speed duel did develop. And when it developed, a horse that was stalking, laying in 3rd, was the one who was able to capitalize on that situation. Is the same thing going to happen here with Guanakee sitting just off of the pace, probably laying 3rd? If Tap for Me doesn't have some groupie doll class to her, and if she won't settle outside of Unbridled Twister, I don't think she should be 4-5 right now, guys.
Be fun to watch here. See if she could do it. Obviously, that pedigree meant to be awfully good. Homebred for Whisper Hill Farm.
Who do you think is more concerned, me or Gary, that he and I are agreeing on a lot of things?
Gary.
You think it's Gary? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Should we have a Twitter poll?
Without question. Maybe she first she didn't win first time out.
Right.
But she was able to sit off and actually run a decent race.
No, I agree. On the other hand, that was a 1-turn 7 furlong race. No, but I agree. I mean, I don't think it's impossible. The one thing is the big race she won, she controlled the front end. Now, to be fair, she controlled setting a pretty quick pace. It's not like she was crawling up front. It's not like she was gifted that race. But as Gary said, and I agree, and I don't think you disagree, it could be a different story. Some horses just don't get as comfortable when they're forced to stalk like that. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, nor is Gary, but I think it's always a concern. You have to ask yourself that, especially at a 4-5 shot.
So if you're Tiago, Gary, here, how do you play this out of the gate?
Well, one advantage that they do have is the post position draw, because it's much easier to get a horse to relax down on the inside. And Tiago's going to have the option, if she's not settled early on, he'll be able to move out away from that filly on the inside, and hopefully she would relax by doing that. And maybe she may just completely shut down for Tiago anyway, where he can sit off of her. And once, if that filly, the sprinter, if she comes, just bolts away from there like it's a sprint race, gets far enough in front, and this filly's flicking her ears up, Tap for Me, then it's job well done. But we're going to have to see how it goes going into the first turn.
There she is, the gray daughter of Tappet out of the sensational Groupie Doll for Steve Asmussen. Can she go back-to-back? Her first test against winners, and we know she's going to get company up front from the 2. Let's go to Vic Stauffer. Here's the 8th, the feature from Oaklawn.
They're off. Ursulina and Unbridled Twister. Guana Key and Tap for Me. West Side Girl and Kaboom Baby. Hot Springs Bling, and the trailer is Jazzy Lady. Ursulina rides the rail to the lead at the clubhouse turn. She's a length in front of Unbridled Twister and a 3-wide Tap for Me. Guana Key secures a good running position for Martine Garcia. She's 4th at the rail and 2.5 off the lead. It's 2.5 back to West Side Girl. Kaboom Baby is third last and about 5 or 6 from the front. Then comes Hot Springs Bling, and Jazzy Lady is last. 10 lengths first to last. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Ursulina trying to get there first. Ursulina a length and a quarter in front of now Tap for Me, who puts her head into second. Unbridled Twister is between horses, and Guana Key continues to move at the rail. Now she takes third, and Guana Key's 2 from the front. 2.5 to Kaboom Baby. Then comes West Side Girl, Hot Springs Bling. Jazzy Lady has trailed throughout, and Ursulina has led throughout. Ursulina now Tap for Me is moving nicely outside of her, and we're about to have a new leader. Tiago Pereira puts Tap for Me on the lead at the top of the stretch. Ursulina is second. Guana Key moves up, and here's Guana Key about to take second. Kaboom Baby threatens to run a big one. 3.5 back to Jazzy Lady at the rail. Tap for Me and Guana Key at the top of the stretch. Tap for Me leads. She's a length in front of Guana Key in second, who's got a chance. Jazzy Lady has now moved up into third. Tap for Me and Guana Key. Guana Key is outside. Tap for Me is inside, and Guana Key has put her head in front. Tap for Me, Guana Key in front. Guana Key beat Tap for Me. Jazzy Lady was third. Kaboom Baby finished fourth.
Guana Key rolls right on by Tap for Me. Tap for Me looked like she was going pretty easily, but this one rolls right on by at 6-1.
Well, this time Gary and I weren't wrong. She just wasn't quite as good for us to stalk. I think the 7 ran very well. I'm not knocking Tap for Me. This horse could not have got a better ride here. I mean, I said to you on the backstretch of my 6, I said, well, Greg, for once when I lose, I can't complain about the trip, because this was, I mean, you can't do a better job. 3 of them went, tucked into the rail, got behind, came out, and ran very well. I know Tap for Me is disappointing losing at 4-5, but that doesn't mean she ran badly.
Martine Garcia, yeah, sitting in a very good spot early on in this race, saving ground.
It's a good ride by him.
And the win at 6-1 to beat a 4-5 favorite. But yeah, give Tap for Me some credit in here. And wow, it was not the 2 that went to the front. Surprisingly, the horse from the rail.
Once the 1 went, Santana was sort of content to let her go. And it just, I mean, not that she wasn't winning anyway, but it's changed the whole race, didn't it?
It did indeed. Guana Key, Martine Garcia, Cipriano Contreras with the upset here at 6-1 in the feature. Prices when we come back. Stick with us. More America's Day at the Races right after a break.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful day here in New York and out in Hot Springs. And the feature, nice call here, Andy. Guana Key at 6-1.
What a great ride this horse got from Martine Garcia. Can't do any better. Tap for me ran fine there. I don't really think she ran badly. It's just a different set of circumstances, and I think trips matter so much. And when a horse can control in the front end like that, and then get situations they can't, taking a short price, you're kind of hoping a little bit, and that was the chink in her armor.
6, 7, 5, 8. 6-1 over 4-5 over 9-1. That $2 exacta, 6-1 over 4-5. $36.20. Still another race to come. We're going to be off the air by then, though, so you can head to Naira Bets and catch that finale out at Oaklawn, our ABR race of the week, coming up on a sensational Saturday here in South Ozone Park. It is the Grade 1 Carter Handicap, purse of $300,000, 7 furlongs. It's just so many great storylines in this race. We're not going to talk about them, but I just want to briefly mention them before we get to the horses we are going to talk about. Oh, Drafted. That last race from Drafted was out of this world.
I agree, and he's going to be 15-1, and he should be 15-1. Yeah. His last race was terrific, and even first captain in here. And this is what the Carter should be every year. I love the Carter. It's one of my favorite races. It hurts me when it gets underappreciated, and I'm just so happy that it's being really, really well represented this year.
Well, the headliner of this year's edition, Speaker's Corner, trying to win his 3rd consecutive graded stakes race and get his first Grade 1.
He's been sensational in all but his one-turn races, but his debut. His races in Florida were terrific. There's nothing not to like about him, but he has already run 2 very tough races. He's done it down at Gulfstream Park, which can be tough on a horse, and he's got to come up here and face a far more competitive field than he's been running against Florida. No knock on Fearless, who ran second. He's a good horse for Todd Pletcher, and he came back with a nice win in his last start. But this is a more contentious race. He drew well on the outside, and there's no doubt he's the horse to beat. But I think he's going to be 4-5, and I don't think he should be 4-5 against this field.
Connections will have to feel very good about where they drew, though,
100%.
right?
And this is the right race to run in. I'm not saying I don't think he's way the horse to beat, but I just think you've got too many horses that have a right to step forward that you're really hoping that none of them do.
He's already stepped forward in the first 2 starts of his 4-year-old campaign. Can he maintain it? And hopefully someone else doesn't step up and steal the limelight from him. Green Light Go has been one of the great stories here in New York this year, returning to the Jimmy Jerkins barn and returning to the form that made him look like a potential superstar early on as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and I respect Jimmy Jerkins a great deal, and I love this story because they took this horse away from him, and it was clearly a mistake. And for Jimmy to get another chance, you don't get too many second chances in life and in this game, and he got another chance with this horse, and he's living up to that potential he showed when he was so good in his first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. You and I were talking a little off camera, and I agree with you. He's going to have to run better than he did in the Stymie. But his race 2 back was very good, and I wonder if 7 furlongs might be better than a mile for him, and he's got that bottom the way Speaker's Corner does. Don't get us wrong. We all know he has to step forward a little bit to win it, but he could.
Yeah, indeed. And it would be a tremendous story to see just keep on going back with Jimmy Jerkins, trying to win his 3rd in a row and get obviously the first Grade 1 of his career. His only prior Grade 1 came when he had to go against Tiz the Law. He was favored in that race off a debut off the Saratoga Special, I should say, at Saratoga, when he looked so sensational early on in his career. Horse that, what do you do with? 6 years old now, coming back. He did not run in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile because he spiked the temperature. Mind Control, who's a 2-time Grade 1 winner.
The fact that he ran maybe the best Spider Speaker he's ever run, going 2 turns, and I know that Silver State was unlucky to start in here, but he had the race measured, and Mind Control came back gamely and beat him. And you're not a horse you would have thought would do this, going 2 turns in a mile race, but he did it. And I think there's a real argument, that
how does this horse lose?
That it's right. It's one of those races you watch it, and you still can't believe that he lost, right? He's really coming to his own for Todd Pletcher. There's no question about it.
Be ready to roll off the, talk about a tough spot off the bench now as a 6-year-old. Reinvestment Risk just ran the race of his life at Gulfstream in his 4-year-old debut.
And look at how easily he's cruising. And Milliken, who finished second, was a very good horse for Ian Wilkes. To be fair, he had a little bit of a trip in here. He was a little lucky. Probably wasn't winning. Might have been closer. This is a very fast race he ran, and this is a horse that is a 2-year-old, had every right to be one of the better 3-year-olds, perhaps some distance limitations going forward. His 3-year-old year was a disaster. He ran once and he ran horrendously. But it seems like Chad Brown has figured out whatever it was. I mean, he was strong to the wire in this race. Chad Brown and Clark Staples had a very strong hand with starters, early voting and search results and value proposition. They're well represented, and he's one of them.
Forgive him a little bit. Look who he had to face in that one start. I mean, obviously, look, he went to the bench. Something wasn't right with him, but following C, and what do you think now? Have turned out to be pretty good.
By the way, where is following C? I was thinking about that. When I saw him in, I was thinking, we got to see following C soon.
Hopefully going to see him at some point. What do you think now? Of course, it's been sensational.
Yeah.
Coming back. We haven't even talked about, and you said it, I mean, first captain, a horse who, after that Dwyer win, thought could have been Eddie Kind, and then got defeated in that Curlin. But he came back as a 4-year-old. He looked very good for Shug McGahee.
He's relentless. He just keeps coming. You watch that Gulfstream race, you never thought he was going to win. And he showed it last year, and he ran a 95 buyer last year. I know his race was slower. It was a comeback race down at Gulfstream. You want him to run as fast as Reinvestment Risk? He's not that kind of horse. Doesn't mean he can't step forward. And if this race falls apart a little late, he's going to be running. And he's also going to be a very big price near. Am I going to pick him? Absolutely not. But it shows how strong this race is, that a horse like First Captain is the 5th or 6th horse that you and I are talking about.
Huge pedigree, and a horse that, went for a lot, obviously, at auction. It would mean a lot, obviously, going forward for him in his next career if he could get a Grade 1 or even Grade 1 place.
A win in this race is worth between $5 and $10 million for First Captain. It's worth something for all of them, but for First Captain, 100%. And that's why you got to run in these races. You have to run. You're better off running and losing than not running at all.
Grade 1 Carter, it's going to be sensational. We will have live coverage of that one for you. Our program begins at 1 Eastern on FS2. There is the lineup on a super Saturday of action. We're on 1 to 4:30 on FS2. Take a short little break, then we're back on 5 to 7 Eastern. So we hope to see you on a tremendous day of action with plenty on the road to the Oaks, to the Derby, and of course the Carter, a big race in its own right, but many of these hopefully we're going to see in the Met Mile as well. Morello, is the Derby next for him? If he has a big Wood Day and he answers that question of 2 turns, indeed it will be next. Speaker's Corner, looking to make it 3 consecutive graded stakes wins and get a Grade 1 on the resume for Bill Mott and Venti Valentine. The New York bred on the road to the Oaks.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses.